Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers, including Peter Berryman, John Robertson, Brandon Trano, and IndyCar World Champion Alex Palou. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello and welcome live on Apex Racing TV for the Championships Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series, sponsored by RC Penguin. For week 4 here with a virtual track of Le Mans. The Circuit de 24 de Mans, also known as the Circuit de Sarthe after the 1906 French Grand Prix Triangle Circuit. located in Le Mans, South France. It is a semi-permanent motorsports race course, chiefly known as the venue of the 24 Hours of Le Mans auto race, comprising private race-specific sections of track in addition to public roads, which remain accessible most of the year. It is, in its present configuration, it is 13.62 kilometers or 8.467 miles long, making it one of the longest circuits in the world. Up to 85% of the lap time is spent at full throttle, putting immense stress on engine and drivetrain components. Additionally, the time spent reaching maximum speed is also tremendous wear on the brakes and suspensions, as car must slow down from over 200 miles an hour to around 62 miles an hour for the sharp corner at the village of Moussan. We are now halfway into the season and we've seen some amazing racing and competition in the first 3 events. And congratulations to Hashtag Racing 92 of the LMP2 class and 2-pack Racing mid-pack GT3 class winners at Phillip Island. I am Andy Thompson. I'm joined in the box with Jack Cunan alongside me and Lewis Arara on production for the first 3 hours of this broadcast, and then we'll be moving over to DJ Clark and David Whitehouse to take over. But welcome, Dave, to this historic track. Should be a fun race.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andy. Great to be back at Le Mans once again. It's a great circuit. It's a favourite among all of the drivers, especially when we've got multi-class stuff going on here. We've got LMP2s and GT3s as well, and yeah, it should be a fantastic race. Obviously, we've got 6 hours, so I'm sure these guys have done plenty of races in the special events over the years to get used to this circuit. We've got the P2 class, as I said. We've got the GT3s as well, and the big thing, of course, with the GT3s this week, Andy, is that they've had a major update has come to the GT3s, which means that most guys have got to relearn how they drive these things.
Yeah, definitely. Different tyre strategy or different tyre compound to what they used to. So it'll be interesting to see how these GT3 cars react around this track and just have a look at the tyre work going through. Obviously, before could go quite long into the race before changing tyres. So I wonder if that tactic and, you know, the guys not really having much of an opportunity to practice the new setup from the new update. So it's going to be an interesting race, certainly in the GT3 race, as well as the LMP. You know, this car is made for this track, so I'd expect these cars to be fighting out fast and furious at the top of the championship. But certainly the car in form on the LMP2 is a Hashtag Racing 92, has run the last 2 races out, and then they run out of canter at Phillip Island. So let's see if they can do it for third time lucky. But they'll have some serious competition in that class. But in the GT3, it's very much open. Satellite GT racing team seems to have a really good start to the race, but the past couple of rounds have been caught up with a few incidents, should we say, that's put paid to their championship. Obviously at Spa, they've done a jump start being the qualifying leaders, which was very unusual for them, which got them a drive-through penalty, which it's a silly mistakes that they're making as a team, but they are extremely fast, and I would expect them to see, as we currently see them at the top of qualifying at the moment. So watch out for the Satellite Racing GT team.
Yeah, definitely wants to watch in that very, very nice McLaren that they've got up the top, the Lamborghini as well. There's the McLaren that is currently at the top of the standings in the GT3 class, followed by 2 Lamborghinis and a Porsche, and then was a Audi, but then replaced by the Can-Am Racing Ferrari of Chris Hudson at the wheel currently in qualifying. And of course, now they've got 20 minutes to set 3 laps, so it should be enough time, because if you've got the kind of short start to qualifying, you don't need to do a full out lap to get onto your qualifying laps. So they've got that benefit to come in. Sim Racing PR Blue pop into 3rd in class in the Porsche. And it is super close across the board, really. 4/10 around Le Mans is very, very close indeed. But if you look at the P2 class, there is barely a second covering the top 7 in that class, which is incredibly close, around a 3.5 minute lap. That just shows that is mere centimeters overall. So really close from everyone right there. And even as we were watching the Hashtag Racing 92 come through the last 2 corners, the commitment these guys have through those corners is unbelievable. The car is on almost turning on a plate through there, But yeah, great to see how close it's going to be. Now, of course, qualifying at a 6-hour race is not the be all end all, but you know, you kind of want you just want kind of have those bragging rights, and you want to be up the front of the field to avoid that early lap carnage.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, we've seen it in a few of the races, that lap 1 instance. Overall, it's been relatively clean within this series, which is really good to see. But this is obviously double the race that we've done in the last 2 rounds. So the drivers and the fatigue that's going to be going through, it's certainly got to make sure that they're consistent in the first half of the race to open them up for a good opportunity in the second half to get that all-important class wins out here. But an extremely long course, and there's some really tricky corners that can really catch the drivers out as we're watching here. The VG Racing Esports Academy, one of probably the hot areas of the track. The first slow down sort of chicane off, you come off the infield at the start of the field, at the start of the lap, sorry. Yeah, it's going to be interesting coming down to that corner for the first time. Certainly how close the teams are going to be close together.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's interesting to see you would sort of be used to seeing the Beamer up the front, but certainly not today, as it's currently the highest place BMW is P8 with the Doodle Motorsports BMW. VG Racing Esports, they're currently P10. I don't think they've actually managed to set a representative time around here just yet, so we'll see how they get on. Hashtag Racing 92 up onto pole right now by 8/10. On a 3:27.9. Great lap by Jorge Augusto that time, so he's put the car up the front. As in through the Porsche curves, you've got the Zachary Kunin, who is flinging the car through the Porsche curves. This is what I'm talking about, the sheer commitment through these last few corners. You'll see how the car just really starts to fling itself through the final corners. You'll watch now on board. You've really got to be committed through here, into the right, and then back into the left again, down to first gear, flinging it over the curves, back on the power again, fighting the car on the exit. Great job by Zachary Gunn, let's see if he can get himself a little bit further up. He does, up to P6, but that just shows you these guys are pushing flat out, and you've got to be like that around the entire lap, and it takes a lot of concentration to get a lap together here at Le Mans, because it's very, very easy to pick up a 1x around here if you just have a lapse of judgment, lapse of attention, especially in those last few corners. If you hit the curbs wrong, that's an instant spin.
Yeah, 100%. We've got a little bit of a replay here. Let's have a look at this.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see now. Paul Darling, who is heading through the Porsche curbs right now. So we've just been talking about the commitments through here, and we'll see what's happened to Paul Darling here into the curbs, and that's what I'm talking about. Proving my point. Over the top of those curbs, it launches you into a spin. So Paul Darling, I think he was doing that to prove my point. Thanks very much, Paul, for that. But that just shows you it's very frustrating, though, isn't it? It's when you get to the end of the lap, you've hooked it all together, and in the last 2 corners, you just make a small error, and the lap's gone immediately.
Yeah, I mean, these LMP cars don't take corners or curbs very well. So if you try and clatter them, certainly them last ones coming through the Porsche curves, and obviously the Ford one right at the end of the lap, it's just treacherous. And we've seen so many times, time after time, hit that curb and spin like we saw there. So the guys have really got to be wary of that. Obviously, push it to the limit, but make sure you're clean and consistent. And that's probably going to be the focus of this race, is being clean and consistent, getting them constant lap times in, but being safe within it, because there's nothing worse than being at the front of the grid and having that spin and getting that damage. The drivers do have fast repairs. I think there's 2 that they've got at their disposal that they can use, but they will soon be used up very quickly. And if any more incidents into a long 6-hour race, that's certainly going to be time for making sure that you don't make mistakes. But that's where you're going to lose the time.
Okay, well, as we see now, drivers are coming into the final part of qualifying. We're going to take a look at the track guide around Le Mans, because, you need to know what is going on here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, as it's also known. As you can see, using public roads down between turn 8 all the way down to turns 15. That's the end of that's the Mulsanne corner, all the way from Arenage. And as you can see right here, starting off the lap, heading up through turns 1 and turn 2. This is the sort of the most chilled out one of the most chilled out parts of the lap in the first sector here. You come under the bridge through turn 3 and turn 4, and then begins the long run down the Mulsanne straight through turn 5 at Tête Rouge, and then you will come down into the first couple of chicanes. Sorry, turn 7 and turn 8, my apologies, there would be Tête Rouge, which you'll come through the fast right-hander and head down into the Mulsanne corners. But you know, after you get through turn 8, you kind of get a chance to chill out a little bit. That's of course after the fact that you after the lap number 1. It's quite hectic on lap number 1 when you've got all the LMP2s heading down the straight all together in a big long slipstream train. Then onto the brakes into turn 11. That's the first Mulsanne chicane, braking from about 200 miles an hour down to about 60, as you heard Andy talk about earlier. Then the second Mulsanne chicane at turn 12. Again, quite tricky, very tight on the exit there, so you got to make sure you get a good exit down towards the kink at 13 and down towards the Mulsanne corner. One of the trickiest corners on the track, braking into 14 and hard on the brakes for 15. It's also a blind entry into that corner before you head on the big long run down towards Indianapolis. The kink at 16, quite narrow, this section of the circuit as well. Very, very easy to end up at an accident right here as you head through Indianapolis at turn 18 and then onto the brakes for 19 and down towards, in my opinion, the worst corner on the track, turn 20, Arnage, the slowest corner on the track as well. Horrible if you're driving in an LMP2. You've got no downforce on the car and the worst place to catch GT3 traffic. But then one of the most famous parts of the circuits into 23, 24, 25 and 26, the Porsche curves. This is a fabulous section. If you have a car with downforce, you can fling it in and really get a feel for how the car feels on a very nice high downforce set right here. But also not a good place to catch GT3 traffic. Possible between turn 25 and 26 to go around the outside of a GT3, but you've got to be careful on the exit of 27 as well. That curb on the outside, notorious for the spins, launching the cars into the air and so on. You've got to be careful right there. And then the run down towards the last two corners, the Corvette and Ford chicanes, which are of course also one of the slowest sections of the circuit, but also, as we saw, a very crucial and very dangerous part of the circuit for the LMP2s. If you hit the curbs wrong, it'll either launch you in the air, insta-spin you. But 33 corners for the drivers to negotiate. A lot to remember, a lot of detail, a lot of high speed, but all that brings an LMP2 will do all of that in just 3.5 minutes, Andy.
I mean, it's amazing. It's such an iconic track, so fast, and certainly these LMPs, obviously by the name, is made for this circuit. So it's going to be some interesting part of the tracks you mentioned there, the Porsche curves. You know, it's all going to be about where these LMPs catch the GT3 cars, because that will cause them a lot of time lost if they catch them at the wrong place.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been I've done plenty of endurance races around Le Mans as well, and it's always been the case, sort of at the end of the first section of the race where the LMP2s have got clean track, and then you start catching up to the GT3s who are still bunched up at the back, and you've got to try and negotiate your way through the traffic. The only saving grace is that this great Le Mans circuit has got the Mulsanne to help you get past those traffic, but especially in sector number 2 and sector number 3, it's very, very easy to catch traffic in the wrong place. So the drivers have got all that to contend with, especially at the end, as I said, of the first sort of stint, where you're, especially if you're an LMP2, where you're catching up to bunched up GT3s, and the GT3s have also got to be watching their mirrors all the time as well, to watch for those LMP2s coming up behind them, and trying to keep themselves in the race, but also making sure that the P2s get through safely. But then again, we have to remember it is the onus of the LMP2 drivers to get through safely, and hopefully the guys will negotiate this way. But thankfully, Le Mans is one of the easier circuits to deal with traffic at.
Yeah, luckily, unlike last round at Phillip Island, that was such a small track, very hard to overtake, and certainly the GT3s felt the pain of the LMP2s coming through them on that track. But at least, like you said, they got this track, which is extremely long and wide track at parts for these LMPs to easily pass the GT3s. But finally coming into the last 10 seconds of qualifying, the current leaders on your LMP2s are your hashtag Racing 92. So leaving off where they left off at Phillip Island as pole sitters for the LMP2s. And again, Satellite Racing GT with Alex Gall at the wheel has managed to put that GT3 car on pole position for that class. So hopefully they'll have a good race this time and be up at the front of the field.
Absolutely. Well, as we get ready to come in, we'll just say a quick mention to all the sponsors of this series so far. You got Penguin RC Simulation, the title sponsor for this. Many thanks to them. SimRacing247.com, GridFinder.com, and Complex SimWorks. Many thanks to them for their continued support of the series. Well, here it is, the grid for the 6-hour race here at Le Mans. Jorge Augusto on the hashtag racing number 92 is on pole for LMP2. Juan Valero sits alongside him. Archie Coveney in P3 and Jack Chrissy in P3 and P4. Those are RD Simsport and We2 Fast Racing. Then Pneumatic Motorsports in P5, SimHQ Motorsports Orange in P6, and then Satellite Racing LMP2, followed by the TSC Tacony Racing. Then in Imperial Motorsports and World Community Drivers in P10 in class. Then P11 for Pneumatic Motorsports. Then we've got Tuxedo Racing lining up in P12 in LMP2. Then we've got all the Craft Dinner Racing in P40, number 721. Then you got the 00 Blue Shell Racing LMP2, and then rounding out the P2 field is the GITM Racing Green, number 179. Then pole for the GT3 class, Satellite Racing GT, number 68, lines up on pole, followed by the hashtag Racing, number 45, an all French affair at the front of the GT3. Then Jose Ramirez in the 2Pi Racing team, number 75, he lines up third. Then you've got the Sim Racing PR Blue car at number 24. The Can-Am Racing 38 lines up in P5 in class. Then you've got the TPRT Soteneras number 469 lining up behind them. Then you've got Nuno Vinagre in the SR Technic CMS 222 car. You've got Team Brake Fade in the next position, and the number 40 car. And yeah, looking forward to this. But it's interesting to see the an all-French affair at the top of the standings in GT3 so far. Hashtag Racing and Satellite Racing looking really good there.
Yeah, definitely the contenders there that are normally up the front of the field are still the same in this round. The Satellite GT Racing and the the 2-Pack Racing team. So obviously previous GT3 winners at Phillip Island 2-Pack. So riding a high rate quest at the moment. So see if they can take it on here for the 6-hour endurance race here at Round Le Mans. But obviously the cars just have a little bit of a gap between them. So probably watch the LMP2 cars starting off first, and then we'll hopefully rejoin the GT3 cars for the start of their race. So all important, the start for this race. You've got that, like you said, the forward curve. So it's a really slow start to the start of the race, and the front runner can really make a leap for it going into that corner, which slows the rest of the field up, down, further back. So it's going to be interesting to see if the front couple of cars can actually try and get away at the start of the race.
Absolutely, yeah. So as you can see, GT3's making a gap to the LMP2s so that they can get themselves a clean start here. So the P2s there in the Porsche curves, we'll keep an eye on both as much as we possibly can. And of course, it's going to be hectic for these first couple of laps, especially around here with the slipstream, and a new venture, I suppose, for the GT3s. For those of you who have seen that there is an update, start taking notes now to see what these drivers are doing with their strategy for the future. Let's see what happens right there, especially with these new tyres that are available for the GT3s. Let's see how they get on. But now, safety car will peel off to the right hand side in just a moment. So 6 hours of racing up ahead for these drivers in the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series. 6 hours of Le Mans in front of everybody right here. Let's see how they get on as the safety car peels off to the right hand side down pit lane. In just a second, it takes the short shoot route through the last few corners right here, and the control will then be in the hands of the hashtag Racing number 92 to get us underway. There goes the safety car. So let's see, we're going to get underway at Le Mans in just a few seconds time. The hashtag Racing number 92 will get on the power in just a second's time, and we are away for this race. And a terrible start from behind there. The Obsidian Racing Future did not get away, and a brilliant getaway for the We2 Fast Racing 69 car, who shoots up to the lead immediately. Jack Chrissy very quick off the blocks right there. Through turn number 1 they go. The hashtag Racing 92 settles to second, RD Simsport into third, and Obsidian Racing Future all the way down to fourth place. Brilliant start by the 69. Here go the GT3s. Clean start for the Satellite Racing GT and the 2Pi Racing mid-pack. 75 slots into P2 right there, and they all go go single file immediately through the first corner. The Lamborghini's in tow right there as they come through the first corner or so. But a very, very interesting start there, Andy. The 69 car was so quick off the blocks right there, and the Obsidian Racing Futures car just a little bit asleep at the wheel there.
Yeah, it certainly seemed that. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if actually jumped the start there at We Too Fast Racing, because it seemed like he caught every other driver out, including the pole sitter, out of front, and got an exceptional start at the front, and he just came like a bullet through the pack. As We Too Racing takes that really wide, managing to stay on, not causing too much damage, but will get a slowdown off there. So unfortunately, puts pay to his good work at the start of the race.
Yeah, it's a shame right there as the cold breaks into the first Mulsanne chicane. It's a common thing to happen, but you'll have to wait and see if he did jump the start, because the call did come, the lights did go green, so it was just an amazing start from the 69. He's back underway again, fighting with third place here. Now they're going to settle into the slipstream train, so now it's all about the guys behind, fuel saving behind the hashtag racing number 92 car, and they're going to make the punch a hole in the air for the cars behind. LMP2s can go about 35 minutes on fuel roughly, and the GTs of course can go a lot longer, closer to an hour for those guys. As you can see, the We Too Fast Racing car is really feisty in the early part of this race as they come into the Mulsanne corner for the first time. Went side by side with the Obsidian Racing Future car there as they go back to the GT3s. Battle for P4, the Sim Racing PR Blue Porsche currently under pressure from the Can-Am Racing Ferrari, and there has already been a breakaway there, and you can see the top three are away, and these guys fighting, they've already lost ground to the top three.
Yeah, definitely. And the Satellite GT Racing GT team out the front of the GT class. The two-pack racing team mid-pack just having a bit of a battle there with a hashtag racing, hashtag just managing to take that P2 off them. But obviously back to the front of the field with the LMP2 cars not really getting away. 0.4 of a second, the RD Simsport in second team. We Too Fast Racing back in third place after that blistering start, but the hashtag racing 92 team has managed to regain the lead of this race. Obviously our pole sitter in the LMP2 car doing an exceptional job in the last two rounds, obviously trying to make it 3 wins in a row here, and a great start for them. Obviously a poor start off the line and pretty much got caught napping with the We Too Fast Racing getting that blistering start, but has managed to get the car back on top here and leading out for the first lap of this 6-hour endurance around Le Mans.
And you can see the We Too Fast 69 back up to third place now, but that small battle, as you can see, is already has got a slowdown for the second place car, and you can see We Too Fast trying to come back at them in through there, but not able to do that. That was a slowdown through the Porsche curves, and hashtag racing 92 now with a 1.6 second lead already, excuse me, as they come through. But yeah, that just shows you it's very, very easy. I would imagine that would be on the curb, on the exit of the Porsche curves. That is notorious for slowdowns right there. I think we got another one going slow on the way down the straight. The World Community Driver's car also with a slowdown there as they came through. The Taconi Racing car, sorry, with a slowdown through there, and that promotes the World Community Driver's car up to P7, the Imperial Motorsports car there as well, as you can see. So the Taconi Racing suffering more because of that slowdown, and it's so crucial that you avoid those early on, because if you later on it won't be as much of a problem if you've got I suppose a big gap to everybody around, but so early on picking up those slowdowns is just going to cost you so much time. And the worst place to pick one up is right there on the curb through Tete Rouge, and it's painful when you see the little flash of slow down and give back the time gained of about 2 seconds there. So let's see what happens. Sim HQ Motorsports Orange now with the Taconi Racing car behind. Taconi going to go for the move into the first Mulsanne chicane. They're trying to make up lost ground. Puff of smoke up in front as they come through. I think a lock up for somebody going in there, fighting through there. The Sim HQ Motorsports Orange car going to leave him the space at the outside. Taconi making the move through. Great move from the number 11 car right there, but that's brought the Kraft Dinner, the Pneumatic Motorsports Orange car back into it now as they come down the straight. Let's see if he decides to go for the move here, John Taylor Tammy, or if he decides to sit behind going in. Well, the car in front certainly not going to do that right there. The Simulation Motorsports Orange car going to come straight back at the Taconi car, and they will go side by side into the second Mulsanne chicane and almost contact, but making their way through. But again, this is costing them time to the cars behind.
Yeah, definitely. The SimHQ Motorsports Orange and the Ducati Racing team, they're battling extremely hard. And we saw there the Kraft Dinner Racing just biding his time, just pulling out before that chicane to make sure that he got around that corner safety. Just quite happy to let these two guys in front battle in, and battling they are hard, going 2 by 2 into the Mulsanne corner here. Extremely slow portion of the track, so very brave to try and make an overtaking move coming down into that corner. But you know what you don't want to be doing is compromising your move out there. But we've got a challenge here for 3rd place overall. We've got Satellite Racing LMP right on the tail of the Obsidian Racing Future car there, coming down into Indianapolis. One of, like you were mentioning before, one of the treacherous parts of the circuit. You get that wrong, that kitty litter you see there in the rear on the right hand side of the screen can catch the drivers out, and I'd expect to see in the 6 hours of racing a couple of cars spinning it and getting it wrong coming into that Indianapolis turn.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with if you an LMP2 catching traffic right on the apex of it, you'll certainly see some issues right there. You can see the hashtag Racing 92 now 3.2 seconds clear up the front. So they've really checked out already in this race as RD Simsport, Obsidian Racing Future, and Satellite Racing battle it out for the honours here in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. It's about a 4-second gap back to the number 69 car, which is running in P5. So that just shows you how quickly it changes in a lap or so. They were the leaders coming into the Mulsanne, and now they're down to P5 once again, right about where they started. But there's still lots of time, only 7 minutes gone in this 6-hour-long race. So now the battle for P2 certainly on as they come around the final corner to begin their 3rd lap around here. But will be another little while before we see the GT3s appear for these guys. Plenty of clear running for now. So let's wait and see how long it's going to take them to get up. As you can see it on the track map there, you can see the GT3s are in the Porsche curves right now. So it'll be another couple of laps before we get back underway, before we get these guys caught up to the rear. So they've got a chance to race with each other right now, and we'll see what happens as they come down the Mulsanne one again. But the hashtag Racing number 92 is just, at the moment, is on another level, pulling out a huge gap to 4.4 seconds. Jorge Augusto is just, he's having a great time. He's got nobody behind him, nobody in front of him, so now it's just basically qualifying laps.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's like 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field at the moment. So the rest of the field from second down battling out quite hard, and hashtag basically running away with it at the moment. 2 seconds a lap faster, but we join back now with the GT3 battle here for 2nd place. The two-pack racing team with Jose Ramirez there in 3rd place, just behind the hashtag racing team. Satellite Racing GT not that far up the road, only 1.8 seconds, so you can see him in the screen there just going around the first turn there on track. But these two certainly locked in a battle at the head of the GT. But there's a big gap between, like you were saying, between the front 3 and that 4th car. Currently 4.4 seconds behind the two-pack racing in 3rd, and 5.9 seconds behind our current leader in the GT3. And you know, we've come to see this in the first 3 rounds of the championship. The Satellite Racing team get a blistering start off the front. Alex Gall is an exceptional driver in that McLaren, and he literally drives it so quick, and is normally a lot quicker than the rest of the field around him, but is prone to maybe the slight odd mistake later on in the race, so we'll keep an eye on that. But currently at the moment is taking that 1st place, the Satellite Racing GT. But the battle, like we said, is currently over 2nd. Hashtag Racing are currently on board, coming down the Mulsanne straight, coming into the first Mulsanne chicane with a two-pack racing. Just, I'm quite surprised he didn't actually gain up a little bit more, because the slipstream should be quite strong in these cars, but obviously it depends on the setups that the drivers have gone for here today.
Yeah, I think by the looks of it, he's taking a big slowdown right there. You can see how slow he's going on the exit of the chicane right there. He was lifting off on the way into the first Mulsanne, and obviously the slowdown didn't quite get to him there, and that's immediately dragged the Sim Racing PR Blue Porsche right into his draft. That is not what he needed. It shows you how much time you lose if you pick up a slowdown going down the Mulsanne, and he's going to lose 3rd place now to the Porsche. Sim Racing PR Blue, Miguel Colon down the inside and into the next position of P3, and just getting a little bit wide on the curve right there as they come down into the next chicane now. Let's see if the two-pack racing car mid-pack 75 goes for the move into the Mulsanne corner. Will he sit behind? I would imagine he's going to sit behind with the attitude of the car right there. Happy to sit behind, stay in the draft, and get back, try and get back up to the rear of the field right. They saw how close he was going to the back of the car right there, into into Mulsanne corner, back on the power, and again the Porsche using every inch of the road there as they head down in towards Indianapolis now. But that simple slowdown cost the 2 iRacing mid-pack car about 4 seconds just from lifting into the Mulsanne and not quite getting the slowdown cleared on the way out.
Yeah, that Tetra Rouge slowdown is so savage. I mean, it's about a 2 or 3 second slowdown, but it's even more than that with the amount of speed, and that was a perfect example of how much time that two-pack racing team lost there. But we're currently watching a battle with the TPRT Soneras team and the Can-Am Racing for that 5th place position at the moment. The Lamborghini versus the Ferrari. So we have got quite a few of the manufacturers here today out on track in the GT3 class, but it's always nice to see that McLaren. It seems to be a car that's not really used in the GT3 class, but the Satellite Racing team has certainly got that well tuned in at the moment and is currently leading out the front of this race. But we'll stay with this battle for a little bit more and just see if that Can-Am Racing 2 can make any sort of moves coming into the Porsche Ghost. It's interesting to see the GT3 cars coming through here and seeing how much lean the cars get, where we watch the LMPs and it's just so static coming through this array of corners through the Porsche curves.
Yeah, you can see how much effort they're having to put in to get the car to turn through the corner. Just don't have quite the downforce of the cars in front. As you can see now, this is getting a little bit feisty up here. Obsidian Racing Future around the outside into P2 in the P2 category, and this is again costing them more time. The gap's 6.4 seconds up to the hashtag Racing 92 car. These guys are fighting it out for second. So Satellite Racing, LMP2 in P4, sitting behind, and has managed to drag themselves up to this battle right here as they come down into the Mulsanne corner and sit behind and be patient through here. It's basically impossible to get a move done here into Mulsanne unless you're very, very brave into that corner. But down towards Indianapolis now, you really do have to be brave to go side by side towards Indianapolis as well. It can get a little bit scary if you're going side by side through Indianapolis. You can see it's quite narrow around here as well. So let's see, around the outside goes the RD Sim Sport car towards Indianapolis. That is brave if he's going to stick it through, but the Obsidian Racing car backs out, lets him through, and you can see these guys almost working like a tandem pack right now. They're not fighting each other and letting themselves go, so that each of them gets a go with a slipstream. So very much like they're doing the Tour de France right now.
Yeah, definitely tagging in each time it's your turn in front now, you have a sort of go. But that was an extremely brave move. If obviously the car behind didn't back out there coming from Indianapolis, as you said, not ideal opportunity place to pass really. It's so easy to get your car offline. Certainly coming around that Indianapolis bend and getting out wide, or even taking it a bit too close, because there's a curb on the inside that will spit the cars out wide and cause a lot of damage through that set of corners there going in. But certainly going to be interesting later on, certainly when they catch up to these GT3 cars, Jack, and how they're going to approach trying to get past them. But we can see here we're currently on board with James Foster of Team Brake Fade with a wonderful on-screen with his VR headset and some funky illuminations there going on, trying to probably calm in for James too. But I've never actually used VR, Jack. I don't know if you have, and I just don't think it probably make me sick, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, it does. The first time you try VR, you're very it's very disorientating when you're driving. But I have tried it, and it's fantastic. It's so much fun using it in sim racing. But I applaud these guys like James Foster and others who do endurance races in VR, because you get unbelievably sweaty in those virtual headsets. And you see he's got his karting gloves on and everything in there. So it's a fantastic tool, and you can see so much more around you. But yeah, the first time you try it, I mean, you get horrible motion sickness for the first while, because you're not able to feel anything that's going on unless you're in a motion rig. But it's the most disorientating part is when you try to get out of the rig and your legs go all jelly because you don't know where you are. So that's the worst part about VR. But it's a fantastic thing once you get used to it. But I couldn't do an endurance race in it. It's just too sweaty for my liking.
Too much like an endurance race, I suppose.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Certainly watching a battle here from P7 in the GT3 class all the way down to P11, so all following in a nice neat train. So might see some passing here with the slipstream effect. It should be quite strong around here in these GT3 cars, certainly with the long straights that we do have around here, so there should be plenty of opportunity for these cars to make them passes on. And it's probably really important for these GT3 cars that they don't lose the slipstream of the car in front, because that's where we can see the really big gaps start performing out on the field. But one gap that seems to be just getting bigger and bigger is that hashtag racing 92. I mean, Jorge Augusto at the moment is driving it at 329 with the rest of the field doing a 331. I mean, how the guy is doing that quick a speed with the rest of the field just 2 or 3 seconds behind him, it's just unreal. I mean, a great lead for the guys to be coming at, and it'll be interesting to see if he keeps up this pace throughout the race or starts easing off a little bit just to try and conserve them tyres, because obviously one thing we haven't talked about, Jack, is the pit stop strategy these guys have and the tyre changes, and it's going to be an interesting part of the race, and often wins and loses the endurance races.
Yeah, absolutely. Tire strategy is so important. We're at a track temperature of 28 degrees Celsius at the moment, so not the hottest and not the coolest. So we'll have to wait to see. Do you go? I'm assuming the guys are probably going to double stint the tires, possibly even triple stint if they can look after them enough. But of course the LMP2s will go through tires normally faster than the GT3s. But with the new tire model, we're not sure with the how far the GT3s are going to be able to go on the tires. So we'll wait to see. But doing a tire change can cost you a lot of time. It's an extra couple of seconds in the pit stop, but it could be the difference between this as well. And of course, if you're an endurance race and you're taking a driver swap plus tires plus fuel, it's a long stop, and these guys have got to be thinking about that as well. And but they also, you have to balance against the factors like, well, if my tires feel quite okay and I decide to change them anyway, or if my tires are okay right now but will be worn at the end, is the time offset going to be enough for me to stay in front of the guys behind? These are the things you got to think of when you're in an endurance race, and it may seem like such a long race, but these races do come down to fine margins like that.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's and the problem you've got with this track as well, because it's such a long track. If you just think, right, okay, I'll try and go that extra lap further. In normal tracks, the smaller tracks, it's not too much of an issue because the track isn't that long. But this being, like 8 miles long, it's an extremely long track. So if you start losing grip at the start of the lap, then you've literally got to try and make it around all the way around the rest of the circuit and losing time. So it's fine margins to say, am I going to take the tires or am I not? But currently watching a battle here for second place in the LMP2s with RD Simsport and Obsidian Racing Future just showing the nose going down at the Mulsanne straight to the RD Simsport, just letting him know he's there. So might be able to make a move coming down into the second chicane down the Mulsanne straight, tucked up nicely behind the rear wing there of the RD Simsport, but he's snaking over the road just to see, try and break that slipstream. But we see the slipstream effect here now. The Obsidian Racing Future going alongside the RD Simsport, going to be a last of the late breakers coming into the second chicane there, and Obsidian Racing Future gets that second place over the RD Simsports.
Yeah, and even just that small side-by-side brought the Satellite Racing LMP2 back into it. They did drop back a little bit there. They had a very scary moment coming towards Tete Rouge. Just as you're coming out to the corner before Tete Rouge, and you've got the grass on the outside, you dip a wheel on there and it drags you out towards the barrier. They had a very scary moment on the grass right there, but they managed to save it, and they've now got themselves back into that battle for second place right now. So I think they're going to need some new underwear, definitely, but they're definitely going to be battling away right here. And the gap, again, as you mentioned, we're just nearly 10 seconds up to hashtag racing number 92. They're flying out front, but how much are they taking out of the tyres? How much fuel are they using is the question. Here comes the RD Simsport again to come around the outside. I'm sure that the Obsidian car is not going to fight this into Indianapolis this time, and RD Simsport bravely goes around the outside into Indianapolis and onto the brakes. So swapping around again, and all it took was that small side-by-side for the Satellite Racing to get back into it. And bit by bit, the number 69 car, the We2 Fast Racing car, is also closing up. And now we're finally seeing GT3 traffic for these guys.
They're going to start getting interesting for these LMP2 drivers. Certainly when they catch them, they ideally don't want to be catching them around this portion of the track, the Porsche curves. Luckily the GT3 there car just staying out wide, letting the front three, or the second, third and fourth place through quite nicely. But when we start getting into the heavy packs of the GT3, it's certainly going to be interesting if they start getting cars, hitting cars around this portion of the track. It's not just the Porsche curve, it's all the way up to the start finish line. It's a quite narrow part of the track, you know, and often we're trying to see the LMP cars trying to accelerate past the GT3 cars around this section of the track, and often going offline to make tiny mistakes and losing a lot of time. So certainly going to be interesting. But you can see there the LMPs taking them curves rather aggressively and literally getting two wheels off the ground.
Yeah, you got to be careful that you don't that you don't take too much right there, because like we've seen, fine margins, you can get launched into the air. If it can spin you around if you get the two wheels in the air. So you got to find the balance coming through there. So these guys still running in tandem here to work with each other, but it's definitely not working, because the hashtag racing car is now 11.8 seconds clear of these guys behind. So they've got no trouble at all from these guys, but of course still a long way to go, and we're closing in about, I would say, about 13-14 minutes time. We're going to get to pit stops for the LMP2s with their sort of 35-minute to 40-minute fuel tank that they've got worth of fuel. GT3s have got a lot more, so they'll be coming to the top of the hour before they decide to come in. Here comes the move, I would say, from the satellite racing car. Perhaps are sitting in the slipstream for now, and again moving around in the brakes. Right there is the RD Sim Sport car onto the brakes for the first Mulsanne chicane. Back on the power again, and let's see if anybody's going to make a move. If anything, it's going to be the satellite car might be able to make a move here down into the second Mulsanne. Is he happy to sit behind, or do they want to move up a position here? Here comes the satellite racing car. Nope, they're just going to bump draft a little bit down into the second Mulsanne. Backs off again, and definitely plenty of bump drafting going on, which you can do in these cars quite easily, as well as the GT3s. They're quite capable of a bump draft, and it's definitely a help, especially if you're the lead car with no slipstream in front and you start getting just a little help down the straights. It's definitely nice to have somebody behind you, especially if you trust them enough to give them let them bump you down the straight. You can see how much Paul Darling's backing off into the Mulsanne corner, because you can concertina is up a hell of a lot onto the brakes right there. So just to be safe, backing off on his way into that corner, and let's see if there's going to be any more swaps in this case. But at the moment we're looking at about, I would say, another 3 to 4 laps for these guys before they have to pit. And again, the swap going to come, and the number 13 Obsidian Racing car going to do exactly what RD Sim Sport did to him a lap ago and sweep around the outside into Indianapolis. Right here you can see they're up, Satellite Racing up 3 positions from where they started. Guys in front exactly where they started, top 3 all in the same place right there. You can also see on the bottom right of your screen the iRacing range of the drivers right here. You can see it's very high in LMP2.
It certainly is, all around 4.9k. Oh, sorry, no, 1.9 up to 4.4. We can see up to Darling there at 5.2, so extremely high I rating for these guys out on track, but doesn't really mean a lot, the I rating in this. Obviously, just to get them within the class, it's how they can control the car, and if they do the normal races within the LMP2 class, obviously you can get your I rating in any class. But what is interesting with this race as well, amongst others, as we watch a BMW there getting caught up in between this battle side by side, just managing to get in there, poor Darling in front of the Corvette curves coming into the Porsche curves. That would have been a costly loss of time if they were behind that BMW that managed to overtake them. But we can see now a whole load of GT3 cars in front of these drivers. So this is the part of the track and part of the session at the moment that these drivers can try and leapfrog and get the big gaps to use these GT3 cars to slow their drivers behind them slowly and lose a lot of time. So they've really got to make sure that they look at the optimal places to pass these GT3 cars, but certainly not the optimal place there to try and get past. And already we see the Obsidian Future getting a bit of a jump there over the Satellite Racing and We2 Fast Racing.
Yeah, the RD Sim Sport car took full advantage of the Obsidian car getting caught there, got the move stuck, and now has pulled a gap just like that. That's the perfect demonstration of this, and this is a sort of a scary one as well. You're coming at high speed into the first Mulsanne chicane. Do you go for it or do you not? And Archie Coveney is going to go for it at least on one and get the other on the exit, so getting through past these. That's sort of ideal in a way. The Ferrari keeps to his line, and Archie Coveney gets through nicely there, and now he's got clean track right there, and these guys are going to catch them on the Mulsanne as well, so real big bulk of GT3s to get through here now. And We2 Fast, and there you go, it was a jump start, and they drive through to number 69, a race start infringement, so it was a little bit too good to be true with the number 69 car, but that's going to hurt now. Drive through for them up in P5. They're going to drop a good ways down the order with that. Bit of a shame, but there you go. Also, #racing, number 45, also getting a penalty for being out of position on the start. So a couple of penalties coming in, but a bit of a shame for the number 69 car. We thought they'd absolutely nailed it, but unfortunately not quite.
They're extremely quick. I thought they were on that borderline of it. The difference with this race to probably normal other races, we do have live stewards looking at incidents throughout the race, and obviously, as we've seen there, giving penalties out, and that's just going to hurt We2 Fast Racing, because it's such a long pit straight in here. And that first one thing we haven't talked about, Jack, is the entry into base. Always we watch Satellite Racing just closing down the gap there. The Obsidian Racing Future car obviously got caught out by a GT3 car in front of him, but that's probably one of the other hazards that they've got to watch out for, is the LMP2 car behind, and the front one slowing down for the GT3s. But yeah, like I was saying, one of the things we haven't talked about is that pit entry is absolutely treacherous here at Le Mans. You're going into the pit lane, probably in fourth or fifth gear, a bit of a run to that cone, the slowdown cone of 40 k's an hour, but you've got that snaking left and right hand with just gravel traps left and right. So if you get offline on that, you could find that we will have some spinning cars in that pit lane.
Absolutely. Now, this is exactly where you don't want to catch a GT3. You can see them, the RD Sim Sport car, going to do what I said earlier, go around the outside of that corner, getting through, and again, just using the traffic to the best of their ability down towards the Corvette Ford chicanes as well. But as we did see another penalty come up there with the number 45, #racing, that's second in GT3, have got a penalty for being out of position, so that's going to hurt them a lot, because they're not far off the lead battle either, as the real big bulk of GT3 traffic come through. There's a sideways for there. We2 Fast taking their drive through, as you can see, coming through pit lane right now, so they're going to drop down the orders a little bit there. So the traffic's also allowed the Obsidian Racing Future car to get a little bit closer to RD Sim Sport. They did break away, not now though, because they've been caught behind the GT3 in the first sector right there, and immediately you can see them closing back up to within 0.2 of a second of that car there as they make their way through this first section, getting caught behind that's the VG Racing Esport Academy BMW right there. He's going to have to sit behind, got them through Tete Rouge and getting through on the exit there. That's ideal really for Satellite Racing LMP2, and they all close up again, but it's still a long way to go in this race. We've got, I would reckon, another 2 laps or so before we see LMP2s come in for their fuel stops, potentially tyre stops as well, as they head down into the first Mulsanne. They're just trying to close back up to RD Sim Sport, who did break away because of that, as the Le Mans cone goes flying again. It's going to get an awful lot of abuse, that poor cone on the entry. I think it's the most hit cone in any circuit around iRacing.
I would imagine so, but these gaps are going to be opening and closing like an accordion when they start battling with these GT3 cars. We saw there the RD Sim Sports managed to get a leapfrog over the Obsidian Racing and Satellite Racing LMP2 car, but now they're all back together. All it takes is one ill-placed as another cone there goes flying. I'll probably say that one is probably on par as well there, Jack, with the most amount of hit cones around this Le Mans circuits, but luckily managing to get past these two GT3 three cars here. Oh, is that Ferrari just pulled out wide? And I think that was Satellite Racing. LMP had a bit of a scare there from that Ferrari. But these three still locked in a battle, and it's like deja vu with the overtaking. Certainly coming down here into Indianapolis, we'll probably see another move from the Obsidian Racing car around RD Sim Sports, which seems to be the way. But there is, as we see in the distance there, a couple of GT3 cars that could put paid to the action going down into Indianapolis.
Yeah, there goes Obsidian Racing Future around the outside again as they come up towards Indianapolis. This is going to be a little bit tricky with the GT3s in front as well. Gets the move done, and they're safely through into second place now, coming up to the battle for the number 24. This is a battle for third place in GT3, so as well battle for similar positions in different classes, but that's a good place to catch them right here on the run towards the Porsche curves to be able to easily get past them as they come through. And they've got about 9 seconds up to the next two cars, which are the leaders of the GT3 class, with the hashtag Racing 45 and the Satellite Racing GT number 68 McLaren, which leads that race as well. There is the hashtag race number 45, which has now got a penalty applied. Don't think it's a drive-through, but they do have a penalty applied, so they're now going to have to work even harder over the next couple of hours to get. But they've kept good tabs on the leaders. They've not broken away. 1.7 seconds is the gap between the leaders. They've broken away from everybody else behind them, so they're just keeping tabs with Alex Gall in the McLaren at the moment, and just getting their way through the last corner right now to begin their next lap. And you can see there come the LMP2s in second, third and fourth, so they'll be catching them. I reckon it's going to be actually a perfect catching point for them, and they should be catching them on the Mulsanne or close enough to it right now, as the World Community Drivers number 7 comes into pit lane, and we're now seeing the first scheduled stops for LMP2s.
Yeah, definitely is. So it's a lap 10. So around about 10 laps for these LMP2 cars is probably where we're going to see a lot of the pit stop action going on between them. But it's interesting to look down the timing tower. You've got the hashtag Racing 92 at 17 seconds at the moment ahead of the Obsidian Racing Future. So just gaining time hand over fist. So the last lap was only around about a second advantage with the GT3 traffic, but in the GT3 class you got the Satellite Racing, hashtag Racing, and then 12-second gap between Sim Racing PR Blue. So these two cars, look at the speed these cars, these LMPs just fly past the leader of the GT3s coming down the Mulsanne straight, and exactly like you said, Jack, a perfect place, and the obligatory fire at the back of that McLaren, which is always a sight to behold on that GT3 car. But yeah, so these two in the GT3, Alex Gall and Luis Pinto of hashtag Racing Team, are driving a phenomenal race at the front of the GT3. Like I said, a big gap between themselves and Sim Racing PR Blue, and hashtag Racing 92 at the moment is just flying.
Yeah, they've got a humongous lead right now with coming up to pit stops right now, so they don't have to worry too much. They can sort of ease off a little bit now, look at save fuel, look after tyres if they want to as well, because these guys are fighting amongst themselves and costing each other time, which is exactly what you want. It's the perfect scenario for them at the moment as they come down in towards the Mulsanne corner. The RD Sim Sport car going to sit behind into that corner, and well, it seems to be at the moment these guys do like to go around the outside of Indianapolis to take positions here. And well, I suppose Paul Darling, the Satellite Racing LMP2, hasn't actually made a move on these guys at all. He's just been sat there biding his time and getting the slipstream off these guys as they swap round in front. So they'll see now, going to switch to the outside this time. Wanted to go inside that time, move was covered off. As coming to Indianapolis now, going to swap around once again, RD Sim Sport into second, and will now punch the hole in the air for a lap for the guys behind as they make their way down into Arnage. That's a horrible corner, as I said, for these cars. Very easy to get wrong. It's very deceptive as they come into that one. It's a 90-degree right-hander that they have to contend with, and the downforce just comes off the car, and you've got to really work to get the car to actually do what you want to do. Is an exit out of there is crucial. Good exit out of there is so crucial for your run up towards here, which is the Porsche curves. And we'll see now if any of these guys decide to dive into pit lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they can maybe try an undercut or something with this one, as the hashtag Race 92 is now into pit lane. Big understeer for RD Simsport coming through right there. And it looks like these guys are sure they're going to come into pit lane if the leaders are coming in. Going to match them as they come into pit lane. There's, as you mentioned, Andy, there's horrible pit entry, which they've got to slow down. But interestingly enough, Satellite Racing going to carry on with this one. And Paul Darling has been, of course, behind these guys, saving fuel. He's got an extra lap in there. Let's see what he can do as a stern warning for the number 16, Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. So not a penalty, but it's just a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say that about this Satellite Racing LMP2 car. I think they were fuel saving behind the Obsidian Racing and RD Simsport, and it seems to have paid off for them at the moment, managing to get that one extra lap over there. But it's really needs to put in a really fast time now, just Paul Darling, if he wants to try to overcut the two other drivers of the Obsidian Racing Future and RD. He seems to have a nice, clear track ahead of him, so has got the best opportunity at the moment to see if he can try and get that move done, but needs to get a fast lap, and the other drivers behind him would have seen that, and they need to make sure that they obviously push on their out lap, but obviously got to be wary of colder tyres, not full at temperature. But currently watching the battle here for 8th place at the moment with James Foster in the team brake fade, just slightly ahead of the Sim Republic car there in 9th place. So lots of little mini battles is going to start forming out on track as the gap starts widen between the classes and interclasses as well. So there's going to be battles throughout the field. But like you said, we're only 36 minutes into a 6-hour race at the moment, so still a very long way to go, and just need to be consistent because anything can happen in these long endurance races, and mostly at the most inopportune times as well. So, you know, although Satellite Racing are streaking ahead, it just takes one tiny incident to put pay to that, and we've seen it in many endurance races throughout the years, cars being a lap ahead of the whole field, having a slight incident, and then brings all the pack back together. So yeah, an extremely long way to go. Just getting into the just over the first half an hour done of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got another about 20 minutes before we see the GT3s come in. There is, I believe, just behind that's the hashtag Racing 92, the net race leader at the moment, now getting caught right behind the P3 and P4 in GT3. Now getting past safely. And there is Paul Darling, who leads Archie Coveney and Obsidian Racing Future, still absolutely together as they come into the for the second Mulsanne chicane. So they've come out of pit lane with that clear advantage. World Community drivers have got themselves up to P5 after the pit stops. Imperial Motorsports as well, getting a good jump up to P6 after the pit stops, maybe taking an earlier one and getting the undercut on the guys in front. There's Leif Peterson, P6 in the Imperial Motorsports Shake car, and yeah, nice job by the 214 machine to get up to where they are right now. You've got the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue behind them as well, but they've made good tracks and up to P6 right now, with a bit of a gap to get up to the cars in front. But nonetheless, they've got some clean air to work with to see how they get on right there. We've got I think the World Community drivers' car is just a few seconds up the road from them, and they've got to watch their mirrors for the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue. See Michael Parker on at the wheel of that as Paul Darling is in from that extra lap. So let's see how that pays off for him in the long run. He's not going to obviously jump the hashtag Racing 92, but we're watching the gap for the RD Simsport and Obsidian Racing Future car. That's the guys he was absolutely glued to. And Jorge Augusto should have this gap very easily in the hashtag 92 car. He's been absolutely flying, but in a mega stint in that one, has opened up a nearly 20-second lead for this one. So let's have a look at a replay coming up right now, and we'll see what has occurred in just a second. Doesn't matter anyway, but the Satellite Racing 92 still in pit lane. Jorge Augusto going to jump in front, back up to the lead. Here we go. This is the number 469 machine, Pedro Quinones, who was running 5th in class, I think, into Indianapolis. In he goes, and just manages to avoid a spin, and very close to the second and third place cars of the LMP2 right there. But we were talking about that, Andy. Very easy to lose the car through there, and he manages to avoid that right there. And we're looking now back again. Satellite Racing clear by nearly 6 seconds there. Great call from Paul Darling.
Yeah, I mean, a great tactical there, pit stop gain there. I mean, if we look at his pit stop, was a 33.5, he was stationary. RD Sim Sport was 33.8, so relatively quite close. But then Obsidian Racing Future there, 31.95, so 2 seconds slower, 2 seconds quicker in the pit stops, or slower, how it depends how you look at it, than the other two drivers, but didn't really make that on track. So what happened there is the outlap from the RD Sim Sport and Obsidian Racing Future got caught up with a lot of GT3 cars, and what that has given Paul Darling, we saw, had a relatively clear track, gave him the emphasis to do it. He did a 334.48 in that last one, and it was a 428 for both Archie Cumley and Joanne Vangro of the Obsidian Racing Future drivers. So getting caught up heavily there in traffic, and that's one of the pitfalls of being in that super fast LMP2 car. All relatively close out on speed when they're nose to tail, but when you add in the slow running GT3 cars getting hit at the wrong places, as we saw a couple of laps previously with our leader coming down to this corner, getting caught up by a couple of GT3 cars in front, which put pay to a lot of his lap time on that lap. It becomes very interesting then, and it just throws it up, and it always comes down to, you know, getting the optimal place to make sure you pass the cars and not catch the cars if you can in the slower running areas of the track.
Yeah, and I think the Hashtag Racing 92 team will have taken note of that Paul Darling call, because not only did he manage to gain about 6 seconds on the RD Sim Sport car, he also gained about 5 on Hashtag Racing 92. You can see the gap was at about 19. It's come down to about 14 seconds right now. So they've really made good tracks, and I think by the looks of the attitude of the car from Jorge Augusto, I think he's in, I suppose, a conservation mode, just looking after the car, looking after the tires, seeing if he can stretch it out. You can see Paul Darling over the course of a lap. It's very, very close, but you can see the kind of final sector, in the final sector-ish, gaining about 7/10 of a second right there. Augusto picking up an off track on the way through into the Porsche curves right there. You got to watch the off tracks here as well. It's very easy to pick up too many, especially on this curb, on the exit of the Porsche curves. They'll just come up in a second right now. Coming through the left-hander, and this big curb on the exit right there, very easily to run it too wide and end up with a 1x through there. But still a 16-second advantage for the Hashtag Racing number 92 car, and they don't need to really worry about anybody behind. You can even see, even through those last corners, comparing the attitude of the car in qualifying to now, he's really looking after the car right now. He's sliding through there in qualifying, very, very smooth and very, very content at the moment to sit where he is, and he doesn't have to deal with any GT3 traffic at the moment. As we look back to what is going on in the GT3 class right now, you've got the Team Brake Fade car with the James Foster at the wheel currently, who are now fighting for position through the Porsche curves. They come, and they're going to be looking to gain a position here on the Porsche in front, which I believe they're fighting for 7th and 8th, I think, as they come through. And now there it is, 8th and 9th. And James Foster right now in full concentration mode with the VR headset on, and those obviously this gloves as well. Obviously, gloves do help a lot with endurance racing. I use them myself, but you'd be surprised at for holding onto a wheel for so long. You know, it's very easy to pick up blisters and stuff. So, you know, it may look to an outsider like a bit like slight overkill, but I can tell you from experience, they're actually very useful to look after your hands.
Yeah, they certainly are. Save you, like you say, many blisters going into certainly the long stints when you're doing 2 or 3 stints that some of these drivers may end up doing. So around about 3 hours at the wheel, you're obviously super concentrated on making sure you hit all your apex, trying to maximize your speed, and not really thinking about your hands. So by the end of the stint, if you haven't been wearing gloves, you probably find you've got quite a few blisters on there that you didn't realize you had while you were in the throes of concentration. Certainly when you're in a hot battle like James Foster is at the moment on the team brake fade. But I do like his funky lights in there. Maybe that's a little bit soothing. I wonder if he's got a bit of a whale music playing in the background to calm down that little bit more around this race. But be interesting to find out.
Yeah, it's always nice to have Zen lighting to keep yourself calm. I mean, you got as well. You could, if you really want to simulate the night stints, just turn off all your lights in your room, and you can get yourself really immersed as you can see the V2 fast racing car just getting caught between the battle for third right here. This is between the Sim Racing PR Blue Porsche and the 2Pi Racing Team Mid-Pack 75 Lamborghini, which is these guys are, as you can see, quite a ways off first and second at the moment. They're nearly well over 10 seconds behind the guys in front. And so they've got some work to do there, but they're in their own battle, looking after. And there's another cone I forgot about, the Mulsanne corner. I think we're having a competition to see which is the most hit cone in that one. Mulsanne corner cone has seen a lot of stuff. That's the one that tends to get stuck to the front of the car, actually, because it's at such a slow speed. Sometimes you end up with a cone on the front of the car. I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet. We probably will see that at some point, that the cone gets stuck in the front of the car, and it's actually quite distracting when it does happen, with the cone in the front of the car. So we'll wait and see if that happens. But we're getting close now to GT3 pit stops in probably about 10 minutes time. We should see the first GT3s as the Pneumatic Motorsports Purple gets Arnage a bit wrong and just understeers off there. The problem with Arnage as well is it's the slow corner, but there's also, you've got to use all the curb on the outside, and the problem there is that there's a tyre barrier that just sticks out on the exit, and it's very easy to just clip it. And especially if you're in an LMP2, if you get any sort of damage on the front end, aero damage around the Mans, it's gonna cost you about 5 to 10 k's in a straight line. It's horrendous when you can't even see the damage, and it's costing you about 5 kilometers in the straight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these cars are so frail. Any slight excessive wind on it will probably cause a dent on these cars. They're so fragile, and certainly if they get start hitting other cars, and just even if it's slight door banging like we normally see in the GT3 class, if they do it in this car, it could cause a lot of damage on these cars. And like you say, any aero damage on these cars is going to really impact their top end speed. And certainly around a speed like we're saying, about 83% of the track you're on full throttle, it really hurts your lap time and your aero package. And going into corners, certainly coming around this section of the cars, around the Porsche curves, coming on that exit, as we saw earlier, the massive understeer you get coming out of this corner we're seeing out on track can throw you out. And then obviously, like you were saying, that's where you can get all the 1Xs, and they soon add up, and can obviously cause a penalty if you get too many of them. So the drivers just need to be aware, keeping it nice and clean. And that's probably another one of the big differences between a normal race and an endurance, is trying to keep your concentration going for the amount of time that you're in the car, whether it's 2 or 3 stints that you're doing. Is one momentary loss of concentration around here has a devastating effect on your whole race. Certainly if you haven't got any fast repairs left, you're talking of suspension damage around about 15 minutes. It doesn't matter if you're in the front. If you're losing 15 minutes, you're certainly not going to be at the front for any longer. So throughout the whole field, you just got to be really wary of these GT3 cars around you, certainly being in the LMP. But on the flip side as well, is the GT3 cars need to have eyes. That's an extremely wide there from the Craft Inner racing car, and may have picked up a slowdown off that. It'll be interesting to see if he starts slowing down. But yeah, as I was saying, the GT3 cars just need to have eyes in the back of their heads, and this is where the whole team comes into play, giving them a rundown of what cars are coming up, how far they are behind them, to make sure that they don't lose too much time going into corners, but give the opportunity for the LMP2 car to pass nice and safely. So, you know, both classes have their advantages and disadvantages, and what they got to do with each other to play that nice game around here, so both cars and both classes don't lose too much time.
Yeah, that's, as you mentioned, the element of team is very important in endurance racing, but perhaps not to an extent here, because it's a 6-hour race. But when you're talking races that are in the 10 to 12 to 24-hour long races, keeping your driver awake is a big point. There is obviously keeping their attention and keeping keeping them awake, especially in the late night stints, when you start to get to kind of 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when real sort of tiredness kicks in, and you've got to try and keep your driver entertained for the whole thing. And that's when I'm sure anyone who's done endurance racing will know that the most interesting conversations happen at about 2 to 3 a.m. During an endurance race. You can talk about anything. Just to keep your driver concentrated and awake, or keeping their focus as much as they can. But again, when you're that far into an endurance race, there's sort of a moment where everybody is in the same situation, and these sort of early hours, everyone's still a bit tense, angsty. No one is really sure of how everyone drives. If you're talking the kind of official split events. But when you get later into the race, you start to know who you can trust to leave you space when you're lapping them, who to not. So you've got that as well. So that's one benefit, I suppose, of an LMP2, is that you'll never be bored. You'll always be lapping some GT3s to keep you awake.
Yeah, that's it. Even if you're at the back of the field, you're still going to be entertained by the ducking and weaving of trying to get past the GT3. On the other hand, the GT3s, if you're at the back, it become a very arduous race, and that's probably where you need it. But we start seeing now the GT3s coming on us. We see there the two-pack racing nearly getting it wrong, trying to get it over that kitty litter on the inside. As I was saying, that is a real treacherous part of that infield pit stop lane coming into Le Mans here. But now coming into the first round of pit stops, so that is every car in the top 6 as currently coming in from the GT3 class.
Yep, so right just under the about 50 minutes these cars can go on their fuel. And I'm wondering, has anybody managed to save fuel? I don't think so. I think everyone's going to be in at the same time in GT3. It's just who's going to get out of the pit lane first is the question. As we see the Imperial, the pneumatic Motorsports blue car go for the move and getting through into 6th place in class right there. Looks like every GT3 has come in on this lap, and on the pit exit now, Satellite Racing GT still hanging on to the lead with Hashtag Racing in 2nd. I think it's going to pretty much remain the same across the board for the GT3s at the moment. So that is their pit stops done. By the looks at how quick the pit stop were, nobody taking tyres as far as I can see right there. Very quick stops across the board for them. So let's see if they're able to manage those tyres. I suppose with the long straights, there's not as much demand on the tyres as there would be at other circuits. Of course, you do have the Porsche curves, but you know, you've got long straights to sort of cool the tyres down a little bit. Satellite Racing marginally getting a better stop there, because they're now about 4 seconds in front of Hashtag Racing number 45, so a little bit of a quicker stop for them as they came in, and everybody clean out in GT3. So that's the first round of pit stops done for every single class, and right now it's sort of, it starts to get interesting, because now we'll have pit stops, I suppose, a pit stop cycle every couple of minutes. We should have the LMP2s back in another 15 minutes time, so it's going to be just constant pit stops now and varying strategies that will come around. But we haven't had, by the looks of it, I hope they're not jinxed, and we haven't actually had a major incident for any of the top runners so far.
let's hope you haven't jinxed it there, Jack, but pretty much on par. None of the GT3 cars are able to save that extra lap of fuel, which would be very hard in that car class to do that unless you're literally right behind coasting from the word go in that GT3. So every single GT3 car coming in on the previous lap. So yeah, we should see that pretty much on. So 13 laps looks to be the magic number for them GT3 class. But look at that.
Yeah, that was something I thought was going to happen. That was a Ferrari that got hit by an LMP2 as it tries to lap, and that's not really a place that you try to overtake a GT3. An innocent Ferrari, unfortunately, sent off at the Porsche curves by one of the LMP2s trying to go up the inside. The Ferrari might have just got scared off the road a little bit right there, but it's very tricky to go for a lunge on the exit of the Porsche curves right there to get past the GT3. But just the Ferrari, unfortunately, coming off the worst for that. And thankfully, I think he managed to avoid the wall. Let's have a look here. This is Maurice Teunissen, who unfortunately got caught up in this. As you can see right here, look at the purple LMP2 behind. You can just see right there, just a little bit of net code going on right there as well, unfortunately. And the Ferrari just keeping that out of the wall, thankfully, which is not easy to do with a car with traction control like that. So a little bit of net code between the Motorsports purple car and the Maurice Teunissen machine, but thankfully he kept it out of the wall.
Yeah, it's great save there to not hit that wall. That wall was coming ever closer to that Ferrari there. Oh, another one there. John Taylor just coming down into Indianapolis, and again we're starting to see the spins here. Luckily able to get on track before other drivers, but you know, that's one of the other things around this track. If you're in a close battle, have a spin, it's trying to get back out on track and finding that space, because if you're in that Indianapolis, you know, you're going to be literally 0 mile an hour trying to get back onto cars going around there in flat out in second gear. So it's one of the other considerations. When you do have a spin, you lose a lot more time than just the spin alone on track. But rejoining here with Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, Robert Tarbox in 11th place, having a bit of a battle with the SimHQ Motorsports Orange team in front. And the Only Races is just up, so another replay here. Let's have a look at this one.
This is P2, I think, and oh yeah, we've all done that scary moment right there as you come into up towards Tete Rouge. It's very easy to just clattering the curb, and as soon as you dip a wheel onto the grass, it drags you out towards the barrier. But thankfully, he was Archie Coveney very well aware to just lift off the throttle there and get back on the track. But if you get that slightly wrong, that's going to end up in the barriers. I think that was RD Sim Sport car was in P3. I think they've survived. Thankfully, we've seen 2 cars do that so far, and they've managed to survive it. But it's so easy to happen right there, and that also happens with lapses of concentration. You sort of forget that there is grass on the outside there. You dip a wheel onto it, it drags you out towards the Armco barrier, and luckily enough, managing to survive for this time by, as we look at the Craft Dinner Racing 721 battling for position with the Blue Shell Racing LMP2 car, which is just in front of them right now. Let's see if Dave Hassar can get a move on here, get his way past the 00 machine. He's got actually a car that's lapping them in between, or they're lapping a car at the moment that they've got to try and get through past. The 00 is the car that they're fighting for position with, but unfortunately they do have another LMP2 sort of plugging the gap in between, so he's not quite able to do anything about it at the moment. We're looking back from the Blue Shell Racing LMP2 Wayne Hutchison machine 00, looking back at the number 61 and battling for position with the number 721 Craft Dinner Racing, which is just behind that car right there. But nice to see the guys further down also battling it out for position here as we reach the top of the end of the first hour of racing, and we'll be seeing LMP2s back into pit lane quite shortly, where they're going to about close to half an hour to 35 minutes on their stops, about 10 laps that they manage, so another 2-3 laps before they go there. This is the Tuxedo Racing number 61 that is also actually battling for position right here, that they've slotted in between GT3 Morris Toynison, who was sent off into the barrier about a lap ago. He's going to survive this one, hopefully, as he comes into the braking zone. And they make their way through with the 721. Not so lucky. He's going to have to sit behind through the chicane. The Tuxedo Racing car back on the power. Very easy to lose the rear on the way out of that corner there. But battling for position now. Get clear of the traffic. And they're all going to bunch up again and battle for position. Hashtag Racing 92. Gap out to 18.4 seconds. But still, it's good to see that the car in second place is sort of keeping tabs with them a little bit, as the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car catching up to the Imperial Motorsports car. These guys have been battling for a little while now, and let's see if they can do that. They've got about 4 seconds up to the P5 car, which is the World Community Drivers number 7. And let's see what these guys are able to do, if they're going to be able to get past. They've been battling for a little while right now. They're catching up to the P11 Ferrari, which is running P11 and GT3. That is a couple of cars they've got to get through past right now. But we've officially gone over the first hour of racing, and there's been no real change at the front. As you can see, look at the speed difference down towards Indianapolis. It's you think GT3s are fast, and then you see how fast the LMP2s they go by you as if you're standing still.
Yeah, they certainly do. But yeah, so I suppose the story of the race at the moment, certainly in the LMP2, was obviously the start of the race. We saw the We2 Fast Racing get that blistering start, but unfortunately did jump that start, so got that drive-through penalty. So we see them back down there in 8th place at the moment. Hashtag Racing 92 dominating this race at the moment. Constantly around about a second up to 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field in the LMP2, but did have a great battle for that second place. But Satellite Racing just managing to eke out that extra lap of fuel over the RD Sim Sports and Decidian Racing Future, so managed to gain a 6-second lead after the round of pit stops there. So a great pit strategy from the Satellite Racing team. But pretty much about that, it's just been the little battles we've been going on in the LMP2, so a great battle on there. So they're probably the main points that have happened in the LMP2 race. GT3 race been relatively quiet. The front two, the Satellite Racing GT team and the Hashtag Racing team, managing to sort of match each other on pace overall. Hashtag just 3.3 seconds, losing around about, I think it was about 4 seconds in the pit round that's just happened recently between the two, but is managing to claw back that time now, only 3.1, but a big lead over the third place, the Tupac Racing team there in third place on 17 seconds. So as we look at another replay here. Ooh. Just catches that there, Zachary Cunningham at the underneath the Dunlop Bridge at the start of the lap. So a few of the tyres seem to be going off slightly here on track. Obviously the drivers choosing not to take tyres in the first round of pit stops, so I'd imagine in the second round, when they do the driver changes, if they do the driver changes in the second round, that's where we start seeing the pit stop strategy. We'll see the tyres starting to take a little bit of punishment, obviously just tipping over the hour mark here, 1 hour 2 minutes into the race. And yeah, it's all been relatively clean and calm, and like you said, Jack, there's been no real major incidents out on track, so which is really good and makes for really good racing.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant racing overall, actually, I have to say, from everybody so far. Yeah, as you said right there, yeah, the tyres starting to sort of feel it a little bit more now in the LMP2s. This is where you sort of start to think about messing with your traction control settings, which you can do if you've got enough buttons on your wheel. You can mess with the traction control. You can mess with even with the throttle shape if you want to do that as well, to sort of avoid the aggressive throttle application. That if you are so inclined. We go back to the battle for P5. This is the VG Racing Esport Academy car, which has actually made some good tracks here. Rasmus Christensen going to go for the move on the Can-Am Racing Ferrari. Go to the inside of Indianapolis. This is actually very hard to go up the inside of Indianapolis right here. Let's see if the Ferrari's going to back out. He breaks early. Rasmus Christensen in the VG Racing Esport BMW does get through up to 5th place. So great job from him to get them up there now. And the Can-Am racing car, which was secure in P5 for a good while. The BMW really starting to come alive right now, very comfortable at the moment, and you've got the battle behind. That's the some LMP2s about to come through right there as they make their way around. Number 25, that's the RD Sim Sport car, which is third, and which is still running right there. So they're making their way through. So yeah, very good job from Rasmus Christensen and the BMW to get the BMW. It's the only BMW in the top 10, which is quite rare. So you've got a host of Lamborghinis. Lamborghini, the dominant manufacturer here at the moment, but BMW certainly going well in this sort of first. When we're starting to settle into the second stint, Rasmus Christensen looking very comfortable in the BMW. You can see Wayne Hodgson at the moment in P13 Blue Shell Racing LMP2. Which is running quite well. 00 machine. It's got the very nice Mario blue shell on the rear shark fin, and well, let's see if he's got a blue shell button. I wonder if we could make it entertaining if we could have a blue shell in iRacing or an equivalent. I wonder if the stewards could make that happen or something.
It'll certainly be interesting to find out on that one. But no, some extremely close racing out on track at the moment as we're watching Wayne Hutchinson in a boot shell racing LMP2 car, currently in 13th position, pretty much out on his own at the moment. Got the car behind him about 21 seconds. GITM Racing green car behind him as oh no, I tell a lie, he's right there. I missed him off the timing. How did I do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I also missed him too, so fair is fair. But the number 61 Tuxedo Racing car in its tuxedo colours, the black and white, which is running quite nicely, nice and close to the Blue Shell Racing car. We should be seeing LMP2s in at the end of the next lap or so at the front as we go back to the RD Sim Sport car, number 25, the Sweden Racing Future car, still with him at the moment. They've not been able to get rid of each other since the pit stops or even since the early part of this race, and they're just running together at the moment. They've got about 8 seconds up to P2, and that just shows you how powerful the overcut was for Paul Darling, the Satellite Racing LMP2 car, gaining about 8 seconds on these guys over the course of the lap as they came into the pit lane. But we should see them either come in at the end of this lap or definitely the end of next lap. They're getting close to the end of their fuel tanks now, the LMP2s. So going to be interesting to see whether either of these guys decide to go for an overcut or an undercut. Possibly, especially if you're in a close battle like this, might be worth it maybe trying to go an extra lap longer, especially if you're the car behind. And I'd imagine the Obsidian Racing Future car has been sat behind for a good chunk now, and I'd imagine the driver's definitely been doing some fuel saving to maybe try and make that overcut happen. It's trickier to do it when you're the lead car of everybody. So let's see what happens here. Is they're going to go for the move right now. Actually, they've been spun around into P3, Obsidian Racing Future. Through they go, and no fight put up by RD Sim Sport as they made their way through that corner there. So they've got a good chunk to try to catch up to P2 if they can at all. There's still plenty of time left in the race. Driver swaps to come as well at some point. I'd imagine these guys are probably going to do half and half if they can do that, and then take the next driver, take it to the end, or do it however they want to do it. With this still plenty of time left in the race, 1 hour and 7 minutes gone in this race, and we'll be looking forward to seeing how the race pans out right now. But both leaders have led every single lap so far, apart from when we had the WeToo Fast Racing car lead for maybe about a quarter of the lap on the first lap. So we'll wait and see. Nobody coming into pit lane, so we're looking like we're going to get pit stops at the end of this lap. As you can see, that was a little bit close. That was probably a bit of a scary moment for the Obsidian Racing Future car right there, one of the Lamborghinis, and just probably trying to make their intentions clear that they were staying to the right. That's the P2 car in that battle. They're trying to catch up to the Satellite Racing GT leader. They have managed to catch up by about a second, so they are making tracks on the McLaren, but each time they get close, seems that they're just falling away a little bit. But yeah, a little bit scary there as we have some pit stops now. World Community Drivers in Yamaha Motorsports Blue, they did come in early last time, so they're coming in right now, and the LMP2 is now this is going to be a little bit tricky for the Obsidian Racing Future car right now as we go back to Dave Hassar and just a little definitely too late on the brakes right there, and just tapped the tire barrier. And yeah, that's unusual. The car just didn't seem to slow down at all going into Indianapolis there.
No, it didn't, and certainly just kissed that wall, so not too much damage on his car there. But looking currently at the third place, the Obsidian Racing Future in third place, looking back at the RD SimSport. These guys, like you said, have been glued from the start of this race up until now. I'm quite surprised these guys are not trying to work a lot more together to try and close that gap over the Satellite Racing and LMP2 car, because he won't have any slipstream, the car, apart from the GT3 cars that he's passing. Pretty much in no man's land is the Satellite Racing LMP2 car at the moment. So I'm quite surprised these two guys, the Obsidian Racing Future and the RD SimSport, have not worked a lot more together and used the slipstream to the full advantage. But clearly position out on track is more important than trying to catch down that second place at the moment. So these two having a real good battle between themselves.
Yeah, we've got the call that we've got an odd replay coming on, so let's see what's happened here as we come through up towards the final corner. This is Leif Peterson gonna go. That's scary. He's coming into the last corner right now and decided to stay behind as two cars were coming into the pit lane. He couldn't quite get past the Porsche, and very nearly that could have been a monumental accident in the final corner right there, but thankfully everybody survived.
Yeah, that was a close one, and that's probably one of the other things, isn't it? When you're going into the pit lane, you know, you're slowing down to try and go in there. The drivers in behind you don't really realise that, and nearly had a big accident there. But luckily, Peterson managing to get out onto the grass. But again, we're watching the switch change. It seems to be their position of choice, or the place on track that these two want to change over each time. So we see RD SimSport taking that third spot overall in the LMP2 class, with Obsidian Racing Future tucking in behind him in fourth there. But these two should really work together, and if they take it lap after lap in turn in front, then they might be able to eke out that extra lap that Satellite Racing team managed to get on the previous pit stop round. So really need to work together, these two, if they want to claw back that 10-second deficit at the moment to that Satellite Racing LMP2 car in front.
Yeah, as we're going to see pit stops right now, as let's see if anybody's going to go an extra lap. So hashtag Racing92 doing the 10 laps and coming in, sticking to their strategy for now. So let's see, has Paul Darling managed to save enough fuel as he did last time, as Valero gets very loose up the way to the Porsche curves. The tyre's starting to go now on the rear of that Obsidian Racing Future car, really dragging that car around into the final corner. Let's see, Dave Hassar again, he's been in the wars again into the first Mulsanne chicane, gets onto the brakes, turns it in, and oh dear, yeah, looks like he maybe forgot that the chicane was there. He forgot to turn left coming in there, but managed to get it sorted in the end. And just as we saw, it's interesting, isn't it, Andy? Satellite Racing carrying on for an extra lap again. Paul Darling really liking that overcut.
Yeah, definitely is. Got that strategy now of a lap ahead of the rest of the LMP2. So, like I said, the other drivers now, it's their emphasis to try and claw back that extra lap that Satellite Racing has got, and it's really paid off for him on the last round. So it'll be interesting to see what can happen at the end of this pit stop. But we see there under investigation car 13 and 45. So see what the outcome of that one is. But whilst we watch the LMPs coming into the second round of pit stops, just a shout out to the main sponsor, Penguin RC Simulation. Great high performance driving accessories at reasonable cost at Penguin RC Simulation. We produce wheels and button boxes along with specialised equipment such as e-stops for direct drive hardware, and soon to come the iFlag system. So head over to Penguin RC to see the wonderful items that they can do for you out and improve your sim race and sim experience. So yeah, head over to there to penguinrc.com for more info.
Yeah, definitely do that. We just saw a replay of Jose Dominguez just getting locking up into the Mulsanne corner. So that it definitely seems like the tires are starting to struggle across the board here with these cars at the moment. So hashtag Racing92 as boxed, as have the guys behind them, and we should see more P2s just peeling into pit lane now. A couple more you can see: CMHQ Motorsports orange, Deconi, Imperial, Pneumatic, purple and orange, blue shell also in as well. And Tuxedo carrying on for now, the number 61 car, so maybe able to gain two or three positions out of this with this one. He's going to catch these traffic in the middle. This is a tricky enough place to catch traffic. He's going to be patient here, Douglas Hinsey, and he sits behind the BMW to just allow the cars to get away. You can see it's quite tricky for the GT3s actually, because they have a similar sort of slow apex speed as the LMP2, so it's very, very... I've had it before where you're passing a GT3 and you turn into the corner, and then the GT3 gives you a little love tap from behind because it's actually quicker through the middle of the corner than you. So there is some issues with that as well. But just looking right there, I just saw something there. I don't know if we caught that or not, but there was definitely tire tracks going into the gravel trap at Tete Rouge there. Someone's gone off at high speed there, but I think they might have survived to live another day, but possibly that's probably not the first time we're going to see that. But it's nonetheless these two together, Imperial Motorsports Shake and Deconi, fighting it out right now. And I'm interested to see now. I'm sure that Paul Darling's going to bring that Satellite Racing LMP2 car in this lap. And I'm interested to see how much time he's going to gain on the hashtag Racing 92, because as he said, a lap advantage on fuel is quite large around Le Mans.
Certainly is, and it's whether he's got that free air again like he did in the last time. Seems to be, as we see, it's apt time in there from our broadcasters to get him coming into the pit. So it'll be interesting to see where hashtag are. They're currently just gone through the second Mulsanne corner, so coming down into the tight right-hander of the Mulsanne corner. So still a bit of way to go, but obviously these cars are stationary for around about 33 seconds, so it's going to be interesting to see how close, and if Satellite Racing have closed that gap at the front of the field. So only time will tell, as they say.
Absolutely, yeah. You see the We Too Fast racing car just behind the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car. I think they've actually made a driver swap as well in the number 69. Let's see, Dave Hassar again. What's happened to Dave as he came through the last corner right here? Just going to just over rotate on the way through, and not a spin though. Managed to save it and get back going again. Thankfully, there was nobody else around right there. But he's having a bad time of it, Dave Hassar. The tires are probably not great at the moment. So hashtag Racing back into the lead. Satellite Racing back out in P2. So they're definitely secure in that second at the moment, and interested to see now how much they've gained, if they've gained anything at all with that extra lap of fuel they've got in the tank. See Michael Parker catching up to the WCD car, which is really struggling at the moment. He saw plenty of lockups and everything from that car as they battle it out for position now in the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car versus the World Community Drivers car. You can see Michael Parker's just got a lot more speed in the car at the moment, just fighting the car on the way through the corner right there as we go back to Robert Tarbox and the purple Motorsports machine, just avoiding the tyre barrier there through Arnage. This tyre barrier I was on about earlier, very, very tricky to avoid, but just not able to get the car stopped. Fresh, of course, freshly laden with fuel, and very tricky to get the car stopped into that corner versus the others right there. As the Pneumatic Motorsports purple car, another lockup for the WCD car at the moment, really struggling with the brakes and tyre wear and overheating those tyres as well. So it looks like it's going to be a matter of time before the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car gets past here. But at the moment, Dominguez is not liking this car at the moment. He's had a lot of lockups on through the corners and is struggling to keep this car going at the moment. So let's see what happens in due course. But the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car, definitely making great tracks on them. And even see into the first Mulsanne chicane, just again too late on the brakes. And I think these guys are forgetting they've just got a full tank of fuel in, so not able to get the car stopped. Yeah,
definitely. It's and obviously the braking markers need to be adjusted for that, for the full set fuel. Plus, obviously the part worn tyres that they've now got going into the third, after the second round of pit stops, so the third stint with not changing the tyres yet. So these tyres certainly are going to be screaming by the end of this stint. Obviously half an hour for these LMP2 cars to come in, so around about 10 laps. So that'd be around about nearly 30 laps on a set of tyres, so that's a long way to go in these LMP2 cars. But obviously one of the other awards that this championship does give is a hard charger award. So this is obviously for cars that make the most amount of positions in both the LMP2 and the GT3 class, and this is kindly donated by Complex Simworks, and they get to receive $20 off any order, and plus their choice of Stream Deck icon pack and free shipping. So it's all to play for, not just the championship from there. And obviously in Phillip Island it was the GITM racing team in the LMP2 class, as well as the Pneumatic Motorsport Orange, who were the hard chargers in there. And in the GT3 class it was Sim Racing PR Blue. So I think at the moment the VG Racing Esport Academy, I think they were up in 11 places. Yes, they are, from where they started. That was a bit tasty there.
What a move from the Obsidian Racing Future car. Go around the outside of the curve, switching it up a little bit. These guys are still together. The whole way through this race, they're still fighting. The RD Sim Sport and the Obsidian Racing Future car. That was a fantastic move around the outside of the Porsche curves to get that move done and stuck in the end. And yeah, usually the swap is in Indianapolis, but at this time he fancied switching it up a little bit for us. So great move from the Obsidian Racing Future car. And just to update as well, the gap between first and second, 17 seconds, so no real change, but in the gap right there, maybe about a second or two gain, but not as big of a chunk as last time.
No, definitely not. And it's a fine margin between being a great move and an absolute terrible move. You know, it was absolutely close. We talked about it before, that the Porsche curb's really tricky pace to overtake. So you know, the Obsidian Racing free driver there taking his life in his own hands, trying to pass Archie Covey of the RD Sim Sports there. Managed to make the move done, and obviously turns out to be a great move, but could have easily gone the other way. Certainly with the tyres, with the current way they are, you're seeing the cars slide a lot more out on track than they did at the start of the race. So these tyres are really getting past their sell-by date, and it's going to be a lot more tricky now for the drivers, you know, and we'll expect to see a lot of swerving coming into corners, coming out of corners now, where they're trying to put down the power on these worn tyres. So it's going to be an interesting third stint here for these LMP drivers, and we might see a few more incidents occurring because of it.
Yeah, yeah, we just saw a steward's decision come up there that the number 45 hashtag racing car has got a stern warning for avoidable action under blue flag conditions. So again, they're not in the stewards' good books, are they? The number 45. They've been in a few now, so they've got to maybe just pay attention to that a little bit more. But you can see they're still very close between Satellite Racing GT and hashtag racing. There's only 2.2 seconds separating those guys after an hour and 20 minutes. There's been absolutely no change between them the whole way through. There's the current fastest laps between the LMP2s and the GT3s. See, the LMP2s on a 328.8, GT3 353.8. So that shows you the time difference around here, well over 20 seconds a lap. So it's a very, very high difference between GT3 and LMP2. But it's you can see 328.8 fastest lap in LMP2, which is of course being held by the current leaders as well. GT3 also being held by the current leaders. So very quick times from both leaders at the moment, and we should now, I would imagine, we've still got a bit of time before we see these guys in again. So there's the Satellite Racing GT leaders, at the GT3 leaders at the moment. They've led every single lap so far. Nobody has touched them. Hashtag Racing have consistently been there in their mirrors, not too far off, and the 2Pi Racing team mid-pack 20 seconds behind them, a further 20 seconds behind them, should I say. So nobody's been able to touch these top two at the moment, and really good job from these top two to be so close to each other even after this long of a race. And these guys should be coming in for their pit stops actually very shortly.
Yeah, it definitely is. The two GT3 cars out front matching each other as we watch it again. Archie Coventry coming around the outside of the Ferrari, their 16th place, which was the Sim HQ Motorsport white team. So Archie Coventry doing what was done before, trying to just get that LMP2 car around a Porsche, around a Ferrari, around the Porsche curve. So yeah, these the move's getting a little bit more risky with these LMP2 drivers, certainly on the worn tyres that we've come to see these cars having at the moment. So, you know, it's going to be more and more treacherous to try and pass these GT5s. As we see there, the understeer on Dominguez's car, World Community Driver Team there, coming out of the Porsche curves, coming down in. So just stay on board here, watch him as he comes through the Corvette curves, literally just being as tentative as he can, trying to take a little bit of cut, but not too much to get the car unsettled as he comes back out and has the Lamborghini in front of him at the second place at the moment. The Hashtag Racing with the Satellite Racing GT3 car just in front there. So these fifth place in the LMP catching up onto the back markers, the first and seconds in the GT3s.
Yeah, a little bit wide from the car 7. A machine WCD going a little bit wide into the braking zone, just flashing his lights at the second place GT3. And again, that GT3 touching the grass a little bit there as they come up towards the Mulsanne straight. Should be able to get past just before, and again that'll give him some breathing space. He goes very wide on the exit, though that'll surely be a slowdown for the number 7, and it's going to hurt if it is one as they come down the Mulsanne straight. The number 4. Going to try and get past to Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, C. Michael Parker. He's been trying to get past for a while now. He's got the slipstream. He's got the run. Does he go for it now with the GT3 leader in the middle? So he's going to have to shoot through the middle of both as well. Gets through, gets past the GT leader as well. And Dominguez is going to go up the inside of the Satellite Racing GT car as well, and does make the move. Stick and get a little bit close there for comfort. For Alex behind as they came on the exit, and that cost him a tiny bit of time on the exit there. But Dominguez finally loses the place to the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue car number 4, and is now going to have to try and stick with them if he possibly can. They've got quite a large gap up to the next group of cars, but C. Michael Parker has been lining that move up for a couple of laps now, and he's finally made it stick past the World Community Driver's car of Dominguez. So let's see if he can make that stick up at the front here. So great job from him, and we will see how he gets on right now. And what has happened to our leader? Gap is now 3.8 seconds. Mistake by the leaders.
Certainly has. I'm not sure if we can get a replay there, but obviously he's coming up to the Porsche curves now, so might have been a mistake there coming around the Arnage. We haven't really seen a lot of mistakes from Jorge in Hashtag Racing 92, but certainly has made a mistake out on track, and the lead now cut to 4 seconds. So I'm not sure if our wonderful broadcast team can find that replay of that slight incident. Probably down towards Arnage seems to be the obvious place, or even into Indianapolis, but we'll bring you it if we can find it. But now obviously caught behind the BMW there, coming out, just getting even worse.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh.
And again, that's cost him even more time, 2.7 seconds now. Back to Satellite Racing. That's how quickly it can change at the front here. He's lost almost 14 seconds on one single lap for Jorge Augusto, and that'll hurt even more because we know Satellite also have a full lap advantage on fuel. So Paul Darling all of a sudden finds himself in the battle for the lead. Let's see if he can get past the GT3. Not quite before this next corner. He's going to look to the inside, get through, and that'll of course cost him a couple of tenths as well. But again, he's now firmly in the hunt. 3.5 seconds, the gap up to the front now. Let's see if he's able to get close, but that is not where Jorge Augusto needed. I think you're right, Andy. I would imagine it was Indianapolis, somewhere close by there, Indianapolis Arnage area, where the problems were for the Hashtag Racing 92. But that's certainly brought Satellite Racing back into this. Let's see if we can see what happened. Here we go. Just coming up towards the Mulsanne corner now, and we'll see. It could have been just an overextension into the braking zone. I would imagine. He's stuck in second gear. That's a hardware issue for Jorge Augusto. That's unbelievable. He's obviously had to do a full reset or something. Stuck in second gear down towards the Mulsanne corner. I don't think he's trying to take a slowdown or anything, but he's been stuck in second gear all the way down towards the Mulsanne corner. Gets passed by a GT3, and does he finally get it back up and running on the exit here? Gets back on the power, and yeah, that's such a strange issue. Stuck in second gear.
It's got to be a slowdown, hasn't it? I mean,
maybe, yeah.
You know,
it's a massive slowdown if it is.
Yeah, extremely. But That is the thing. So that might have been. It could possibly have been that first chicane of the Mulsanne, because you wouldn't have gone that far down with the slowdown from the Tetra Rouge. So it must have been a slowdown from the first chicane, really, and obviously had to serve it. I mean, that's the only explanation I can have. I mean, the hardware failure, yeah, that could be another option, but to be able to quickly get that sorted as quick as he did and then accelerate away, but that was where all his 14 seconds. What that has now done is put a lot more pressure on Jorge. He's not really had any pressure throughout this race at all. Oh, no.
Doesn't look. That's very strange. I mean, he's trying to take it there. He's slowed down to third gear, right there. But well, that's incredibly weird. What's just happened there? That's unusual. The only thing I can maybe think of is that he accidentally engaged his pit limiter and couldn't disengage it. That's the only other thing that I can think of, that he'd be stuck at that speed down the straight. But maybe so. It's just he obviously got a cut track and couldn't get rid of the slowdown. So he had to slow down to pit lane speed. That's the strangest one I've seen, because the cut track wasn't overly bad. It was a slight overextension, but it wasn't. I don't think it warranted that much of a slowdown down the Mulsanne. Very, 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 very unusual issue for the hashtag racing number 92. That's cost them a humongous amount of time. As you can see, as the making a move here, this is the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, just getting past the second place GT3, which is also hashtag racing. So both of them having their own issues right here. This is Brian Blanchett, who is coming through the Porsche curves in the Lamborghini. Oh, that's not what you want to see, and that is so painful, because there is absolutely nothing he could do about that. The traction control would have engaged halfway through, and you can't slow down with the ABS, and that is a painful way to go into the barriers, and that's going to be a lengthy repair job on that.
If he hasn't taken his fast repair, then it certainly will be on that, but hopefully Brian still has that available, because he hits the car. Wow, making it worse. That car is, I think the steering's probably gone on that, hence why he's pinballing off that left-hand Armco barrier there, but yeah, so he'll be going into the pits. Hopefully he's got his fast repair. If not, it'll be a very long day for that team there and Brian, so we'll see him coming out and see if he does get out in the future. But what is interesting is, and I was just looking at it in the timing tower, the GT3s, Jack, is obviously everybody previous season was BMW. You literally didn't join a grid. I think you had the occasional Lamborghini or Porsche, but certainly has had a fall from grace as a BMW, and we can see in the timing tower there, in the top 10, we got one BMW, 4 Lamborghinis, 1 McLaren, 2 Porsches and 2 Ferraris. But very unusual to see, that one BMW in the top spot after being such a dominant car in the first season.
Yeah, I suppose it shows you the work that iRacing have done to sort of not make it as dominant. And you can see now that there's a multitude of cars and manufacturers up there now, but the BMW, as you can see, is still competitive with the right drivers in it, as you can see, up in P5. But certainly seems like the Lamborghinis are the overriding car of choice. When you think back, it's unusual. Thinking back even further, it used to be all Audis, not a single Audi to be seen across there. Of course, it's McLaren seems to be making, I suppose, a small return. We do have an Audi on the grid, but I think there's only one of them on the grid today, which is very unusual. We used to have so many Audis either a couple of seasons ago, but it's amazing to see how things change across seasons as well. We've also got you've got new cars coming in the future as well. There's the Audi that we've been thinking of, the singular Audi, which is actually being driven by the title sponsors, Penguin RC Complex Simworks, representing the Audi out here with Brian Sohn at the wheel. It is nice to see it. It's not often we see it anymore, and it's just nice to see somebody giving it a go out there.
Is, and one of them is like an endangered species, and it's like a dodo is the Ford. I don't think I've ever seen anybody drive that Ford GT3 car. Lovely looking car, like the GT4 cousin, like is a lovely looking car, but Very much not a car of driver's choice. I did like the GT4 version. It was an extremely quick car, and when you had the 24-hour races and you were at night with that illumination from the side pods, is the best looking car certainly in the night races, that Ford. But nobody seems to want to drive the GT3 Ford, and it'll be interesting to see if we ever see one, or if it has just been put in there for a dodo.
Well, I have seen some people use it in the official events, but the only people I've ever seen are using it ironically as a joke, because it would be actually quite strong around here, because the only thing it's really good at is going fast in a straight line. So it's I'm a little bit surprised, but other than that, if it's only fast in a straight line, it's terrible everywhere else. So that's the downfall of the Ford, unfortunately, for these. We've got new cars on the way as well. I think Corvette or Chevrolet are making a Corvette GT3, so that should probably be appearing at some point. We've got a new GT4 on the way, the Aston Martin GT4, which is on the way as well. So there's going to be probably some changes across the board with GT3 cars as well. I think we've got a new Ford. I think a Ford Mustang GT3 is coming at some point as well. So there's going to be chopping and changing. So it would be nice to see another manufacturer, Chevrolet, and get an actual good Ford up there on the board at some point in the future. But it's looking good for GT3 racing at the moment. They've got so many manufacturers coming in. You got Chevrolet coming back and Ford coming back. It'd be nice to see them. But with one pit stop, it's put the Audi into the top 10, so I'm happy.
There you go. You got your Audi, so we pretty much got a McLaren, Lamborghini, a Porsche, a BMW, Ferrari, and an Audi in the top 10. So a good showing from all the manufacturers there. But certainly the car out in the lead at the moment is that McLaren, being driven excellently by Alex Gall. Currently, by far the fastest guy on track for the GT3. But the Luis Pinto who's behind the hashtag racing. Has had a really good round, only 2.8 seconds off the back of the McLaren in that Lamborghini. So trying to keep him honest, but then, like you say, a really big gap back to Tupac Racing there, mid-pack in third place. Our winners out in Phillip Island, but we've only gone an hour and 35 minutes. We've still got, we're not even close to, just about coming into a third of the race soon, and so much more action to still unfold here around this 6-hour race at Le Mans. But currently out in the lead, hashtag Racing's lead has been massively cut, and Satellite Racing just creeping closer. About 3 seconds is the gap at the moment over the lead. The leaders did enjoy an 18-second gap, but a little bit an unusual, debatable why were you stuck in second gear discussion happened just shortly before, that lost him 14 seconds on one lap alone. So putting himself under a little bit of pressure now, seeing that Satellite Racing LMP2 car is closing up behind, but seems to be back on it now is Augusto there in hashtag Racing 92. Our 2 race winners at the moment, trying to get a third race in a row, is the hashtag Racing 92. So doing an exceptional job at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just looking. He's pushing so hard. Look at the attitude of the car through the last 2 corners. This is what I was talking about earlier, the comparison between the driving styles earlier on. He is pushing flat out to try and get that gap back open again right there. Satellite Racing got caught behind GT3 in the Porsche curve, so that you can see gap's gone back up to 4.7, but Jorge is giving it everything now. He wants to get that gap as high as he can before he comes into pit lane once again. They should be coming in about 2 laps time. We should be seeing GT3s in at some point shortly. That we'll be seeing them in the next couple of minutes or so, and say in the next 15 minutes or so. There is Paul Darling. You can see he lost about a second to the hashtag Racing car in the final sector, getting caught behind GT3 traffic. But I think they'll still be reasonably happy. They've got a lap in hand of an overcut that they can use to their advantage if they so wish, or if they want to just maybe maintain where they are, come in on the same lap as hashtag, and take slightly less fuel. You can see there's the various laps that you can have. You can see Paul Darling a lap later than everybody, than most, and 2 laps later than some. But he's out of sync with everybody in the top, as you can see, top 5 of all. He's gone the longest of anybody on fuel, and that was all from sitting behind two battling cars for 11 laps that he managed to do that and save an extra lap of fuel in doing that. So really coming to the fore, and he's gained a lot of time over the course of that. He's been gaining small chunks. Of course, the hashtag Racing's issues that we still haven't quite got an answer to. I'm sure we'll find out maybe at the end of the race what happened to the hashtag Racing 92. Is probably one of the strangest things I've actually seen in a while on iRacing. But they've still got some time. They're going to be coming in the next 2 laps or so, and shortly after that will be the GT3s, because they can go about an hour on their tank, so they can do 1 less pit stop per hour than the LMP2. So we'll be seeing them in a little bit. But you can see Obsidian Racing Future comfortable now in P3, and I think they're probably a little bit more chilled out now, because they made that move on RD Sim Sport around the outside of the Porsche curves early on, and have sort of broken away, and this is the first time we've seen these two separated in the whole race.
Yeah, certainly have a little bit of a gap there, about 6 seconds between Obsidian Racing Future and RD Sim Sport. Obviously probably due to a lot of GT3 car action, because I don't know if you can throw up the map there, Lewis or Mike, so you can sort of see now the cars literally spread out of the whole track, so there's a little bit of a respite, I think, there coming down into Moson, coming down there, but apart from that, there's literally GT3 cars scattered throughout the field, so these LMP2 cars will feel like it's just a big endless stream of GT3s. But just a quick obviously shout out to Dave Anderson, who's currently driving in the Lone Star Endurance 1 car, currently down there in around about, I think it's about 13th place at the moment, who's the organizer for this series, so doing an exceptional job. In 12th place at the moment is Dave Anderson, driving in the Lone Star Endurance 1 team. So big thank you for Dave for organising this series, which has been a complete success in my eyes. You know, had some excellent racing. And still got quite a few rounds to go here in this series, but yeah, we're enjoying this 6 hours, and he's doing 2 hours, and hopefully he'll come into the box after his stint to tell us how it goes and what's coming up. And that's Dave Anderson there, driving the Lone Star Endurance, the organizer of this excellent series. So good luck, Dave, and don't crash it now you're on camera.
If he's got the stream open, then hopefully it doesn't distract him, because he's on his way down to Indianapolis now. So let's see this. Don't get distracted, Dave, as he goes through.
Don't bid it.
Don't bid it. I think he's going to negotiate it safely as he goes through. Yeah, nice and tidy from Dave Anderson there. No pressure at all as he came through. But yeah, we've of course we've been in here for almost 2 hours now. We've only got an hour left, Andy, and I'm kind of sad about that. But we were going to have, of course, Dave Whitehouse and DJ Clark taking over from us in about an hour's time. So stick around and give those guys the support as they head through to finish the final half of this race, final few hours of the race. As we head up towards lap 29, we should be seeing end of next lap LMP2s in. For their stops. There is hashtag Racing number 45 Lamborghini, which has been in P2 since the start, hasn't moved. Luis Felipe Pinto, who's been piloting that Lamborghini very, very well, keeping tabs on the leader of the Satellite Racing GT number 68 McLaren. They've been pretty much together for the hour and 42 minutes that we've been driving for, and they should be in for pit stops in about 2 laps, I think, roughly, that they should be in for there when they can go about. We saw them go about 50 to 51 minutes on their stops before, so there might be another 2-3 laps for them. It depends on how much, if they've been saving fuel or not. But nobody's been able to touch Alex Gall, who's been driving that McLaren sublimely well. Have a look at a replay now. Nuno Vinagre, who's gone completely straight on at the second Mulsanne chicane, and carries on, but that'll be a nasty slowdown. But I think that was maybe a lapse in concentration right there, because it doesn't look like he actually hit the brake at all and realised after, oh no, the corner's here, I better brake.
Yeah, but as I was saying, that the Satellite Racing GT are in the pit lane with hashtag racing close follow by. So this is where we'll see the big stream of the GT3 cars coming in. But maybe Nuno Varagre there was trying to save some wear on his tyres, making the shorter line. But would have got a savage slowdown in the meantime. But you can sort of see the gap there. You know, the two GT3 cars been in that pit lane for a while, and the third place car is just gone into the pits now, so you can see the length and the lead that Satellite Racing and hashtag racing have got. But another thing to note is Alex Gall is by far the fastest driver in that Satellite Racing GT team, so it'll be interesting to see when they do a driver swap what hashtag racing can do to try and overcome the Satellite Racing GT. But really the motivation,
That's scary moment. Well held from Sternhagen there, but yeah, that would have been a panic break moment right there as it got on the grass through the Porsche curves. But thankfully, he managed to save it. We've got another Adrian Fernandez. That's the leader behind him as they come in, and he decides to just shoot down the escape road to not impede, and does so very courteously. Going down the escape road there. As we look at Brian Blanchett, we're getting the feed from, as you can see right there, he's going down the Mulsanne, so you can take time to just kind of scratch his face, do whatever you need to do down the Mulsanne, so you don't need to concentrate at all. One-handing a Lamborghini down the straight is Brian Blanchett there, as he got an LMP2 come up behind him now, so gets on the brakes, turning it in. Plenty of focus as he goes through right there. Can get back on. They're running P15 at the moment. They've just come in, I believe, at the pit lane just a short time ago, and the Can-Am Racing 2 car just in front of them at the moment. So we've got a couple. We've still got plenty of time to go down the straight, and you see, it's brilliant when you've got these driver cams. You can tell exactly where they are on the circuit by the time if they've got more than one hand on the wheel. You know they're going through some kind of corner around with them on. But you know, you've got plenty of straights. Just sort of relax, have a look at your relative, drink something if we need to do that. Although I don't recommend that in an LMP2 because the straights, the chicanes come on top of you very, very quickly, but you've got plenty of time in the GT3 car to get a drink into you as you come down the straight. But we've had the GT3s come in now, and we should be seeing LMP2s in at the end of this lap.
And it was amazing how calm he was. I don't think I'd like to be on webcam because I'll have my tongue out, probably a big sweaty mess, like super conscious, saying "come on," like the look of frustration on my face. But yeah, fair play to the guys to show themselves out on their little webcams on there. But Brian looked very cool and calm, and like you're saying, you can tell where they are on track when he like takes a big breath and almost like relaxes as they go down the Mulsanne straights. But one thing we have got now is a proper race on our hands. Satellite Racing LMP2 1 second behind hashtag racing 92 at the moment, so that gap has closed up considerably in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I would imagine, because you can see a 4-second loss in the first sector, so he's lost a chunk of time somewhere. Either that, or he's desperately trying to save fuel to get the extra lap out of it. But if he hasn't done it, then he's gonna have to come in at the end of this lap, and Paul Darling may be able to get an overcut done on the team. This is a very crucial phase right now for hashtag race number 92, and let's see if they do come in or if they can push it just a little bit longer. Of course, now Paul Darling will have the dirty air off him in front, and it does affect you as you come through the Porsche curves, as we're now going to see. Do they peel off to the right or do they carry on? And they're going to have to peel in to pit lane this time. And again, Satellite Racing staying out for that extra lap. So this may be the time that we see the lead change permanently. Well, not permanently, but in the pit lane, because we've seen the overcut is extremely powerful here. Let's see if Paul Darling can get it done.
Yeah, definitely needs to have another really good outlap. Looks like there's not many cars in front of him, so we've got a really good opportunity to try and do that overcut at the moment. There is a few GT3 cars in front that he should be able to catch down the Mulsanne straight. Certainly the car in 14th place in the 12th and 11th should be on the second part of the Mulsanne straight. So in a good place at the moment is Paul Darling, the Satellite Racing LMP2, to try and get that lead I've even forgot who it was now. It was hashtag Racing 92. Oh my word, I've been on too long. Yeah, so he's got a really good opportunity here at the moment. And looking at the pit stops where they were relatively close as well. So as long as he can get a good in lap here now, he should be able to get that overcut done and take lead for the first time in this race.
Yes, he's caught the traffic there in a good spot, just on the entry into the Mulsanne. So looks like he's got some more traffic that he might just catch in out of the Mulsanne corner on the run down to Indianapolis. But it shouldn't impede him too much. He's got plenty of clean track to deal with or to use. And this one is Obsidian Racing are now about to come in and come out of pit lane. So we've basically got every LMP2 in except for Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing LMP2 machine.
Just looking there, Jack, at the pit stops. Obsidian Racing Future looks like they haven't taken tyres again. Hashtag Racing, we're in the pit stops for 55 seconds. As just quickly look at this replay. Is it around the Porsche curves again? Yes. Another one having a little spin.
Exactly the same crash. Exactly the same crash.
Oh, the Lamborghini's doing it for themselves, as they say. But no, so an interesting tactic there from Obsidian Racing Future to not take tyres, whereas hashtag Racing now have taken that tyres. So should make easy work of Obsidian Future, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I've just looked here that hashtag have also swapped driver in that pit stop as well. We've got a new driver. We've got Rui Queiroz has hopped into that car. So if Satellite keep Paul Darling in the car, then they'll be in the lead for certain. We'll have to wait and see whether they decide to swap or not, because these guys have been in the car for nearly 2 hours now. So you're getting into tiredness setting in right now. But new driver in at the hashtag Racing 92. I also think that we've had a change in another car as well. Well, we'll wait and see as they come around again whether they've changed or not. But
I think it certainly has been a few driver changes on there. I think Paul Walter now in RD Sim Sports has changed over 55 seconds there, so looks like Obsidian Future is the only one who hasn't, and we'll be seeing Satellite Racing. I mean, looking at it tactically, you probably want to follow exactly what hashtag Racing 92 are doing, certainly changing the tyres, because if you don't change the tyres, yeah, okay, you gain that 20 seconds, but over that 10 laps, it takes extremely long.
That was close.
Ooh, if you don't follow it, yeah, you'll come out with a decent, healthy advantage, but that could be really quickly eroded with obviously hashtag Racing 92 on brand new fresh tyres, and we saw the speed that these guys have around this track, around about averaging about 2 seconds, and if you compare that, around Indianapolis, some extremely worn tyres there going on through Indianapolis. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one what Satellite Racing do at this. In fact, they have changed drivers. David Williams has jumped in the car, so they are absolutely copying hashtag Racing 92's pit stop strategy here. So they are changing drivers and they will be changing tyres. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see where they come out in respect to the hashtag Racing. But you can see the effect, I suppose, of the tyres. Obsidian Future did get out in front, but now they've lost that position to the hashtag 92. So, although they didn't take the tyres, it's certainly not paying off for them.
Yeah, this definitely could be close. You see the cars up on the jacks right now, the Satellite Racing car. So let's see how close this is between Rui Queiroz and David Williams. So here comes the hashtag Racing 92 car through the lash chicane. He'll have the momentum down into the straight. On pit exit now, Satellite Racing, out they come. This is going to be close as they come up towards turn 1. I think Satellite might just get this. They have. So they've come out in front. Satellite Racing have managed to take the lead. It's close. It is close again, but the overcut and the extra lap has worked to their advantage. Now they've got track position on top of the extra lap of fuel that they have in the car, and that is exactly what you want to see. But Rui Queiroz as well has now got the tyres up to temperature, and he'll have the draft on the Mulsanne, but officially a change, and Satellite Racing have really made that work.
Yeah, definitely a pit strategy again from Satellite Racing with that overcut. You know, one less lap on the tyres, one lap more on the fuel, and has really made it pay for the team today. That first stint just set them up really well for the future stints that they've now got, and they've really made it pay for their advantage, as we can see here now. The hashtag Racing 92 car closing up really quick, coming down the Mulsanne straight. Will he make a move? I think he'll run out of room. Nope, just backing off here, going into the first chicane here in the Mulsanne straight. So maybe make a move coming down into the second chicane there of the Mulsanne, but not the best of exits from Rui. Just losing a little bit of time, but that slipstream will pull him right onto the back of the Satellite Racing LMP2 car. Bear in mind that Satellite Racing 2 driven by a new driver, so not only is a new driver getting in the car, his tyres will be cold and he's got a full lap of fuel, so just needs to do what he can to try and hold off Rui on this lap to give him that banker lap and have them tyres warmed up to be able to defend the position strongly. But real terrible exit there, and hashtag right now onto the back of the Satellite Racing team. Don't think he's going to make that move here down into the Mulsanne corner, but I could be wrong as she's closing up extreme well. Is he looking on the outside? No, backs out.
GT3's in the way for the cars in front, so he backed off on the way in, but now this is really a chance for hashtag to actually save fuel and make up that extra lap of fuel behind the Satellite Racing LMP2 car. So let's see if they do that. They have a chance to do it if they want to. David Williams now having to settle right into a wheel-to-wheel battle, as well as Rui Queiroz, so they've been battling all the way through. And let's see if this will carry on, if they're going to start swapping around. But we finally have some proper battling on track, and you know, hashtag went from almost a 20-second lead to now losing the lead by a small margin. Let's see what they can do with this next phase of the race. So let's wait and see what Rui Queiroz does. But he's got a chance to maybe save fuel now behind the Satellite Racing LMP2 car to use that later on in the race, as we look back from the David Williams car as they come out to the Porsche curves. So it's being very patient now to try and sit behind us. Of course, it's going to have the dirty air through the Porsche curves as well, which is really can be nasty if you're a little bit too close. It just causes the aero to wash over the car and don't really get the turn in that you want into the corners. So let's see what happens in this one anyway. But it's nice to see leaders absolutely together after 2 hours. I think in the early phase of this race, we thought the race was done and dusted, but no, with 2 hours, a third of the way in, and all of a sudden the battle's on.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, like you said, hashtag racing were like 2 seconds to 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field in the first hour of this race, and literally it said pulled out a 20-second gap over the field, and it was just growing. And then for a really strange cause, we see Rui get a little bit of tank slapper there coming out onto the Dunlop Bridge. But it's so interesting, you know, these endurance racing, just how quickly you can lose any type of lead that you have, even with a small incident. It was very strange incident. We still don't know what actually happened and why he was stuck in second gear for so long. But what it has done now is give us a really good battle at the front of this race. Satellite Racing just done a sublime race so far, kept the consistency there, and having that awesome pit strategy to get that overlap on that first stint has just paid them dividends, and they've managed to obviously leapfrog the battle that they were in for second place, and now they've managed to leapfrog into the lead of this race over a 20-second deficit that they had over hashtag Racing 92. So hashtag Racing 92 not going to have it all their own way like they have in the last two rounds, and certainly got to do the best that they can, and got a fight on the hands to try and get their third win in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. But makes it certainly entertaining for everyone at home to see how the battle and the strategies, how's that going to work out in the end. Rui Queiroz, of course, as I keep saying, has a slipstream, has an opportunity to save an extra lap of fuel behind. That's exactly what Satellite Racing LMP2 team managed to do on the first stint, sitting behind and just keeping it interesting. But I think as well, it's becoming you have to, of course, be a little bit more careful of how you safe fuel in the LMP2s, because I think with the new update, you can't just dump the clutch anymore and save the fuel that way. Of course, it's got to be pure lift and coast now. You used to be able to just put the clutch down, the revs would go down to idle, and you'd be able to save a load. So I think it's slightly different now with the new update. So of course, these drivers are well aware of how to save the fuel in these cars, and so running in the slipstream and just not being at full throttle for as long as the driver in front, and that will certainly help you out. But these two still running nice and close together, and Rui Quiros being very, very patient, just sitting behind David Williams, not showing any signs of wanting to make a move at the moment. And be interested to see how stuff pays out for Obsidian as well, because they've tried to take the tyres an extra stint, and as we saw in Indianapolis, it's not been a good start to that stint, coming out right behind Hashtag Racing, with then losing it in the middle of Indianapolis. So those tyres are going to be in terrible shape by the end of this one. Be interested to see how much time they actually end up losing overall to the guys in front, as they now catch up to some lap traffic, and they're going to catch it in a terrible place into the last chicane. They're going to have to sit behind the BMW here and just wait patiently for the BMW to get back on the throttle, and again has to go, maybe almost think about going either side, but go to a little battle now. Oh, that was a little bit close to the SimHQ Motorsports orange car and We2 Fast Racing through Indianapolis. You really have to be brave to go for a move into Indianapolis, but it's not quite worked out for the move right there. So plenty of action across the board here. Battle for the lead and the battle for what is P6 and what was our former leaders. And imagine this would be a 3-car fight if we hadn't had We2 Fast Racing get the early drive through.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had a blistering start, and they showed the pace at the beginning of the race, but unfortunately that drive-through penalty caused really costly for We2 Fast Racing there. Currently sat in 6th place, only 3 seconds behind the Imperial Motorsports Shake in 5th place. So making steady progress on the way back up, but there's a big gap now over 3rd going in. Has that timing tower gone a bit Pete-tongue there? I think it has. I'm seeing Satellite Racing 1 and Obsidian Racing 1, so I'm not sure if you're seeing that, Jack.
No? I'm not sure. I think I think we might be seeing things at some point. I'm
just seeing 2 cars in 1st place. Don't feel like
oh yes, yeah. Now I see it. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Now I've noticed. Yeah, maybe I'm not paying attention at all. But yeah, this is So well, I suppose if it finishes that way, I guess Obsidian Racing Future can claim they won in a way, because it says it on the timing tower, so it must be true. But I've just had a look as well. VG Racing Esport Academy, great job. Now up to the podium in the BMW. So making further progress up through the field. That's in about 13 places gained by them so far. Now here comes maybe the move. No, Hashtag Racing still going to sit behind. And they could make the move if they wanted to, but they are happy to sit where they are as we cross over the 2-hour mark of this race so far. And we'll be seeing how the next hour unfolds here as they come through down towards Indianapolis. If you are enjoying the coverage, make sure to subscribe to Apex Racing TV to keep up with all the action. And of course, you can follow also the live timing by following the links to the YouTube chat. If you are watching on Apex Racing TV YouTube, you can follow those links. You can keep up to date with the track maps and the live timing. You can see exactly what we are looking at right now. So let's see. So if you want to keep up with everything that is going on around the circuit, because there is lots of cars out on the track at the moment. So it's hard to keep up with everything. But now LMP2 traffic for the leaders to contend with right now, and we'll see how they deal with this. Of course, as a car is a lap down, if you're in the same class, you're obliged to sort of move over, and they do indeed do that. Number 721 Craft in the racing car gets out of the way. So let's see what happens in this one. But as Paul Darling is saying in the YouTube chat, I think that they reckon Hashtag are going to try and save that extra lap if fuel are going extra lap longer than Satellite. So it's going to be a ding-dong battle between these two.
Certainly is, but I think obviously in this stint what they're going to have to do is just stay behind the orders. We have a little replay, Paul Hampton. Let's have a look at this. What happened here? Coming through the push.
Oh.
Oh, and then right in front of the LMP2 car. That was a great skill there from the LMP2 driver behind, just to back out of that, because he could have quite easily just tried to overtake him and been taken out there by the BMW driver. But yeah, so good driving there from the LMP2 to live another day, as they say. But joining this battle back into the front of this LMP2, I think the statisticians have been out and told the hashtag racing team to just stay behind the satellite racing because of that extra lap that satellite racing do have over the rest of the field, and just conserve enough fuel to try and get that lap back off them, so they're on the same lap. Because at the moment, that overlap at the moment seems to be certainly the tyre of choice, as we watch a replay here of Paul Walton coming through the Corvette curbs, coming to the Ford cars, takes it.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I've been saying. Yeah, I'm surprised. That's the first time we've seen that today, and that's a horrendous curb right there that tends to do that. You could see he had absolutely no chance of saving that. The spin was so fast, and it spins you around so quickly. You had absolutely no chance of doing that. So it's when the car lands back on its wheels, bounces and spins. As we look now, picture in picture, looking back at David Williams and from the hashtag Racing 92 as they close up and then back off again. So they're 100% in fuel conservation mode right now, going into this. So this is going to be really intriguing to watch if hashtag Racing manage to gain a further lap over satellite racing in the end, and that of course may end up with satellite racing behind it. They get a chance to save an extra lap of fuel. It'll come back and forth across the entire race, so loads of time left in the race as well for them. But it'll be interesting to see in the pit stops whether they decide to go for the overcut. But they've seen firsthand how powerful it is, so it'd be a no-brainer for them to try and do it as well. But it's amazing that these guys, David Williams and Rui Queiroz, had no time to settle into the race. They were immediately side by side, and Rui Queiroz already, within the first 15 minutes of a stint, has already got to think about fuel saving to the next stint.
It is, team. Yeah, welcome into your spot. You've got a fuel save for the next stint. As just constantly showing his nose slightly there to Dave in front in the satellite racing is the Rui. Just is he going to make a move? Oh no, I think it was that Ferrari that actually stopped him making a move there coming into Arnage, but lost a little bit of ground with that aggressive nature he was showing. I'm not sure what he was hoping to achieve there really, but has now got to get right onto the back of the satellite racing team in front of him. But yeah, if he wants to save that fuel, it's probably advisable not to do them sort of moves, I would say.
Yeah, I think he half considered a move down the inside there, but it didn't quite work. See, David Williams going to get caught here. Now, thankfully, downforce going to save him right around the outside. And the hashtag racing car flying around and scares the Lamborghini off the road behind with that move. Because, of course, when you're battling for the lead, you have to be aggressive. He had to make that move, or else he would have lost a big chunk there. Or losing the draft is what he doesn't want to be doing. So now catching back up through that final sector, back in the draft he goes again, and they begin their next lap around Le Mans. So let's see how they manage to get on here. It's nice to see these guys battling it out across the board, a little bit deep from Queiroz that time, down into the first chicane. Manages to sort it out though, and they are now going to be beginning. They're on their 35th lap around here, completed their 35th lap around here, so they've still got a ways to go until they have to make a fuel stop. But it'll be interesting to see how the strategy will play out between these two now. On lap 36, we've seen a hashtag normally stopping on the we've had them stop on lap 10, 20, 30, but I don't think we're going to see them pit on that 40th lap. We know Satellite can go to lap 41 on their fuel, but I can't imagine hashtag will take that early one, because the undercut haven't seen it work too well, honestly.
No, it's going to be all about if hashtag Racing 92 can save that fuel to pit at the same stop as Satellite Racing. Obviously, Satellite Racing carrying that one lap of extra fuel on board, and probably took some saving there. I mean, he had 2-car slipstream on that first stint to be able to do that savings, but at the moment, Ruiz is driving a little bit erratic, considering, you know, if he is trying to save that fuel, obviously showing his nose to Dave on occasions, and losing a little bit of time coming out of corners. He just needs to be smooth coming in, and just literally where he is on track now is just literally stay behind him and try and coast going around a lot of the corners, and that's the way he's going to be able to get that lap back. But I think on the current showing, I'd say it's quite hard for that hashtag 92 to save that fuel. But yeah, another replay here. We Too Fast Racing.
Yeah, this is the battle behind. Just about managed to save it, and thankfully the VG Esport Academy car didn't get caught up in that. That was very, very close, well held by there, and there has been a swap, hashtag back to the lead, so they've decided that he's had enough and he's gone to the this time. So I wonder, did David just let him through in there? Just maybe force him to go by, and then then let's have a look and see, did David back off, or was it a simple move for Rui Queiroz? He intended to go for it, but David certainly just let him have it there. But now Satellite has a chance to save some fuel, so maybe Rui's happy now to punch a hole in the air and carry on right now. But interesting call right there, I would say. I think he was obviously fed up of sitting behind, and he wants a bit of clean track, but it also gives David now a chance to sit in the slipstream and save a bit of fuel if he needs to.
He's put the hammer down now and put some fast laps in to try and break that slipstream to David behind there in the Satellite Racing team, or else they're just playing into the Satellite Racing team's hands. You know, if he can save another lap of fuel, that's 2-lap difference. I mean, it'd be quite hard at this stage, considering they're so far into the stint. Probably only got around about 5 laps left for the Satellite Racing, 4 laps for the hashtag Racing team before we see the next round of pit stops in the LMP2s. But yeah, it's a bit of a different call. You know, obviously at the start we thought that he was going to be trying to save to get that fuel, but halfway through the stint they've changed their strategy again and thought, you know what, let's try and get a bit of a gap over the Satellite Racing, so he's going to have to try and do the overcut again.
Yeah, you can see Rui's breaking away already from David at the moment. Already, I think it was David made a slight error on the exit of the first chicane and is now trying to get back in. You can see all the various nationalities, a very high US contingent, of course, plenty of representation for the Spanish-speaking countries as well, and of course the French contingent at the front of the GT3 field 1 and 2, right there. But got plenty of representation from around, and Obsidian, of course, representing Argentina in their one as well. So nice to see the South American representation here in this championship. So let's see now. Very clearly, Rui's got some pace. He is charging away from David Williams, and I think he has managed to break out of that tow, which is exactly what he needed.
Yeah, definitely has. And looks like we have the organizer waiting in the interview area. So let's pull Dave up and have a chat with him. Hi, Dave. Welcome to the commentary box, mate. And how was your 2-hour stint?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
You sure can.
It was great. Had a lot of fun out there. I felt like I was slow, but I was steady and I had 0 incidents. So that was what I could offer to the team.
Great. How was it driving with this, obviously the Le Mans, the LMP2, the Le Mans prototype as its full name, is obviously designed for this track. How is it driving on a track that with them cars on it?
Yeah, well, you know, it's a lot better today than it was at Phillip Island last week. I can say that, or last race, I can say that much, because this track you feel like is just built for these cars to be together.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, this is some really great racing. I don't know if you've caught up on what's been happening whilst you've been out of the cars, but certainly in the LMP2 class, certainly heating up at the front at the moment. Hashtag had a 20-second gap, but Satellite Racing, who obviously, I believe, are last year's champions, have managed to claw back that gap, and there's a real big battle going on between them two. What's your thoughts on them two cars?
That's fantastic. I really like seeing how the hashtag guys have really kind of brought the competition, to the satellite team last year. And we had, I think, all 4 races. We did 4 races last year, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe the satellite LMP2, Paul Darling and David Williams won all 4 of them. So this year, these hashtag guys, if I'm not mistaken, they could be going for 3 in a row here.
Yeah, it certainly is, but they're certainly not having it all their own way here today, and that Satellite Racing team really putting a lot of pressure on the cars. But looking in the GT3 class, again, Satellite Racing GT are currently leading out that with, again, hashtag racing. So certainly those two's having battles in both the LMPs and GT3s, but that McLaren seems to be a really fast car with the hands of Alex Gall.
Yeah, it sure does. Alex has had the pace for sure at every race, and I think that team has unfortunately not been able to just put it all together. If at Spa, I think they got set back a couple of times to some penalties, maybe being a little overambitious. And Phillip Island, they had some trouble as well. But if they can kind of just manage their race a little bit better, they're going to be really hard to beat with Alex and team behind the wheel there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, you're the owner, creator, proprietor of this wonderful series that we've been watching here on Apex Racing TV. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about how it got concepted, where do you see it going in the future, and how it's been going for you?
Yeah, so thank you for that. So this series is really kind of our flagship endurance series at CMS. We really use this series actually as a marketing tool to, just kind of with our brand and some of our sponsors, and to use it as a bit of a recruitment, getting new people interested in Champion Motorsports. So really, kind of use it for that purpose. It started last year. We kind of came up with the idea to have this, kind of this flagship series. It runs, very specific. It runs from January until April, just yearly right now. We'd love to maybe see it run, biannual, kind of twice a year. But as much as it takes to put it on, it runs kind of just from that January to April timeframe, and really kind of kicks off the big endurance racing season for us in a great way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's great. I mean, we look at it, the longest race that you do, I think, is 6 hours. I think Daytona was 6 as well, if I'm not mistaken. Have you got any aspirations to make it longer, like a 12 hours, or even try and do the dreaded 24?
Maybe so. If I can wrangle up enough guys to volunteer, Andy, one of the things last year was the races were all 3 hours, and the feedback we had from the members and the teams was they wanted to see a couple that were a little bit longer. So we actually did 4 hours for Daytona this year, 6 hours here for Le Mans, and then the other 4 rounds are 3-hour events. But I personally like the idea of taking one maybe to that 12, 24-hour range at some point. And if I can just wrangle up enough guys to help me with it, it could very well become a possibility.
There you go. So you hear to hear. If you want to fancy helping Dave do a 24-hour stint of one of these races, then get in contact with him through CMS and volunteer your wonderful services to enable him to be able to do that. Because it's all about the volunteers as well, Dave, and the sponsors that we get on that make these series possible. I mean, I'm sure you want to give a shout out to them, but without them, it's very hard to get any series off the ground, because all the drivers, they all want prizes at the end of the day. They don't want to pay the money out to racing an event and not get anything at the end of it. So the sponsors who put a lot into it give a lot out to the sim racing communities as well.
Yeah, they do. We have 4 really great sponsors, and 5 if you include ourselves, with the prize pool. And I'll just kind of say a little bit about each of them. Simrace247.com or 247.com is one of our key partners from a media perspective. We do a lot with them across all of our disciplines of racing, and that's just a phenomenal site. If you haven't checked it out, it's really good for news, articles, great blog. for just the sim racing genre in general. So they're phenomenal. We also have Grid Finder. Grid Finder has been big for CMS. They've really helped us. And Andy, I think I've mentioned to you all before, we do a lot of sim racing. It's not just iRacing, and we have several thousand members, and Grid Finder helps people find us. So without them, I don't know where we'd be. Those are two. I'll briefly, we've got our title sponsor for the series is Penguin RC Simulation. Brian Sohn and his team have just been phenomenal. He puts together a great prize package. It helps him kind of get his brand out there with our members. He's launched some new products and been able to have the benefit of having CMS members do some testing for him. And they just make a lot of really great stuff. And then Complex SimWorks is really a tight partner. You'll actually, little unknown tip, you'll see Brian and Christian Ost, who is the owner of Complex SimWorks. They drive the number 157 car, and I haven't looked to see where they're at, but hopefully they're having a good race.
Yeah, they're mid-pack. I think they Jack's favourite team, because they're driving the Audi, the one and only Audi in the grid. I wonder if that was by choice that they chose a car that nobody else would.
Yeah, maybe so. They were who I was racing with when I was in the car. They were maybe just a little bit quicker than I was, and unfortunately, when Paul got in the car to take over for me, he got nabbed speeding on pit road, so we dropped back a little further from him. Now we're going to try to get back up there and give those guys a run for their money. Kind of some of the sponsors and organizers battle each other.
Definitely. Jack, I don't know if you've got any questions you want to ask Dave before we let him go.
No, I've been just focused on what's going on the screen right now, because it's getting interesting. But it's nice to see the organisers out racing as well, because it's always nice to. I know, Dave, that you spend a lot of time organising, but it must be nice to actually just get out and drive for one.
It is. I really enjoy being out here with the guys. It's the way I get to know them all, and I really enjoy doing that. And guys, I'll let you get back to the action, but I do want to just say one quick thing. This community would not be possible without all of the members and all of the donations that they make throughout the year for us. And I want to call out two members with a big congratulations for winning our annual MVP race, which was actually last weekend. And so Mark Johnson and Mark Leclerc were the class winners of that race, and it's a special event that we have just for people that donate and sponsor the community. And just without all of the great people that do that, and there's a lot of them, too many to name, we wouldn't be anywhere. So it's a community run by people, and that's what makes it special.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dave, we'll let you get back to back to racing again. Well, thanks for hopping in, and many thanks for all your hard work putting this together.
Thanks, guys. Love working with you, and I love our partnership that we're building here. So enjoy the rest of the day, and thanks for your help.
Certainly will. Thanks very much, Dave. So Dave Anderson joining us there, the big organizer of great events. So as we were chatting there, of course, we're getting close to pit stop territory, and David Williams did fall back a bit from Riqueiros, but now he's closed it back in again and is back in the draft of the lead #racing number 92. No changes anywhere elsewhere, but now is the real test. At the end of this lap, Andy, we expect # to come in, but we'll see now if their work paid off, and let's see if they pit on the same lap as Satellite.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Obviously, put all the cards on the table. I'm quite surprised that they actually did take the lead over took the lead over Satellite Racing. Didn't just sit behind and try and make sure that they could get that overfuel, but really deciding to get out in front. And it's going to be interesting to see the tactics now, as you see the Porsche there getting in between the cars, slowing up the Satellite Racing slightly, but in the grand scheme of things won't mean too much, because obviously it can be all alone. Ooh, okay, that was a bit close. A bit close for the luck there. But yeah, it'd be interesting. But you can see the gap that is closed up by just that Porsche just being on that one corner. I mean, that's the difference between like half a second to what is currently now nearly 2 seconds lead. But it's going to be interesting to see if # come in on this lap or have managed to save that one extra lap of fuel. Personally, I don't think they have, so it's going to be interesting to find out.
Yeah, it depends how aggressive how aggressively Keros was saving that fuel in the early phase when he did come out behind Satellite. So let's wait and see. They're going to get caught behind some traffic on the way through Indianapolis now. I think got one of the BMWs just in their way now, so Satellite may be able to just close up a tiny bit here. There they are. You can see still stuck behind one of the GT3s. It's the third place VG Racing Esport Academy car. That's about to get lapped by them. And let's see. So we're coming up to the pit stop marker for the LMP2s now. And we will see if this work that Rui Keros has done has paid off, or whether it's business as usual. But they have managed to get back track position after losing it in the pit stop. But we know that the overcut should give Satellite that small advantage and should give them track position after it. But let's see what happens here. Do hashtag peel in. I expect them not to, but let's see if they've done enough here coming through towards the pit stop phase right now, and they have not done enough. There you go. In they go, and Satellite will take the lead once again. That's very surprising.
Yeah, it is, and maybe that. I mean, it was only half the stint that they were behind the Satellite Racing, so I would have thought it would have been a strong of a challenge to do it. As you see, your cone has made its appearance here on. It's disappeared now, but it's in HQ Motorsport. Orange was carrying that cone of shame, as we're going to call it, around the track here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting now. Obviously, hashtag deciding not to save the fuel to do, but Satellite now have got it all to do. They've got to have that fast lap in lap to try and leapfrog hashtag racing again. So it's a battle of the pit stops at the moment between them two.
Yeah, absolutely. We have one of the Satellite drivers is in the YouTube chat at the moment, Paul Darling, of course, and they're also surprised that hashtag came in. They were convinced that that hashtag had saved enough fuel, but obviously not. And maybe they were quite marginal the whole way through. But you'd have to imagine if they just sat behind for the whole stint, that they might have just had enough there. But we just did see as well that there is a stop and go penalty for the number 25 Artie Sim Sport car. We just had to come in and serve that now. So they were running P4, and they're now having to serve a penalty, which is normally a 25-second stop and go for stop and hold for 25 seconds, and then come back out again. You cannot make any changes to the car when you do that as well. So let's see what happens now. David Williams, Satellite should be very happy right now that hashtag have had to come in and take that fuel, and they've now got an overcut advantage. As long as they have a clean in lap here, they should have enough in hand to keep their position. So you can see the difference where hashtag is. Hashtag just on the Mulsanne now, just about to head up towards the first chicane, and of course David Williams now at the end of into the Mulsanne corner. So very, very nice stuff from them, and we will see now what happens with Satellite. And I think they should, judging off before, they should have about a second or two advantage on the pit exit. But of course, we saw how quickly hashtag was able to close up to the back of them coming out of pit lane, using the momentum that they had, because of course you don't have the momentum heading into turn 1, and that affects your momentum through 2 and 3. So it should be quite close, but it should be David Williams to hold on to the lead for Satellite. And it seems like hashtag might have to just start thinking about not wanting that track position. I know it's hard as a driver to not want to overtake somebody, but I think they're going to have to do something here.
Certainly are, but I mean, what is interesting now, there's a couple of GT3 cars that could put paid to the end of the lap here for Satellite Racing coming into the Porsche Cups. So there's a couple of seconds lost there, just nearly going into the back there of the BMW car coming through. But there's another two GT3 cars. I think they're a little bit out of the way now with that incident, but that won't help Satellite Racing getting past hashtag Racing 92. So little time lost there. So in come Satellite Racing for the pit stop. But at the moment, I mean, Satellite Racing hold all the ace cards. They've got that overshot of that one extra lap. But, you know, they can choose if they want to use it or if they just want to pit on the same lap. So, you know, at the moment, it's hashtag racing that have got to come up with a different strategy, like you were saying, to somehow neutralize that extra lap that Satellite Racing currently have in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'd see what the gap is going to be now as Kyrgios heads up towards the Porsche curves. Satellite Racing now stopped in the pit box, so we'll see how tight this is going to be. The overcut should definitely work for Satellite here as they head through Porsche curves, and let's see. They should have hashtag Race92 should have the draft of Satellite, and I think they're going to have to use it on this stint to their advantage as much as they possibly can. Up towards the last corner now comes the number 92. And we should see on the top left Satellite heading towards the pit exit in just a few seconds. Still stopped in the box here. And they're going to come out now. It's actually going to be a tighter affair than I thought as they come towards the corner. I think it's actually going to be an undercut that's going to work for hashtag this time around the first corner. That is unusual. Hashtag have suddenly flipped it and made an undercut work.
Yeah, I think it was down to that incident with
GT3,
that GT3 car that literally took all his speed out of that Porsche curves. And if you look at the gap on stream, that was easily accounted for that loss of speed going through the Porsche curves. So, unfortunately, that is the way that the beast, as they call it, with GT3s are out on track. You've literally got to try and time your overtakes to a perfection, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. But Satellite Racing do still have that one lap advantage over hashtag Racing 92. Now what hashtag Racing 92 need to make a decision here. They either push on and try and get that gap bigger to neutralize that overshot and make sure that Satellite Racing don't get in the slipstream effects, who just basically get onto the coattails of hashtag Racing and just be pulled around. So hashtag really need to push on now, or literally slow down, let Satellite Racing overtake them, and then fuel save. So it's getting interesting after 2 hours and 29 of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny that the GT3s have basically had a very quiet day so far. They're going to replay Kevin Ayers here, going through the Porsche curves, catching up to a Porsche, coming around here. Oh, dear God, it's coming through there. Wow, that's scary. I don't know how they didn't make contact. That's impressive driving from the two of them. Fair play.
It was how he managed to keep it. Because as soon as them LMP cars go onto the grass, it's like an ice skating rink, isn't it? You're in the lap of the gods, and luckily he used one of his 9 lives up there. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think that was really great awareness from the Porsche right there, to know that the LMP2 was all of a sudden on the grass, trying desperately not to hit him. So great driving from the GT3 there. We're looking here at the second place hashtag. It's a mirrored situation in GT3 and LMP2. The top 2 cars are hashtag and Satellite in both, but you can see the gap sort of opened up between first and second, between Satellite and hashtag in GT3. That is, so that gap's opened up, and these guys have been in the same position. These guys have made great progress. VG Racing Esport Rasmus Christensen has made fantastic progress. Look where he is, up 13 places. Rasmus Christensen in that BMW, and considering everybody else has not gained more than 3 places, that's a really impressive drive from the BMW. And 3 different manufacturers in that top 3 now: McLaren in P1, Lamborghini in P2, and BMW running in third. But that's a mega job from Rasmus Christensen, because 13 places around Le Mans is not easy done when you've got guys that are very evenly matched on pace, and the Beamer obviously not the strongest car out there as well. Really impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it makes it all more impressive when you look down the field from the movers and shakers. Nobody's really made massive. I mean, you've got the Wild Juice Racecraft up 8 places, but pretty much the average over the field is 2 or 3 places up or down from where they started in the quali. So that just gives a flavour of how well that VG Racing Esport Academy have done today to manage to get up 13 places. So really on the charts, and Rasmus has driven the car exceptionally well to gain that 13 places out on track. So really good for them. But Looking down, I mean, the big losers, Can-Am Racing 2 in the GT3 car number 37, down 8 places from where they started. And probably the biggest loser in the LMP2 is only 4 places, and that's World Community Drivers, who are currently just gone into the pits, who are down 4 places. So the field relatively staying stable throughout this whole entire race. So it's going to be interesting what the last 4 hours, 3.5 hours, have got to come into play.
Yeah, definitely so. And we'll be seeing pit stops for GT3s in a little while. It'll probably be towards the top of the hour, probably another 20 odd minutes before we see the GT3s in. Got another 7 odd laps or so before we see the LMP2s back in again. We're looking at Brian Blanchard, Team Brake Fade once again. And you'll be able to see now as he comes onto the Mulsanne. Checks around everything, scratches his face, does there? You know exactly. do everything you need to do to down the Mulsanne, and there comes the flying LMP2 past him there. Has a chance to look around at everything. Oh, the nice trees, nice. Oh, I didn't notice that before. Oh, this is pretty cool. Oh, there's an LMP2. This is gonna go. Oh, I have to brake now. This is yeah. Oh, I better brake now. Oh, to actually do some work. But this is the life of a GT3 driver at Le Mans. You've got loads of time to sort of chill out and look around at the scenery, and you notice things you've never noticed before around here. He's just check down to the relative. Scratch the face again. So we're really monitoring poor old Brian here, but like fair play for doing that, because we all have habits when we're driving. Then it's nice to see put a face to the drivers sometimes that we don't often get to see. So Brian down there in 13th place and enjoying his drive-through penalty for number 2 to the 214 Imperial Motorsports shake for avoidable contact. So the steward's hard at work today. Plenty of penalties been given out so far, and of course we have to remember as well that there's, I think, P2 and GT3 have a post-race penalty, I believe, for being out of position on the start. So that could affect them. Later, when we get to the post-race results, I have to wait and see what the penalty is. But they're so far in front of third, I don't think it's going to affect them.
No, definitely not. Them 2 drivers have massively got out in front, doing an exceptional job at the front. And both the GT3s are actually in the pits as we talk. So Satellite Racing GT and Hashtag Racing have gone into the pits. So we'll probably see the opening of the tides, as they say, and Moses letting all them GT3 cars into the pits very shortly, as we have a big procession down the pit lane. I mean, I've never actually been. Have you actually been to Le Mans, Jack?
No, I haven't. No.
I would love to go. I bet it'd be an amazing experience to see one of these, certainly the 24-hour race. And, you know, it would be. It's probably so much going on. You've got the racing, but there's probably loads of side activities going on as well that you can visit around these 24-hour races. And just sitting there in your tent on the side of the road with your beer in your hand, just watching loads of fast cars going around. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, it's definitely one I want to go to at some point. Le Mans. It's like, well, for any of us who all kind of live on the European continent, it's not that far away for us, really. So it's in the. It's not too bad to get to, so definitely one to consider for the future when we get back to. We obviously now finally have spectators back at events, so we'll wait and see how that goes. We did have the leaders in GT3 come in to pit lanes. They've boxed and have come out clean, I think, from their pit stop. So we'll see now as they get some traffic in the way. James Stacey, Pneumatic Motorsports purple car, getting clean past of course, these guys battling, I think, well, before presumably we got the Doug Bourne, the TSE Taconi racing car right here. These guys battling for P10 in class at the moment. Just trying to sort themselves out right here as he goes for the move on the inside of Indianapolis. Thought about it. It's tricky to do that. But thankfully the Pneumatic Motorsports purple car did see that move coming, but it's the camber sort of doesn't help you there, because yes, you've got the bit of camber to help you around the corner, but going around the outside there, you carry so much more speed on and you've got the inside for Arnage as well, which is very useful, but still doesn't have the slipstream for the Mulsanne further down. You can see all three, well, you've got two pneumatic motorsports cars running together, and Imperial Motorsports are now, believe, coming in to serve their penalty. So they're going to have to painfully make their way down the pit lane from P4. And you can see now how much that Doug Bourne's having to work the wheel through the Porsche curves. It's dirty air is definitely affecting them at the moment, and it's going to also, that insult to injury, probably going to catch this Lamborghini in the wrong place. No, thankfully it comes into pit lane right at the right moment as he loses the rear through on the brakes through there, sliding all over the place in this car, and again a kick of oversteer on the way through. The tyres are not going to thank him for that.
No, definitely not. One of the interesting thing is there, I'm just looking at the timing towers from the pit stop, and it looks like Hashtag Racing were in the pits for 1 minute and 7 seconds. So an extremely long pit stop there for Hashtag Racing in the GT3 class. Obviously, it was only a couple of seconds behind our Satellite Racing GT team. Did they have a penalty they had to serve?
I'm not sure actually. Oh, they did. I'm assuming their penalty may have been applied from the out of position at the start, maybe. Right there, that they may have got the call to take a drive-through or a stop-go for them. So that's thrown them right out of contention right there. Hashtag Racing in P2 right there. So that's a big shame for them. That's put 2Pi Racing mid-pack into P2 and TPRT up to 3rd. So big changes already in this race. So looking forward to seeing how that unfolds after it. But yeah, a bit of a shame. For them, really, to have. They may have been told that they can serve it at any point. They obviously have elected to serve the penalty, whatever. Just looking here, Hashtag Racing number 92. Satellite Racing LB2. Its gap's gone up to about 5 seconds now. So, you know, this is good stuff, because this is, I suppose, is stemming the problem, really, by building this much of a gap for that overcut.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's broken that slipstream, which is the important thing that Hashtag needed to do to Satellite Racing. So then it's purely down on race pace of the two individual drivers to be able to do it. Because obviously, if Satellite Racing were in that slipstream, one, they could fuel save, and two, it'd be very hard for Hashtag Racing to try and get away from there with that overcut lap. But now there's 5.5 seconds between the two teams. There's no slipstream involved in this. It's down to pure driving speed, and it's almost like neutralise the race, though. Hashtag won't get that extra lap, and Satellite will still have that in the bag to be able to pick and choose if they want to take it. So, you know, Hashtag really just need to push on now at this stage. They've got that lead, and they just need to push on. They're not going to get that lap back, so it's just going to come down to, is it going to really affect them at the end of the race?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as the race sort of settles in, our drivers have almost reached halfway, and so have we. So myself and Andy, that's our stint done. So we are going to leave you in the very capable hands of David Whitehouse and DJ Clark. Welcome in, boys. And by the looks of it, for the last half of hour, the LMP2 drivers have been very kind and have set you up with a very close race to bring to the end. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
Well, I have no doubt at all that we will. These LMP2 drivers really putting down a good show. As you said, it is going to be one heck of a race out there to be able to continue to follow. And I don't know about you, David, but I am looking forward to seeing how these final 3 hours play out.
Yeah, it's going to be a great final 3 hours of this race. I mean, I've been watching from the start, watching Jack and Andy going on with the first 3 hours of the race, and Hashtag Racing looked pretty dominant in the class, but now with only a 5-second lead, it is certainly open for the overall victory in this race, and it's equally as close in the GT class with only a 37-second lead. Around somewhere like Le Mans, anything can happen.
Exactly. Around Le Mans, around a circuit like this, it is absolutely incredible to watch as it continues to play out. 30 seconds is a mere fraction around this long circuit as we watch here that Hashtag Racing number 92 machine. Going back to check out a replay here, this is Kevin Ayers in the 179 machine, making his way. Ooh, that is not the way you want to be taking those chicanes.
No, that's the alternative layout, I think, of those chicanes, and not the way we want to be doing it. But recovered well, and no damage, no harm done really.
Yeah, able to recover, able to get back on and get that going. So he will be pretty happy to be able to recover like that. We watch the Satellite Racing LMP2 machine right now as he works his way around, trying to see here if there's any time to be gained. Remember, only that 5-second advantage up to hashtag racing number 2. And I think here at this point, you know, this is when you start to obviously be thinking about fuel strategy, be thinking about pushing everything along. But this is certainly the time when you definitely want to be thinking about trying to push a little bit as well and try to get that car up and forward.
Exactly. Endurance racing, it's all about the last hour. It's all about just trying to fight on with those battles. You need to get through the first 5 hours first in this 6-hour event. 46 laps to go. Have gone. They've got more than that still to go, so these cars will still be taking a battering throughout this race, and there's plenty more that can happen.
Indeed there is, and we are excited to see what is going to happen with those drivers as they continue to work their way around. Check out. Oh, big incident here, and this involves the second place GT3 machine. Oh, big punt into the back there. That was, I believe, Eva Costa in the 45 machine.
Yeah, just got caught out by the braking there, it looked like, and a huge spin, a lot of damage to that front end of the Lamborghini. I think he's actually got pretty much away with it in some kind of respects, but he didn't collect anybody else, and the LMP in front, probably seeing that in his mirrors, made himself think a little bit too hard into that chicane.
Yeah, indeed, a little bit of damage there in that hashtag racing number 45. You can see it to the front end of that machine, but still has that roughly 1 minute, 21 second gap back to Fredrik Sorensen in the VG Racing Esports Academy car. And considering the pit stops have already fired off, I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we see him coming down pit lane. So there he goes. Going to let the crews have a little bit of time on the virtual thing, the virtual mallets rather, on the front of that car. Hashtag racing number 92 continuing to lead this race. Rui Queiroz putting down that very good pace and keeping Satellite Racing LMP2 behind them.
Yeah, it's very close between these two teams. And in the iRacing Championship that we've been having with CMS, it's been these two teams near the front of the pack throughout the other races we've streamed, so it's no surprise to see Satellite and hashtag fighting at the front. But this close after 2 hours 45, it's yeah, anybody's game. It could be a pit stop error. Just literally putting a little bit too much fuel in could make all the difference at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how the strategy plays out in the last hour, because teams will have been saving that little bit of fuel just to keep it going and make that last stop that little bit shorter.
One driver here who's going to be trying to save a little bit of fuel. This is Leif Peterson of the Imperial Motorsports Shake 214 machine. Now, Leif did have a penalty earlier that he had to serve, and he is now out right behind, closing in on Pneumatic Motorsports Orange. That is a battle for position out on track as they attempt. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit hairy there for Leif. Barely able to get the car wound up into that first chicane. Very, very good stuff there as he works his way around.
Yeah, very close to wiping out the Ferrari in front, but they've both made their way around and no harm done to either car. But it's a traffic that can kill you around Le Mans, and in any kind of endurance race, really. If you catch them here on these straights, it can be very easy to get past, but it just depends whether you have that patience to wait in a position like that where you've caught them in the middle of a chicane, and a little misjudgment and your race could be right near the back of the grid, even if you're at the front right now.
Yeah, and he is going to have to try to keep pushing here the best that he can, because it doesn't look like that Pneumatic Motorsports Orange machine is going to be going away quite easily, working their way out of the second chicane down into the Mulsanne hairpin. Very close behind is that number 30, keeping things a little bit lively there for Leif as they now work their way out of that Mulsanne hairpin, passing looks like the Penguin RC Complex Simworks Audi as they go. Little bit of a gap starting to develop, but this is a good chance, I think, here for Pneumatic Motorsports Orange, as you were talking about, to think a little bit more big brain, to think a little bit in terms of overall strategy and be plotting out that full-on race distance, be able to save a little bit of fuel here maybe in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2 hours 47 gone. We got over 3 hours to go. 3 hours 13, 3 hours 12 to go. But if you pass him now, all you're going to do is start using up fuel. Whereas if you sit behind, you can just keep that little bit, maybe save a lap of fuel, which doesn't sound a lot to many people, but round Le Mans, it is a huge amount. And we really need to be looking at that long-term strategy if you want a good result in the end. Passing him, if he's holding you up by a huge amount, then obviously get past and pull away. But yeah, a lot of drivers on iRacing are used to these little sprint races and 20 minutes here and there and things like that, where you don't have these thoughts. But as a team, you have to think about them in these longer 6-hour endurances.
They really and truly do. You've got to be thinking long term, as we've got that beautiful side by side there. Leif Peterson trying to pull away in the 214. John Taylor Tammy behind him in the 30, trying to gain back in. And that gap expanding now a little bit. Peterson's been able to pull out roughly about a second, and that's about where we're going to start to see that draft come into play. It's around that 1 second mark that it will really start to do so. Tammy here's going to definitely try to close in as much as possible and try to keep him behind, but the pace we've seen from Peterson, not looking like that's going to be possible. Remember that Imperial Motorsports shake machine out of position courtesy of the penalty.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timing screen. It's just said that Jose Correa, who was sitting 5th in class in the GT's 20th overall, has crashed, it says. So I'm not sure whether we might have a view of that, or whether he's just gone wide somewhere and it's picked it up as an accident. But he is currently still running 5th in class because of the gaps between the cars.
Yeah, so there's plenty of time there. He will have to see, as we'll have to play that out to see exactly what went on for him. Jumping back here as we continue on with Leif Peterson. This is one of our closest battles out on track as it stands. Continue to run very, very close to one another as they go. Peterson starting to try to eke that gap out, but Tammy able to keep it in within that 1 second range, so being able to take advantage of it as they go down here into what looks like that first chicane. It's good stuff. This obviously the battle overall for P8.
Yeah, we're being very respectful of Colin McCone on the inside of the corner, and that's what we like to see. No cone abuse here, as was happening early in the race. But they head over the top of this ridge where the Mercedes flipped years ago and down into the bottom corner. And this is like a pinpoint marker on the circuit. As we have a quick replay of Jose Correa, this is what happened to him. Just in the end, a little bit of a harmless spin, but obviously a loss of time due to that. But yeah, the far end of the circuit down at Mulsanne, it's sort of a turning point of a circuit where you're heading back to the pits, and it's like half a lap done, half a lap to go, and that's how you have to take Le Mans. It's such a long lap. You cannot sit there and think, well, I'll just blast this lap out. You have to take it bit by bit, even in a 6-hour endurance.
Yeah, it does not reward taking things aggressively necessarily. Continuing to look back after that replay on the battle with Leif Peterson right now. That gap hovering at around, as though we have another replay coming up here. This is Christian Ost in the 157, a little bit scared off of the line, I think. Woo, yep, and having a little ride in the kitty litter.
Yeah, Oster's just got a little bit scared of the LMP on his inside, and he's been in a huge battle with Brian Blanchett. I think they've repassed each other 2 or 3 times in the last lap or so. So that is going to lose him a lot of time in that battle. But yeah, that's what you've got to do as the GT drivers. Yes, you have to stay on line for the LMPs coming through, or be nice to let them through, but you have to think about your own race. That's just cost him a huge amount of time where he was in the middle of a battle.
And I know that's always been one of my biggest problems is trying to judge the back and forth between the two. It can be incredibly difficult to do, especially when you are a GT driver. So often we put the impetus here on these LMP2s to get on by, but it's just as important for the GT2 drivers, or GT3 drivers rather, to keep their head on their shoulders, not necessarily make those mistakes like that. And especially in the Porsche curves, I understand the civility, let's call it, to go off to the side and to let a faster car on by, but goodness gracious, when you get into the trenches, you get into the fights, sometimes that can just come back to bite you if you're not careful.
Exactly. You just need to sort of, I don't know what as a driver, you sort of panic about it, but then you've got to keep you calm. You've got to go, hang on a minute, he's not going to get through here. I'll keep going, because if you start moving about on the track and just sort of stopping the LMP2, anticipating where you are, then you're going to end up in an accident, losing even more time and possibly putting yourself out of the race. So both sides have to sort of take it a little bit easy. I know you're going to be attacking at the time, might be in a battle like Leif Peterson is now, but just it's easier to lose that 1 second behind the car than to end up in an accident.
It certainly is. And as you said earlier, and you alluded to earlier, what endurance racing is all about, it's not necessarily getting to the finish line as fast as possible. That is obviously the end goal, but it's really just getting to the finish line, keeping these cars paced out, keeping your car in one piece as you work around. That's one of the beauties and the joys of endurance racing and watching it, is you've got to really think full circle here. Still over 3 hours, about 3 hours and 6 minutes to go as we check back. This is a tight little battle that we have going on. This is We Too Fast Racing and Pneumatic Motorsports Blue. That's Pneumatic Motorsports in that number 4 machine right now, trying to pull out a little bit.
Yeah, the pulling out is something that they really want to try and ease that gap up, especially for like a pit stop. If these drivers are looking for an overcut or an undercut during the pit stops, the LMP2s, as we've seen throughout this race, half an hour or so is a good stint length, where the GTs will go pretty much to the hour or so. So it's always a crucial little bit. So this battle is about a second apart. That's the difference in a pit stop. So over a race distance, if you're an LMP stopping 5-6 times and you can stay within a second, you've only got to gain that position on the last pit stop to gain the position. So like I said before, you might want to start moving up if you've got the pace, but there is so many battles in this field. I'm just looking now, you've got a strong battle for 8th place, between where 3 cars are split by not very much. This is a battle for 6th place, and obviously we have the battle for the lead, which is only 7.5 seconds now. So Hashtag Racing have pulled a little bit of pace out of the car to pull away from Satellite Racing, but still well and truly in the firing line of this battle for the lead.
Indeed they are. We continue to watch here, though, this battle for 6th place. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue holding off We Too Fast Racing. Jumping back, this is John Taylor Tammy. That other battle that you were alluding to, this is Pneumatic Motorsports Orange trying to close in on Leif Peterson, and they've got to be a little bit careful because their Pneumatic Motorsports teammate is a little bit close. Ooh, we have an incident under investigation there. That is the 45 and the 157. That could be potentially crucial. That is the the second place GT3 machine. That is the Hashtag Racing Lamborghini. I will have to double check on the numbering there for the 157 exactly, but that could have massive implications for the course of this race. That's Christian Austin, the Penguin RC Complex Simworks GT3. So a little bit of scrapping there, and that could be a problem for the 45.
Yeah, Christian Ost getting well and truly in the wars over since we've come onto the broadcast, and we've seen him going off in Porsche curbs, being in a battle with Brian Blanchett, and now under investigation with Ivo Costa. So certainly getting in the wars, whether it's his fault or not. Obviously we haven't seen the incident, so can't comment on that, but it's always the thing in endurance racing: stay out of trouble and then make your moves later on. And it seems like Christian is trying to make his moves early on, and it's not quite paying dividends just now.
Ooh, big lockup there for John Taylor Tammy as he works his way through the second chicane here on the Mulsanne straight. That's going to cost him some definite time back to Leif Peterson. Remember, trying to close in that gap as much as possible. It looks like he's already lost about a second courtesy of that lockup. The gap now holding at about 2 seconds overall. I can also report that Obsidian Racing Future, the number 13 machine, is in pit lane right now. So that is your third place LMP2.
Yeah, Jimenez bringing the car in around about maybe just short of the hour, so they might have a bit of fuel saving to do in terms of getting to the end of the race on without a splash and dash at the end. It's something that the LMP2s really do have to think about, because if you're stopping, say, every half hour, that is a little bit short of the 3-hour mark for the team that were running in third place. And obviously, Paul Walton has just gone past them in the 25. So that is a position that is close enough that an extra pit stop will make all the difference to that final podium position in LMP2, as we now see Tammy making his way past one of the GT Porsches and trying to close back in on Imperial Motorsports Shake in the 214.
All right, we've got a little bit of a replay here. This is Tommy Lee Kogan in the 721. Ooh, that is a trip you do not want to be making. This is the Kraft Dinner Racing machine, currently back in 13th place. And as a result of that, they're only about 2 seconds up the road from Kevin Ayers and the GITM Racing Green machine. So there could be a little bit of a battle starting to develop there for that position. Paul Walton here, though, the car that just came into third place as a result of that pit stop for Jimenez. So Walton in the RD Sim Sports machine, the number 25, able to work his way forward. We're getting a lot of pit stops starting to fire off here for the LMP2s. I see Jason Lundy in the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue machine. Remember, they were in a little bit of a battle with We Too Fast Racing. So they are down pit lane, and this is where that fuel strategy that you talked about, David, that seeing just how much you can sort of sip on the fuel is going to come in. Oh, this is Kevin. Big slow up coming down into the chicane, it sounds like. Let's watch this. Oh, just too deep into the second part of the Ford chicanes.
Yeah, so easy to do. You carry the momentum through Porsche curbs into the Ford chicane, get the first one right, but just go too deep on the second one, which is the tighter of the two. And that is the one that just ruins your run out up the main straight, as we have hashtag racing into the pits. So the leader is in and Satellite Racing goes through into the lead. David Williams taking that P1 position at the moment in the LMP2 Satellite Racing team. And this is what we're talking about. It's now over 3 hours. Hashtag Racing pitting straight on 3 hours, so they seem to be every half an hour on the dot. Satellite Racing just stretching it that little bit, and if they can stretch it, that last pit stop just that touch shorter, it might make that 7 seconds difference, depending on what the position is when they get to that final stop. Looking further back, I don't think Paul Walton will get past Rui Quiros as he's in the pits, unless it's not too big a gap, to be honest. It's about I'm just trying to work it out. It's quite hard to tell the interval with the actual pit stop, but here's Paul coming through Porsche curbs now, so he's very close to the pit lane. Rui Quiros has headed back out now, so no change in the top two. It is still the same cars, just the opposite way round.
All right, and now for Rui Quiros, it's all going to be down to him to try to put in this good outlap. We always talk about in-laps and outlaps being so very important, as there you can see actually Walton coming down pit lane himself, as you can see there on our timing tower. So the RD Sim Sports number 25 opting to come down pit lane. And yeah, as you were saying, that for specifically the Satellite Racing LMP2 car with David Williams behind the wheel, if he's able to put in a little bit more time, if he's able to just put in a little bit more laps, really one lap per stint, you never know how much that's going to come back to help you. They may be able to eke out another pit stop over the course of the race. And hashtag racing here, the 92, they're just going to have to push as hard as they can to try to keep the pressure up, then maybe force a mistake out of Satellite if they're able to do that, or keep up the pace behind them and make them use a little bit of fuel as we get a nice picture-in-picture of both of those drivers.
Yeah, that's a great view of both of the drivers to show where they are out on circuit. We have Satellite Racing coming down into Arnage now, and there's a drive-through penguin, a drive-through penalty for the 157 Penguin RC Simworks, avoidable contact. That is possibly what the contact we saw earlier was that Christian Ost in the 157. So that was the penalty which we saw being investigated between Ivo Costa and Christian Ost.
All right, so the 45 able to get out of that. Yeah, that was the damage that we saw earlier on them. So that will not be good, obviously, for Christian Ost, that Penguin RC Complex Simworks machine. But we were a little bit worried about the hashtag racing number 45 would have something. A lot of LMP2s starting to come down pit lane. I've got to think our leader would be coming down, and indeed he is diving down into the pits right now as they get their way around. There is the 92, Riqueiros, as he comes just out of Mulsanne, and he will know from his teammates, from the rest of the crew around him, that this will be time to pit in. This will be that moment.
Yeah, we're just seeing some of the pit stop times actually on the left-hand side on the timing tower, and you can see hashtag lost 2 seconds to Osbodon Racing Future. So that is just the whole pit stop time, so from the start of the pit lane to the exit. And as you can see, Imperial Motorsports Shake 9 seconds longer. They had a very long pit stop, but this will all depend whether they're taking tyres as well. A lot of teams will double stint the tyres in some of the cars, and that will obviously change the length of a pit stop, because a fueling stop will be a lot quicker, as Yuri Kurios uses all of the track coming into the Ford chicane. There's David Williams still in the pit, so it's been a great outlap for hashtag racing, and they're going to extend this lead out. Satellite Racing now leaving their pit box, and I think that gap's going to be well over 7 seconds by the time they stretch it all out.
I think you're right, as their hashtag racing coming out right now through the chicanes of Dunlop, or of Michelin rather, and it looks like the gap is going to be down a little bit according to Mercury.
Okay.
At about 5.8 seconds, so they were able to gain a little bit of time there.
Yeah, but that shows you how much I know. Hashtag racing were pushing on that outlap, but obviously the in-lap of Satellite Racing must have been a very good start. Going to it's also a very tight pit lane. It's really tough to get those guys that pit lane exactly right. So hashtag took it a little bit easier, and Satellite pushed on through the Ford chicane in the pit lane. Then you can make that very much a second, maybe even 2 seconds difference if you get that bang on.
Well, and so tricky to get it bang on. As you said, it's a very, very narrow pit lane, a very tricky entrance to it, and it is so slow. I believe about 37 miles per hour, around 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. Incredibly slow to get these cars woed down, especially when you're used to the high speeds around the Mulsanne Straight. Now we jump over here to the Sim Racing PR Blue machine. Edison Rojas Hernandez currently behind the wheel of that number 24. This is the final podium spot here in the GT3 class, and they've got themselves a little bit of a gap behind them, most certainly the VG Racing Esports Academy car holding off about 42 seconds to them, but only about 11 seconds up the road to Ivo Costa and that hashtag racing number 45.
Yeah, the gap isn't too much, about 11 seconds for Ivo Costa to hold off Hernandez, and that is not very much at all around this circuit. Will we see I mean, it's another 1 minute 46 to Alex Gall, who's in the McLaren out in front, which we haven't seen much of just yet. But that McLaren going really well yet again in the hands of Satellite Racing GT. The Satellite Racing GT guys seem to have that McLaren nicely set up for whatever circuit it is. A hugely quick crew on board it. And while it's not the favourite of people picking it in the GTE class, it certainly does go like a rocket in the hands of Alex Gall.
Yeah, most certainly does, and I've got to think here that from what I know about driving the McLaren, it does take, as you said, those deft hands to really be able to get it right. That car notorious for off-throttle oversteer, and especially coming up through some of the faster corners on this track where he is coming up through the opening curves right now. It's got to be incredibly tricky to try to just feather that throttle out and keep that rear end planted. It is not an easy machine to control.
No, not easy at all. The Lamborghini being the favourite of season one, shall we say, on iRacing in 2022. And as you can see at the left-hand side of the screen, we have, I think it's 5 Lamborghinis in the top 10. So that shows you how popular that is. 1 McLaren, 2 Porsches, a Ferrari and a BMW. So it's well sort of worked out as we look on the left-hand side of the screen at Christopher Hill for We2Fast Racing going past. I'm just trying to work out who he's going past there. Is that Jason Lundy he's just gone past, maybe, down the Mulsanne Straight? Yes, yeah, it's Jason Lundy. So that is a change for 5th position overall in the LMP2 class.
And that was that battle that we were keeping our eyes on before that. Remember, we sort of had the pair of battles between Leif Peterson and the Imperial Motorsports Shake car and Pneumatic Motorsports Orange machine. Well, now we're able to focus on that Pneumatic teammate, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, with Jason Lundy, who has just been passed here, as you said, losing out on that 5th place position. And now it comes back again to just being able to try to hold up behind here, specifically in the draft down the long Mulsanne Straight. Got to try to hold it, and then the sort of back straight here on the run down into Indianapolis and Arnage. Good slipstream there for Jason Lundy as he just kind of tucks his way in behind Christopher Hill, making sure that he doesn't lose too much time, making sure that he is now going to be in a position to save a little bit of that fuel, to be able to sip on it and just tuck up behind the draft and not have to go full throttle the entire lap.
Yeah, absolutely great views here, front and rear of the cars. But remember, these guys are teammates. The 3 cars are in a row in 5th, 6th and 7th. So could be on similar strategies, could have a similar kind of race. So it will all be down to the drivers, and they won't want to hold each other up. So if Lundy suddenly becomes the quicker driver, I'm sure we'll see Pneumatic Motorsports Blue jump out of the way of Orange. So, jump out of the way of Orange to move forward, but no changes like that at this moment in time. Christopher Hill in the 5th place car, just trying to move nicely forward. Just trying to work out, Christopher Hill in the 69. That is, where is the 69 on our timing tower?
There he is, I think, directly ahead there. That is strange. Is there a timing tower? I think
that's not. Yeah,
that
might not be quite on the timing tower, but on our live timing, we do have Christopher Hill in 5th place in the 69, and Jason Lundy just close behind in 6th place in the 4 car, which we are on board with at this time. So that is just one battle that is very, very close. But you can see Christopher Hill already trying to stretch that lead while we are heading onto the Mulsanne Straight.
Trying to stretch that lead a little bit, and that lead looking like it is starting to expand. It's about up to about 1.2 seconds, and that's a little bit courtesy of getting by Cottle there in that slower GT3 Porsche. So they will be happy to be able to get themselves on by and not really have to deal with that all that much. That will be a huge relief for them. Yeah, there you see Christopher Hill got that timing tower fixed there for us. Christopher Hill just continuing to kind of power along here. He's been able to grow that gap to 1.6 seconds, and that's exactly what you need. Get that gap up to beyond that 1 second mark. Doesn't really have to worry about the draft benefiting the car behind him, and he'll be able to just keep on keeping on here and really run his own race. Now, he does have a lot of time to try to make up here. Looks like about 46 seconds up to RD Simsport and Paul Walton. That is the next car up the road here for the 69.
Yeah, the car we're looking at, the number 69, 3:29.6 is its quickest lap in the race, whereas 3:30.0 for Paul Walton's car in front. So there's not a huge amount between them in terms of the quickest outright lap time, and currently setting lap times about a tenth apart, really. So this gap isn't going to come rocketing down, but it is catchable in the remaining 2 hours and 48 minutes.
Yes, it certainly is. So not out of the question that he's going to be able to do that. And as we've said before, pit stops can kind of come into play here. You never exactly know how this is all going to shake out. I can tell you, however, just to give you a quick update on your leaders, that gap has expanded back out a little bit. Hashtag Racing 92 and Satellite Racing LMP2, the gap at about 8 seconds right now. So that has died down a little bit. And this little mini battle that we're watching with Too Fast Racing and Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, one of the tighter battles out on track as they run.
Yeah, certainly a close battle here. You can see the fastest laps for everybody in the timing tower. A 3:52.5 is the quickest in the GT class, whereas the LMP2 is obviously a lot quicker, looking at a 3:28. So that shows you about a quick maths, about a 24-second difference in speed around what is quite a long circuit. So some people might expect it to be a little bit bigger than that, to be honest, with the speed of these LMP2 cars going past the GT cars. As we can see, a hold up for Christopher Hill here in the exit of the chicane. Will he get a run on this LMP2 straight out of the box? Just working out which LMP2 that is in front. It's hard to tell from the rear, but one goes past the GT car, and here is Christopher Hill, gets past the BMW and up towards the Dunlop chicane for the first time.
I believe that car that he's coming up behind right now is Kevin Ayers in the GITM Racing Green, number 179. As he is back in 13th place, he will be a lap down already. Now, Blue Flags in this series, they are informative. They are not necessarily declarative that you have to get out of the way there for him. So the Too Fast Racing, number 69, still is going to have a little bit of work to do to try to be able to get up and on by if they want to make this work. Going back to check out a replay here, this is Douglas Ritter back in the 61. Looks like he's going to have a fun little trip through the chicanes.
That's a very interesting way to do it.
I'm not so much
See
sure
how he rejoins.
I'm not so much sure if they missed the braking zone or if just ignored it is the right way to put it. But one way or the other, that's not how you do that. Oh, and we're getting word that it may have been a hardware failure.
That would be a disaster for Douglas Ritter. You're sitting there in a position where you're trying to do an endurance race, and just like in normal racing, you get the mechanical failures. In esports, you also get that issue with your wheels or with your computer, and it looks like the same again. But he is back going again and running in 14th place overall.
Indeed, and that's one of the things that often doesn't get really brought up a lot, is that hardware failure aspect of sim racing. And while you're right, we don't have mechanical failures here in the sim. We don't have gearbox failures or random engine failures or anything like that. But when you talk about sim racing, the sometimes hardware issues, the gremlins on your actual kit that you have at home, your sim rig, those really are the best analogy that we have to real world technical gremlins in the car. And so while you never like to see it, it does present a relatively good one-to-one there between the two.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something that you don't often get in real world racing. You don't often get your wheel just stop working because you've got the mechanical parts between it. Whereas here you do not have that. You just have the sensors and plug in and play as such. So yeah, you get issues with both sides of things as we see the Triple R Racing GT car of Leonard Burke here in 11th place to 71, as we have a pit stop in the GT class also for Brian Blanchett, who was 10th in class at the moment, but this battle is raging on. The 24 just trying to make his way through. He is in 3rd place. It's Hernandez trying to catch up with Ivo Costa.
And he's got about 11 seconds to be able to catch back up to Ivo, and so trying to see if he can pull that gap back down in a little bit more. And I've got to say, he's been able to gain the last couple of laps, has Hernandez. He's been able to pull that gap down a little bit, and so good running there for him. And I think that's probably part of the reason why you saw Hernandez really trying to get a move on to get by that 11th place machine, that 11th place number 71 Ferrari, 10th place 71 Ferrari, is he knows that he's starting to catch. He knows that he's starting to pull him in a little bit more, and so he does not want to be held up whatsoever.
No, exactly. Especially when you're catching another GT car to lap, it's so difficult to know whether you won't have that added advantage of an LMP2 car when he catches a GT car and you can just sort of breeze on past at a certain point. You do have to work it out and make your way through. And the Triple R Racing Leonard Burke car did make it nice and easy. Here's Robert Cottle for Wild Juice Racecraft, the number 2 car, coming across the line for his next lap. But it's certainly something for GT cars just have to think about that a little bit more, because you don't have that added 28 seconds advantage on a lap to be able to lap a car of your kind. As we can see, a very German themed number 2 car here with a nice card on the side of the car as well.
Yeah, indeed, there, nice little 2 of spades to go along with that, and obviously the Wild Deuce Racecraft machine there, it kind of makes sense that they would want to have it, although you can see that the front end of that Porsche certainly has seen better days. That splitter a little bit crumpled up, and you're right, that is the 2 of clubs, not the 2 of spades. It's been a long time since I've played poker, so you'll have to forgive me.
Well, it's all about gambling sometimes in racing, and that's what Wild Juice Racecraft will need if they're going to try and win this race. As we see the number 62 flying past the LMP2 car. Is that a 62? I think it was, but maybe it was 61. It's sometimes hard to tell in the liveries. There's James Foster for Team Breakfade heading down towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, and there he is in the corner on his webcam with the VR headset on, and it's something I've tried but not got myself, but doing an endurance race in VR must be quite a sensation.
I can only imagine. I am a flathead as well. I am a monitor user, and one of the biggest things that doesn't necessarily get talked about all that much in that VR setting is really the heat that is generated from the VR headset. It can really and truly get hot underneath there, and so running in an endurance race, it has got to be a little bit difficult there to deal with some of that heat. I've heard some horror stories from drivers talking about sweat building up underneath there and all of that kind of thing. So not exactly the way that you would like it to go necessarily, but for Foster, clearly likes it. Does give you a better sense of immersion into the simulator, and it also can really improve your driving as you're able to look around the corner a little bit more, sight your braking zone as you would in real life.
Yeah, you have the advantages of other cars being alongside you and things like that, but yeah, it's something I would probably get distracted and start looking around and then completely miss the corner because I haven't looked back in time. So, but that's myself who gets very easily distracted. We have just seen that on the timing screen that Jason Lundy went off track and is back on. He was running 6th in class, trying to close that gap down to Christopher Hill. So I expect that's just a short run-off excursion through some tarmac, but Jason Lundy, here we are starting the lap again, so I'm presuming that was near the end of the lap. It's a proper spin as well down at Indianapolis. gets it going again. A little touch with the barrier. Can he make it round? Yes, he can. The steering column turns just enough for him to rejoin and not too much time lost, but enough to allow We2 Fast Racing off the hook.
Yeah, that gap has definitely now built up a little bit. It's up to about 11 seconds or so, and he's going to have a little bit of a problem. Well, Jason Lundy, right in the back of your screen, you can see him there. That's Nolan Kinslow for the Sim HQ Motorsports orange machine, the number 16. He is within 2 seconds of Lundy right now, and he'll definitely be trying to pull that gap in a little bit. And Lundy, I have to say, very lucky to not have a bigger incident there. Normally, David, when we see somebody lose it at Indianapolis, it ends in absolute tears and a lot of broken carbon fiber.
You're exactly right there. You know, it was only a little tap with a barrier just behind him, and luckily it hasn't bent his wing or anything like that, but it is certainly not what you're after. This is Kevin Ayers running wide at the end of the Mulsanne straight in the 179, and he is just ahead by about a minute and a half of Douglas Ritter, who has come up on our timing screen as crashed. So Douglas not having the best of times. Maybe that was another hardware failure for Ritter, who we saw going straight on at the Ford chicanes earlier, not that long ago.
Yeah, indeed, and maybe a little bit of hardware failure, maybe just a little bit of over-eagerness there. Again, does he get it through this time? Yeah.
Whoop.
Or is that the same incident that we? No,
that's a different one.
Yeah, it was. So just really struggling there. It looks like that 61 in low-speed corners. That's the second time that we've seen a little bit of problems there for him. And the Ford chicanes obviously being one of the slower corners on the tracks. 61 just not having a good time of it.
Yeah, Ritter will, if he keeps this up, he'll be getting a free Ford off the company, because we keep saying Ford chicane. So the sponsorships are loving it, but it's not the day for Douglas Ritter at this moment in time, as we head back to the Sim HQ Motorsports orange car, which has now closed into less than a second to Jason Lundy. Lundy must have had his confidence knocked by that spin in Indianapolis and has really struggled on the next lap, and this Nolan Kinslow has closed the gap in the number 16, and we go for this side-by-side view again. Absolutely brilliant to see backwards and forwards in this battle, and you can hear a little bit of lifting through the Porsche curves. You can't take them completely flat out, especially at this moment in time. We don't know the age of the tyres or anything like that, but we are heading towards the next pit stops possibly soon for LMP2, so this will be important for Kinslow. He needs to get past Lundy as quickly as possible, because he knows that just up the road is Christopher Hill, only 12.8 seconds up the road.
And I know we've said it before, but when it comes to endurance racing, a lot of viewers who are more familiar with the sprint style racing that is often seen, that may seem like an astronomical margin, but endurance racing, 12 seconds is but a blip of an eye. So plenty of time here for them to go. Oh, a little bit of a bad run there for Lundy. I think this is going to open the door to Kinslow.
Yeah, Lundy getting it sideways out of the first chicane. Kinslow goes up the inside, down the hill, and he will lead Lundy onto the Mulsanne straight. He gets one of the Lamborghinis going onto the Mulsanne straight to put that between him and Lundy, and that is up to 6th for Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, and Pneumatic dropped down to 7th with Jason Lundy.
All right, what it looks like Lundy not exactly done here. He's going to go for a move to try to get himself back up forward. He's able to get by Kinslow, slots himself ahead before the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. So that, David's a little bit of change from what we've seen. Normally, we've seen a driver get past and just sort of be content to stay behind and sip some fuel. But Jason Lundy, I think, driving with a little bit of the red mist here, he is not happy.
Yeah, how did he get that run out onto a Mulsanne straight from Tete Rouge? I will not know, because it seemed like he was away and clear. We know Kinslow had to take it tight, and he goes to the inside, going up towards the second chicane here on the Mulsanne straight, and he takes the position, takes a little bit of braking room away from Lundy, so he has to brake that little bit earlier, hoping he doesn't get the run down to Mulsanne corner. I mean, it's amazing to think that these chicanes were never part of this Mulsanne straight, and it was just a flat-out blast from Tete Rouge all the way down to Mulsanne. The cars would have been on the limiters for so long, as Lundy is now trying to get that position back. And he does down into Mulsanne, but this fighting is helping We Too Fast Racing. Christopher Hill has pulled out 2 seconds in the length of that straight just because these two have been battling.
Yeah, indeed, he has that We Too Fast Racing machine. The number 69 going to be very happy as they swap yet again here, going down the run into Indianapolis. The fast right-hander here as they come down into the corner. That will be Kinslow directly ahead. Lundy trying to close in behind. No problems there for Lundy. Remember, this was all set up by the mistake by Jason Lundy going down into Indianapolis 2 laps ago. So very much some things changing up here as they go, and it looks like that the Pneumatic Motorsports blue machine falling behind a little bit as they run. Now, that's the 179 directly up ahead of them, or the 171, excuse me, or no, it is the 179 of Kevin Ayers, that GITM Racing green machine. This could present a little bit of lap traffic conundrum here for both Lundy and Kinslow.
Yeah, the dirty air through these Porsche curves will not be helping either car. Just in other news, in the GT class, Satellite Racing GT, Alex Gall is in the pits, so he's taking on fuel and I think possibly tyres at this stage with the length he's been in the pits. Tim Collier also heads in a little bit further down in that class. But here we go, Kevin Ayers will keep it to the left-hand side, our right-hand side as we look behind, and we'll probably let both of these cars through, or at least one of them. There's no sign of a lift yet. He's not making it easy for him, and actually that is not what the Nolan Kinslow really needed. Ayers goes straight over chicane. He will now let Kinslow through on the inside. And will Lundy make it past? No, he doesn't, because the gap is now too big between the two cars.
Yes, it is, but Lundy here will get a little bit of benefit of the draft here from Ayers down at Mulsanne. He's just got to get through Tete Rouge. All right, there he goes. He's very, very close behind. Not too much oversteer, just a little bit of a flick here and there, but that gap already starting to balloon a little bit between Kinslow and Lundy. It's at about 1.5 seconds here. Lundy's got to try to get by Ayers here. I think that's Ayers just a little bit getting out of the way, but not making it too easy. He lifted a little bit, I think, but the car placement there, not exactly perfect, just kind of taking up the middle of the track. Now they run line astern once again as Lundy trying to close in on Kinslow, trying to close in that 1.4 second gap in between the two.
Yeah, further back in the GT class, Alex Gall back out of the pit, and second and third, Ivo Costa and Hernandez have both pitted, so that's Hashtag Racing and Sim Racing PR Blue. But VG Racing Esports Academy has passed them both while they've been in the pits to take second currently in the hands of Frederick Sorensen, and that car is up 14 places so far in this race.
Yeah, mega run there for VG Racing Esports Academy, and they do owe us a pit stop. Let's not forget that. But still, a very, very good run for that really, frankly, strikingly liveried car. I'm a big fan of that blue and neon there. It really pops off the eye.
Yeah, it's always useful, especially as you see the lights are ablaze now. So it helps us when we're getting towards the darkness of the night as the sun is setting here at Le Mans. Frederick Sorensen doing a good job in the car at the moment. The pace looks pretty good, and he has currently got a 16-second lead over Hernandez and a 6-second lead over Costa. As you say, owing a pit stop, but going this extra lap works the same in GTs as it does in the LMP class. You can do it every stint. You're going to put less fuel in on the last stop and gain that much extra time.
Exactly, and that is the real benefit that you want to be able to do. The less pit stops you have to make, the better off you are going to be as they continue to work their way around here. That BMW, currently the highest BMW in the field. And, you know, that car is known for being a little bit understeery, but pretty quick in a straight line. I'm surprised we haven't seen more. This was, by the way, Jose Carrera. Now, this was a pass for position, ostensibly, as Tupai Racing Team mid-pack able to get by Sim Racing PR Blue. But that number 75 machine, the 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack, with Jose Correa behind the wheel, the number 75, they still owe us a pit stop. So that will probably shake itself out here next lap.
Yeah, it owes them a pit stop, but Sim Racing PR Blue will not want that 2Pi Racing Team car in its way, especially on its outlap. So it's not ideal for them, but it is exactly what Correa will want it. Sim Racing PR Blue will definitely not.
Indeed, as we continue to watch that second place BMW go around here. And David, as I was saying, the BMW known as being pretty quick in a straight line. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more people pick it as the car to go. Go to check out a replay here. This is Doug Bourne in the number 11. This is the TSE Deconi racing machine trying to dive down to the inside of the Ferrari. Oh, catches Indianapolis just wrong.
Catches it just wrong, but caught it just right to keep it out the barrier, and a great catch there at one of the quickest parts of the circuit. Going back to the BMW, yeah, it was the car to have. I remember commentating with Andy, who was on the Andy Thompson, who was on this stream earlier, talking about the Apex Racing League GT cars, and the BMW was the car to have last season. And then this season that's just finished on iRacing, the Lamborghini just completely took over it, and we only saw one or two BMWs out there. So the balance of performance between the cars has changed a bit, and that has allowed the Lamborghini to take over the BMW as a common favourite, shall we say.
Indeed, that Lamborghini, known for being very quick in a straight line, particularly effective during sprint races. Is speaking of Lamborghinis, 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack coming down pit lane, as you saw there on your screen. That will free up Sim Racing PR Blue to be able to try to move themselves ahead, take the fight to Sim Racing PR, to hashtag Racing up ahead of them. Interesting here to note, VG Racing Esport Academy in that BMW that we were watching still didn't come down pit lane. They've got an extra lap that they think they can go here.
That is mightily impressive, but then we've got to remember that they've probably saved a little bit on each stint, maybe a lap on each stint, and then you can always go 2 laps longer on the next stint, 3 laps longer on the next, and by now you're probably looking at 2 or 3 laps longer. So here's the stint pit stop strategy, stint lengths, and you can see on this that Sorensen has gone that little bit longer than the cars around him on this stint, on the last stint. You're looking 1 lap longer at this moment in time, but yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if he can stretch that out. As you can see, Dominguez, that is in the LMP2 class, has gone the furthest out of all those cars. Here's Christopher Hill in the 5th place, is it? Yes, he was in 5th place, sending Colin McCone flying and off into the gravel trap at the bottom of the Mulsanne Straight.
That is not the way you want to really be doing that. That's Cohen Friend going for a ride there. Jumping back up, though, to Sim Racing PR Blue as they continue to work their way around some more lap traffic in front of them. This is Doug Bourne in the TSE Deconi Racing Ferrari, directly ahead of them. One of the few Ferraris in the field here. Still that car known as a pretty good all-rounder, a really kind of perfect car for beginners wanting to try their hand in GT3. I always hear them directed towards that Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly. I started iRacing about a year ago, and I was told straight away, get the Ferrari because you have the GT classes, you have the Ferrari Challenge, and it's a nice balanced car. And in an endurance race, if you can drive it quick enough, it will do the trick. I actually competed in the Sebring race not long ago in the Ferrari, and or was it Sebring? No, sorry, Bathurst not long ago in Ferrari, and it's just a nice balanced all-round car, and you can predict it, as we now see hashtag Racing back in the pits in the LMP2 class. That seems a little early for me.
Does seem just a hair early on that side, but maybe trying to just change things up here a little bit, as Yeah, they're going to fall down the order there. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing in pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, the stint lengths look okay in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, but it just feels like it wasn't that long ago which they pitted.
No, it certainly doesn't feel that way at all. And they're taking tires here, so this seems like it's a scheduled stop.
Yeah, very much so. And please forgive us. They have disappeared from the timing tower for the LMP2s, so they will be. They haven't fallen that far down the order. They are still in second place at this moment in time, ahead of Paul Walton in the RD Sim Sports car. But yeah, still in the pits at this moment in time. And I say it just feels kind of early for another pit stop.
Yeah, here
Just having a look.
They may be just attempting to try to go off cycle here a little bit, come in a little bit early, see if they can use that to their advantage, maybe go for a bit of an undercut here to get a gap up to Satellite Racing LMP2. Well, RD Sim Sports there in the 25 machine, currently the third place car. They're coming in now as well, so I guess a couple of these LMP2 drivers starting to think this may be the time to come down pit lane.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at some of the last pit stops. It seems like they might have only got 9 laps out of that stint instead of 10. That's why it might be the position that we thought Hashtag Racing would come in a little bit earlier, but we will see when Satellite Racing come in, who have really stretched these stops out, considering RD Sim Sports have felt the need to pit on this lap as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that 67 of the leader come in on this lap, but if they're able to stretch this 2 laps, that's going to be a huge advantage to them. But now, as you can see there on your screen, Pedro de Sousa jumping into that Hashtag Racing number 92, definitely starting to work his way around to the best of his abilities and try to keep up the pace that has been set down here in the early stages of this race. About 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go here at Le Mans. Still a lot of time to play for, and as we've seen, that's Hashtag Racing number 92 by no means out of this. Let's keep our eye here, though, on the Satellite Racing LMP2, the 67. Let's see if they opt to come down pit lane this lap. That would be expected if we think everybody's going, but as you said earlier, David, they have been able to extend their pit cycle just a little bit more, just a little bit over some of the drivers around them, so they may be able to eke out one more lap here. Let's see. They're coming down pit lane.
And now you'll see how tricky pit lane is. So much thinner than the actual circuit, but going by a similar layout gets it slowed down for a pit marker, so that makes this a little bit a tad easier. Though Satellite Racing, Obsidian Racing Future, and I think that's it, who have managed to do that extra lap on the fuel. So those 2 teams will look very comfortable later on. Here's Hashtag Racing coming through the bottom end of the circuit, heading towards the Porsche curbs to try and retake the lead. Now, it'd be interesting. These 2 closed the gap last time. It was 7 and then dropped to 5. So let's see if another 2 seconds can come off that lead. And that would put Satellite Racing right behind Hashtag Racing in the battle for this win. Here's Kinslow in the Sim HQ Motorsports orange car with number 16. Is now in 5th place and trying to close... Sorry, 6th place, trying to close on We 2 Fast Racing still. And only 10 seconds back now.
Only 10 seconds back, and that battle for the lead just got a little bit more interesting. I don't think that gap is going to grow or shrink too much. Oh, is again another penalty issued there for the 157. That Penguin RC Complex SimWorks machine, the 157 avoidable contact drive-through for them. Remember, that is the car currently piloted by Christian Ost. That day just going from bad to worse for them. But back to these LMP2s, the Satellite Racing LMP2 number 67, they did not take tires on that last stop, so they're going to opt to try to go for a little bit of a shorter pit stop time, keep themselves out on track as long as possible, and see if that can really help them to pull ahead.
Yeah, Hashtag Racing, according to the timing screen, not got ahead of satellite racing this time round. I don't know where satellite racing are out on the track. Just a little. It says 11 seconds down the road, so that is a huge swap round. I know we said about the tyres, but that is still a huge difference considering they were only 7 seconds behind in the first place after 2 stops. So let's see how Williams does with these older tyres, shall we say, because De Souza will be able to push a lot harder later on in the stint. Currently, just getting them up to temperature. It takes a couple of laps to really have the confidence in these new tyres and see whether he can close that 11 seconds gap. We'll keep an eye on the lap times.
And we'll keep an eye on them. As you said, it's going to be all-out push here, I think, for Pedro de Sousa when it comes to this stint on the tires. He is not going to want to hold back at all. Going to want to absolutely charge as hard as he can. I very much doubt if we see any sort of fuel saving go on. Kevin Ayers, by the way, for the GITM Racing Green machine, the number 179. We've seen him a couple of times out on track. He is down pit lane right now for scheduled service.
Yeah, the car of Kevin Ayers moving slowly forward, having a good battle with Colin Johnson and Douglas Ritter, who we've seen in plenty of action throughout the day. Going back to that Christian Ost penalty for 157, it's, like you say, going bad to worse for that car. And 9th in class currently with Josa Jerome behind him, who I noticed when we joined the... when we joined through to the lobby, that he is down as a rookie, the only rookie in the field.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see that, to have sort of the trust in a rookie such as that. I've got to say it is very, very surprising. But some of the guys that do have that rookie stripe, it just may be a simple matter of they didn't really spend all that much time in public leagues, jumping right into private leagues to be able to get themselves up to speed. So that may be the explanation there for the rookie status. Is I doubt he is a complete novice when it comes to road racing and endurance racing.
No, he's currently doing lap times of 4 minutes and 1, which is very comparable with the cars around him. So obviously not something that the organisers are particularly worried about. And like you say, might have just done a lot of quick racing previously, as we now see this is the leader, David Williams, going down past Indianapolis and running very wide there. Oh, just missing the wall. And who is that alongside him? Is that De Souza? No, it's a lap marker just trying to keep out weight. Here is De Souza trying to get through the GT, and that's the GT leader behind in the McLaren. So some of the quicker GT cars he's trying to pass at this moment, and that's why he might be just losing a little bit of time. Currently, on the last lap, obviously including David Williams' pit stop in the lead, he was not that quick, to be honest, with a 3:33. So it'd be interesting to see what happens on the next quickest lap.
Yeah, it will indeed. Is that's going to be obviously the main thing to watch for here is that battle between Williams and De Souza. De Souza, as they work their way around, continuing to go. We focus on this the 92, the second place car, and as you said, going to take a lap or two for these tires to get up to temperature even on a long circuit such as this. And the track is continuing to cool down. The iRacing Live weather function playing its part right here. It is just a hair before 7 o'clock virtual standard time. There you can see it. It's down to 23 degrees Celsius, 74 degrees Fahrenheit out on track. And I've got to think those numbers are going to continue to fall as we get closer and closer to nighttime, as we get closer and closer to what will be total blackness, I think, by the end of this race.
Yeah, exactly. The drivers really need to take that into account, especially in the final stint where you might not need to take the tyres because it's been a little bit cooler and the tyres have lasted that little bit longer. So it'll be really interesting to see whether anybody is timing it that they might pit and put new tyres on with an hour and a half to go and try and make it to the end. Especially in the GT cars, they'll be looking to try and double stint them tyres probably from 4 hours gone all the way to the end of the race if they really can.
Yeah, if they can really, really push it. And that's really going to favor drivers. And we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about this, but it'll favor drivers that opted for a little bit of a more conservative setup, a little higher downforce, as the lower downforce setups will have you sliding through the corners a little bit more and burning off some of those tires. But the lower downforce setup keeps you a little bit more planted, especially through some of the fast sweepers around this circuit.
Yeah, it's a sort of a tie-off between the two, and with a long Mulsanne straight and 2 or 3 other straights which are pretty long around this circuit, you don't want to be carrying too much downforce to try and protect the tyres over a long run, because they have the chance to cool down these straights anyway. So you do not want to play too much off, because in a racing capacity the downforce is quite hurtful around the straights and the chicane. So yes, it works around Porsche curbs area, but then you're dialing in about a quarter of a lap for the rest of it, which is a lot longer basically. So it's certainly a tie-off between the two, as we now look at the RD Sim Sports car of Paul Walton, who has been in the car for a while as a cone resets down there onto Mulsanne. And this car been going very nicely in terms of lap times, the 3 minutes 31, going quicker than Jimenez just in front, but still that 46-second gap to close down to get onto that podium.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be working on it. He was about a half a tenth faster on the last lap, and I think for him, he'll certainly want him to be keeping that time up, but it's a little hard to read with pit stops starting to fire off here. But as he works his way down and through Indianapolis, we should get a better representation of the times between himself and the 13 machine to be able to really tell what that gap is going to look like there. You can see Walton trying to close in on Jimenez, trying to see if he can get anything to be able to get that 46-second gap, as you said, back down and make this a little bit of a battle between himself and this man in the 13 machine.
Yeah, there is Jimenez coming through for Austin Racing Future. The 13 car, unlucky for some, but certainly lucky for Jimenez here today. It says second place. He is running in third. That is just a timing tower glitch. Detauser is still in second place, running about a tenth and a half quicker than David Williams in the lead right now. So that is kind of interesting, considering he's took them extra tyres to try and close that gap. But Williams 11 seconds clear and running about the same lap times at this time. So not working out for Hashtag Racing at this moment in time.
No, it's really not, as here is Drew Leideca in the 38 Can-Am Racing Ferrari. Another one of the Ferraris out there, about 3 or 4 of them running out on the circuit. Again, as we talked about earlier, that Ferrari, a good all-arounder, kind of the best car to suit all of your needs when it comes to racing. Not necessarily the fastest car out there, but probably the easiest to get home.
Exactly, and that's what some drivers want for an endurance race. They want a predictable machine, which they're not going to have to fight all the way through, because you can build up the consistency with a predictable machine, whereas you can be quicker in another machine, but not always the consistency you need, as he keeps it very nicely round towards the Mulsanne straight, leaving plenty of track on the outside of the corners. So he could probably push it that little bit harder, but it depends what life his tyres are on at this moment in time.
Yeah, and we keep talking about that tire wear, a very, very important facet of this race, and one that is going to continue to, I think, fascinate us as we go along. Just trying to see what he can do. Now, this is jumping back to Christian Ost. The 157 has had a dreadful day, 2 drive-through penalties since we've seen. Pretty hefty damage to the rear wing of that machine as well. That's certainly going to be hurting the Penguin RC Complex SimWorks machine in a straight line. And that Audi, not exactly the easiest car to drive on the sim, to be said. And I've got to think with that damage that it's sporting, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, there's more bends in that rear wing than the new Formula One cars. So, yeah, definitely something they might want to look at when they pit, if they've got a fast repair. But in terms of lap times, the car's not going too badly. Last time round was a 4:13, so I wonder if he's had an incident somewhere, which is where that wing has got bent. I don't know whether our producers will find that out on circuit, but he crashed on the last lap, so that is, and went off the track twice at least. So not a good day for Christian Ost, and his teammates might be thinking of maybe pulling him out of the car next time by if the incidents continue to build up.
And he's really got to watch out for himself. Josiah Jerome there in the Triple R Racing machine. He has got some time. Oh, there's the incident that took the damage into that rear wing. That was some contact with the LMP2 coming through the Porsche curves. Yeah, that'll do it to you almost every time.
Yeah, that was the fast car, I think. The We Too Fast car. It looked like in terms of colours, so I wonder if that has damaged their car already. Christopher Hill running comparative speeds at the moment and not looking too damaged, but obviously a bit of a slower lap time as he got caught up behind that crash. Looking at the car at the moment, no serious damage done on the front.
Yeah, it looks like he is able to escape from that scot-free, so that's going to be a good news for We Too Fast Racing. There's 69 able to carry on. They are locked and trying to be locked in a little bit of a battle. Only 6 seconds up the road to fourth place, and Paul Walton in the RD Sim Sports number 25. So that is certainly an ability for them to go, but also Kinslow behind them in the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. They're about 32 seconds behind, but they've been closing in, catching here by a tenth or so a lap. Now, that's going to be a lot of tenths that it's going to take to make up that 32-second gap, but that can be just the kind of motivation you need to keep pushing and go a little bit harder in this race.
Exactly. As soon as you know that gap is coming down, and especially when you can see the car in front as the as Kinslow 5.8 behind Christopher Hill, Michael Parker 38 behind, Leif Peterson moving forward. He's up in 8th place with 43 seconds towards Christopher Hill. So anything can happen between these cars. Less than a minute between them. And Christopher Hill trying to close that 52-second gap to Paul Walton, which has stretched out. Walton doing a great job there in terms of his pace to keep that gap and that position of 4th.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job, putting in some good lap times. Just ran a 3:30.02, which is a little bit slow as compared to some of the drivers around him on that last lap. But he certainly is just trying to hold that gap steady. And that's really what this part of the race is all about. It's just steadiness. It's driving consistently. It is driving to your delta, not trying to over-push the car and force yourself into a mistake.
Exactly. You don't want to push it too hard, and Christopher Hill maybe got a little bit close behind Christian Ost at some point in the Porsche curbs. You can see fastest lap per class at the top of the screen, and that shows you a bit of a difference. The speed difference through Porsche curbs with the downforce of the LMP2s can just catch you out, because you may not have known that GT car was there. You just come around the corner so quickly, but it was just there, and it was just too late to do anything about it. Whether it's an incident that will be looked at by the stewards, that is down to them to have a look.
Exactly. It will go down to them to decide what it will be. About 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go in this race. We continue to follow the We Too Fast Racing 69 as they try to close that gap. But Kinslow looking like he's closing in behind them. That gap now down to about 6 seconds between the two. I think that the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange machine is definitely on a tear here, definitely trying to get up, knocking the cone out of the way for good measure as they continue to push.
Yeah, in my karting series, you do that to a cone and you get one place penalty at the end of the race. So if you were winning, you wouldn't win the race if you're knocking a cone out of the way. But luckily for iRacing, you haven't been getting one, and it's not a track limits issue either. So Kinslow using every inch of the road and a little bit more as he heads down towards Indianapolis, keeps it flat through there, and brakes hard. Such a hard braking point there at Indianapolis, as we've seen instance, and a little bit of a wobble there by Kinslow, just showing how hard he is pushing at this moment in time. Last time round, he closed a second in on Christopher Hill, and the gap is continuing to come down with about 5 seconds a gap at this stage.
Indeed, there you can see that gap continuing to fall a little bit there. Hill just bringing it down closer and closer. And I get the sense that it'll only be a couple of laps here until he is able to be within that 1 second margin. Oh, that was some contact up ahead. That was Roberto Diaz, I believe, and Christopher Hill getting into one another through the Porsche curves. Oh, and that's Kinslow.
Sorry to interrupt. Kinslow off in the middle of Porsche curves, just got distracted by that BMW, I think it is, just in front of him, and just ran out wide. Luckily, stayed out of a barrier, but also what happened? I wonder what damage has happened to Christopher Hill just in front.
Well, this is that first incident. Roberto Diaz, he gets a little bit of a hello from behind here from the 69. No, excuse me, he just lost that on his own.
Yeah, huge hit for Roberto Diaz, who was running about 8th in class at the time, so not the ideal thing for him. He gets back going again and gets it back to the pits, but yeah, it would have made We2 Fast Racing's Christopher Hill wake up a little bit to see that car sliding across. Obviously a little bit lost in time, but that is negated by Nolan Kinslow coming around behind the BMW, little bit of dirt, yeah, but tries to go around the outside, hits the marbles, and then just skates straight off. I think he skates down the side of a barrier, actually, a bit further back there, but manages to recover and doesn't look like a huge amount of damage done.
No, I think he was able to escape from that relatively scot-free and not really having much damage on it, and very lucky. Looked like that BMW was just trying to get out of his way a little bit, try to keep him open and keep him clear, but just a miscommunication there, a little bit of misjudgment, and unfortunately that sends Kinslow into the wall.
Yeah, it certainly slowed down Kinslow's charge. He lost 6 seconds to Christopher Hill in that position, and as we're just about to hit the top of the hour as well, that could be all crucial in terms of Kinslow's chase, because he had the momentum, and now that has just faded away. And 25 seconds back is Michael Parker, still closing that gap in the number 4, which we saw Jason Lundy in earlier on. And the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car really got some pace about it right now.
Yeah, it really and truly does. The number 4 starting to get the push on here. Probably going to be anticipating LMP2 stops within about the next 10 minutes or so, as well as GT3 stops as well, kind of on the top of the hour, as we have seen to come true as we are about to cross over here with 2 hours to go in this 6-hour endurance race. And David, for these drivers, this is where you start to definitely feel a little bit of the strain, both physical and mental. Mental, obviously, because you're just having to concentrate so hard and for so long around this very difficult circuit. And frankly, the physical strain with the force feedback coming through these wheels, it can really take it out of your forearms.
Yeah, it depends on what settings you got and what kind of wheel. I mean, for example, I have a Logitech G29, which is not direct drive, so luckily it's just a load of fight in the car anyway. But with the Fanatec's and the direct drives that are out there, it's really difficult to get it right as we now look at James Foster. And there's one thing I do say with that VR headset. I'd be more worried about what people were doing around you in the room, because I know people who would very much like to creep up on me and probably shout boo in my ear as I'm trying to brake for a corner. And yeah, it'd just be such a surreal moment probably taking that off and seeing that I mean, if he's had that on for the whole stint, he's had it on for an hour already, and the day might have gone to night or anything like that. So it's kind of a bit of a surreal situation for James, who doesn't actually know right now what's going on in the real world.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it is virtual reality, so completely transporting himself there, and very much so. And it looks like he is in a bit of a dark room, just those red lights showing there for the number 40 driver, James Foster. So hopefully that room in the darkness there will keep any unwanted persons out of doing that for him, as that's the last thing he would want to have happen.
Yeah, we just see James Foster being passed by the LMP2 car. I didn't quite catch the number of it as it was coming past, but James Foster leaving plenty of space for the lapped cars to go past. And as we are at the top of the hour, just a quick rundown for you of the top 10 in each class. Satellite Racing LMP2 David Williams leads the way here at Le Mans with 2 hours remaining. He is currently 13 seconds ahead of Hashtag Racing's Pedro de Souza, who is a further 37 seconds ahead of the final podium position of Jimenez for Osbodon Racing Future. Then we have the RD Sim Sports car of Paul Walton up in 4th place, doing a great job at the moment as he runs slightly wide, typical commentator's curse. Just still on the same lap, but about a fifth of a lap ahead of Christopher Hill in the 69 We2 Fast Racing car. We've seen a lot of action from that car throughout this stint. Sim HQ Motorsports Orange runs 6th for Nolan Kinslow, who we saw having a trip through gravel very recently. Michael Parker closing that gap down in the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue car after Jason Lundy had his incident earlier on. 8th for Imperial Motorsports Shake. Pneumatic Motorsports Orange in 9th, and the fellow car of the purple team is in 10th place. So that is your top 10 in LMP2. Going to GT3, Alex Gall leads the way for Satellite Racing GT. We've seen them at the front for a huge amount of time in any kind of races, but they are again battling Hashtag Racing for the victory in both classes. Ivo Costa 55 seconds behind Alex Gall at this time, and closing the gap by about half a second a lap at this moment in time with the pit stops coming up. So good job there by Ivo Costa. Edison Rojas Hernandez in the 24 is running in 3rd place for Sim Racing PR Blue, ahead of VG Racing Esports Academy, who are doing a brilliant job in that BMW, moved up 12 places overall. Sorry, 13 places overall, 12 places in class, and Frederick Sorensen trying to make sure that car finishes on the podium. That would be a brilliant job by that crew if they could do that. 5th is 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack in the Lamborghini. Jose Correa keeping it quiet throughout this race, but doing a very good job. Had that one instance in the Porsche curves, but he is doing well there. Sergio Vieira in the 222 running in 6th place in the class for SR Technic CMS. Sim Republic are in 7th with the driver of Nathan Sunlano. He is in the Porsche, the second Porsche we see in our field, and then the first Ferrari in the field of Can-Am Racing, which we've seen a couple of times, running in 8th with Drew Lidiger. The Penguin RC car, the Audi, we've seen a huge amount of issues for this, and the rear wing is still bent. In 9th place, Christian Ost, a couple of drive-throughs to deal with, and in 10th is the Triple R Racing Ferrari with Jerome on board. So that's your top 10 in each class at the top of the hour.
Yeah, so very good. All right, action there. And then we see a decision from race control, the 69 and the 157. That was that incident we saw with the Too Fast Racing Machine and Christian Ost going down into the Porsche curves. Ost getting knocked out of the way. That has been deemed a netcode incident. No further action. Whoo! Stephen Rivard going for a big spin down through the Dunlop S's. And that is one of the cars a little bit further down in class in the GT3s, but very, very difficult time there for them. Very lucky to be able to hang on to that car. Now, this is David Anderson in the Lone Star Endurance 1, number 78. he is working his way around right now, trying to catch up to the best of his abilities to Chip Witt in the Wild Deuce racecraft machine. And looks like Stephen Knight here in the 179 may have had a little bit of a problem coming through the chicane. Yes, getting very sideways. Almost contact there with the 30.
Yeah, very close. Great reactions by the 30 there in the middle of the chicane. You always have to be on the ball wherever you are. But David Anderson, who we saw in the commentary box earlier on, the organizer of these events, doing a very good job by himself in the BMW just ahead of Doodle Motorsports. His BMW going quite well, keeping well out of the way, and it's one thing you don't want to do is crash into the season organizer while you're lapping him.
No, that is normally frowned upon, I think, as they say. Watching here, looks like another incident happened to Zachary Coonan in the number 11. This seems like an incident that we're seeing quite a bit. Drivers just taking too much speed through the corners. David, is that a result of just a lapse in concentration, or are these temperatures that continue to drop, are they really starting to affect the tires in these cars?
I think it'll be a bit of both, to be honest. The drivers will be It depends where their braking points are as well, because a lot of it seems to be too much speed into the corners. Now it's gone dark, you can lose that braking marker. I always say one thing, never pick a braking marker that can move. So if it's a light that's always on, or a mark on the tarmac, that's fine. But if you pick a cone or something you won't see in the night, it's no good as a braking marker. And that's what these people could be doing, as well as just losing that little bit of concentration as it goes dark.
All right, well, we continue to focus here on David Anderson as he works his way around trying to see what he's got. This is our closest battle out on track. Chip Witt directly behind him. This is for position in that Wild Deuce racecraft Porsche behind him. BMW versus Porsche, a battle of the German marquees here as they work their way through the Porsche curves.
Very close battle. There's a car coming right up behind him, one of the LMP2s. Chip Witt seeing it coming, but not getting completely out of its way, which he is right within his rights to do. He will keep to the right-hand side through here, and we'll pick him a nice little slipstream here to close him back in on David Anderson, who pulls to the side and allows the P2 car to come through. As they come through the Ford chicane now for what is now the leader's 69th time. And that was actually the leader, I think, coming through of Satellite Racing, and that is possibly Hashtag coming up behind, who have now closed the lead to 9 seconds at the front. So those new tyres haven't done the world of good for Hashtag Racing, who have only been able to close 2 seconds since then.
Yeah, they really haven't, and you have to imagine on this next round of pit stops that it will be the Satellite Racing number 67. They'll take tires on this stop as well, so that advantage that Hashtag Racing number 92 had will be negated. We focus here on Chip Witt. Now, this is the number 2 car directly behind him. This is Ivo Costa in the Hashtag Racing Lamborghini that's going to work his way by. Ooh, that's the 92. That is your second place car. Getting caught out a little bit there as they had the double lapping machines coming on by. Very lucky to be able to thread the needle in between everyone.
Yeah, the Mulsanne straight pretty wide. I've seen cars 3, 4, even 5 wide down here, so you should be able to get it done cleanly with only the 3 of you. As Jimenez for Obsidian Racing Future is in the pits. He is taking another pit stop here for the third place crew, and Paul Walton will probably be close enough to try and take advantage of this, especially if Jimenez takes some new tyres or changes driver.
Indeed, so that pit stop window here for the LMP2's opening back up again. We've seen drivers run about 9 to 10 laps here on a stint. This is Paul Walton now on your screen as he's going to work his way by. It doesn't look like Obsidian Racing Future will be taking tires, and indeed they won't. So Obsidian Racing Future going to be able to stay out ahead of RD Sim Sports for now.
Yeah, we also had a visit to a pit of Christian Ost in that Audi in the GT class. So it's Not been the best of stints for us, but he is staying in the car, it seems like, for the next stint, and his team relying on him as James Foster, who we keep seeing with the VR headset, has gone past into 10th in class. Continue to look at Paul Walton, who's doing a fine job in this LMP2 car. 25, just consistently setting the laps, ticking them off, trying to close the gap down to Jimenez, who is only 6 seconds clear, but obviously took one pit stop longer.
Yeah, exactly. And Jimenez, as we said, didn't take tires on that last stop. So this is a little bit of that strategy coming into play here. I think with the cooler track temperatures, tires are going to become less and less of an issue as they continue to go around. Looks like Penguin RC Complex SimWorks is down pit lane in the 157. No real changes there for that car. So both GT3 and LMP2 pit windows look to be open at this point. Everybody able to come down pit lane, everybody able to be thinking about it. Looks like we've got another one. That's Michael Parker coming down for the Pneumatic Motorsports blue machine, coming in out of about 7th place.
Yeah, it's not quite like the first stint where most people would be pitting within a lap or two of each other, but certainly starting to pit again on 4:12. So it's quite a strange time as #racing is heading to pit lane. De Souza back in, but another pit stop. Those fresh tyres just really haven't quite worked for him unless he's gone slightly lighter on fuel, because he's currently, because the time's going up in the pit lane, over 20 seconds behind Williams, and that'll keep going up at this current pace. Just looking at the time screen, Omar Abad has been off the track. He's running currently last of the LMP2 cars in 15th place.
Indeed he is. So Omar having a little bit of problems there, driving for the World Community Drivers machine. Looks like there, in addition to coming down pit lane, there is going to be a driver swap. De Souza out of that #racing number 92. Riqueros going into that machine right now. This is currently, though, your 2nd place driver, Joaquin Jimenez, driving around. Excuse me, he's in 3rd right now for Obsidian Racing Future. Don't think he's going to be able to catch up to the back of the #racing number 92, is indeed #racing back out and underway. No tires taken as expected, so they're going to be double stinting on that set of tires that they have now. The gap up ahead to Satellite Racing LMP2 is about 1 minute and 10 seconds, but we anticipate Satellite Racing LMP2 coming down pit lane here probably on this next lap. Here is Paul Walton for RD Sim Sports in the 25. Let's see if he decides to come down pit lane, as we've seen a lot of these drivers coming down here. I don't exactly remember what his pit strategy was the last time out. Is he going to fade to the right? Yes, he is. This is Colin Johnson in the 721 going into the chicane. Oh, that is a big hit with some rear brake locking.
Yeah, that will have just been completely unexpected by Johnson. Last time he probably braked in exactly the same position, just hit the brakes a little bit too hard, locked the rears, and around he goes, and that is not the best position to be in. Paul Walton did enter the pit lane in the RD Sim Sports car, so it is pit stop time for them. Just having a look, Jimenez obviously holding on to that 3rd place. Rui Quiros. It's very unusual, I was going to say, to see, as we look at this on board with Colin Johnson, just a snap on the rear of the car and just nowhere to go. You wouldn't be able to catch that in a million years.
No, and I don't know about you, David, but I have been behind the wheel when you have that happen. You're just driving along and you apply a little bit too much brake pressure. Maybe try to hold that brake a little bit long, and the rear end just snapping away from you as those rear tires lock. It is a absolutely helpless position to be in.
Yeah, completely helpless, and not a lot you can do apart from change the brake bias for the next time you come round. Just looking, Paul Walton, Christopher Hill and Nolan Kinslow in the pit. I found it quite interesting that Rui Quiros didn't take new tyres, considering you're swapping drivers anyway. But, sending a driver out on used tyres is not normally the way to go, in my sort of opinion. It's always nice to give him a nice set fresh set and get them changed while you're swapping drivers to keep that one long pit stop as Ost is off, and that's a very big hit into a wall just before Indianapolis. Seen a few cars get sideways there, but that's a huge hit for that Audi, and he turns it around quite nicely there off the track, but he is definitely going to have to head to the pits for some repairs there. That must have broke something on the side of the car. As you can still see, the wing is very much bent.
You can see just how much steering lock he's having to put into the car. The suspension damage, very, very clear. And it looks like he's able to get it a little bit straighter, but yeah, there is still definitely suspension damage. By the way, your leader, the Satellite Racing LMP2 machine, is in the car. Paul Darling now jumping behind the wheel of the 67, waiting to see if they will take tires. Here is Rui Quiros. Remember, when they came down pit lane, it was about 8 seconds of a gap in between the two. We'll have to see how they turn out here, what will happen as they work their way around, coming down into the Ford chicanes. Quiros, the 67 is going to be taking tires, so this means this is going to be very, very close in between the two. I see him spinning the rear tires, ready to get going. Quiros waiting to get it up and going, but that is going to be Quiros out before Darling is back underway. There has been a swap for the lead between Hashtag Racing and Satellite Racing LMP2.
Yeah, good strategy there by Rui Quiros and the Hashtag Racing team to try and jump Satellite Racing. But as I said before, that's just a slightly longer stop with the driver change and the tyre change, whereas Hashtag spread them out over a couple of stops. Just trying to see if Darling is heading out pitch yet. Still not heading out, so he got a little bit of damage he is trying to repair as well, because this pit stop does seem to be taking a very long time to do. I'm not quite sure what is happening down there, and he loses third place as well to the Obstinate team. Paul Darling finally heading out the pits. That has took forever for a pit stop, and the gap is going to be huge now.
It certainly is. That pit stop just taking seemingly like forever. The normal pit stops that we've seen, about 1 minute and 10 seconds. The time in pit box there for Paul Darling, 2 minutes 15. So an absolutely massive time there for him. That is not good by any stretch of the imagination. He now has it all to do for, and it is now going to be Rui Quiros in the 92 in the catbird seat of this race.
Yeah, that's a whole minute just lost in the pit lane. Never mind the ins and out laps. So not ideal for the Satellite Racing team, who dropped down to third. Still leading the GT class with Alex Gall at the wheel. But yeah, Paul Darling will have to put in a stint and a half. 57 seconds behind Rui Quiros as he left the pits.
We go back and check out a replay here. This is Christian Ost once again. That 157, did he have another problem? Oh, spinning it there through the Porsche curves. That 157 just cannot catch a break today. It seems like every time we look up at the screen, he seems to be having problems.
Yeah, and just driving into a wall to turn around. Well done for getting the car out the way of the trap, but yeah, not the ideal way to turn that Audi round. And yeah, some days it's like that, and you just think, I'll go home and start again. But credit to him for just keeping going as he heads to the pit lane now. And just looking further down, Paul Hamilton has just left the pit lane after he had to, believe he might have had to tow to the pits. Jerome is in the pits, and Alex Gall, our leader in GT3, is in the pits now for his standard stop.
All right, so pit stops not only firing off here for the LMP2s, but those GT3s as well. We'll have to see if Ivo Costa in the Hashtag Racing number 45 Lamborghini decides to come down as well, maybe join his GT3 compatriot in pit lane, or if that Lamborghini has been able to save a little bit more fuel than the McLaren. There he comes around a little bit more. Now, this is Steven Rivard in the 243 BMW coming down through the Dunlop curves. Oh, just runs it wide, and it takes a little excursion out into the kitty litter.
Yeah, Stephen must have caught the grass or something in the darkness down that hill, because that was a very unusual way to go off the track there. Hashtag racing. Also heading to the pits, the satellite racing, hashtag racing for GT3, both into the pits. See one of the P2 cars heading out. That will be Stephen Knight, who's running 13th in the LMP2 class. But the 68 is in the pits as well. That that is a change of driver for the Alex Gal car. Matus Drozda is in the car. Luis Felipe Pinto gets into the 45 car as well. So a couple of driver changes at this stage, and these drivers will probably try and get to the end of the race with 1.5 hours to go.
Yeah, exactly. And David, I mean, talk to me a little bit about what it's like jumping in a car like that. It's such a unique aspect of endurance racing that you have to be sharing the car with somebody else. When you're getting into the car, does it mess with your mentality knowing that you're taking on the sort of gaps and advantages that somebody else has built over time, or is it just kind of racing as normal?
Oh, it's certainly not racing as normal, especially if you are the slower of the drivers. For example, I remember a kart race I did where I had a driver start from pole and led all the way to a pit stop. I jumped in it and spun at turn 1. Granted, it was raining, but it just threw me completely because I had the pressure of leading the race as I come out the pit. So I just completely lost my mind and wasn't thinking properly, especially if you're coming out on cold tyres, if you're coming out with a battle as well that you haven't been involved in the previous stint. So where the cars are really close together, you know every second counts and you really want to get out of the pits. But the first thing you must always do is remember your limiter button, because it turns off when you get in the car. A lot of people don't remember to put it back on.
Well, and there is nothing more frustrating than pulling out of the pits and seeing that furled black flag informing you that you have picked up a penalty. It is so disheartening, and it can absolutely ruin your race as you go around. But one man's race who is anywhere but ruined, Joaquin Jimenez in the Obsidian Racing Future Machine, currently in second place right now behind Riqueros, trying to do his best to put in some fast lap times to hold off Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing LMP2 machine. But on that last lap, they were about 1.5 to 2 seconds slower than Darling. Darling is really, really charging.
Yeah, Darling, the only driver under 3 minutes 30 at this moment in time. Only just on that last lap, but he's certainly pushing hard on them fresh tyres. And to think the tyres need that time to come up at the temperature as well. So he has plenty more in the pot. Christopher Payaz down in 11th in class, doing a 3 minutes 30. That's the closest time to him at any point in this race, as Douglas Hines heads to the pit lane from 12th in class as well. But this is an intriguing battle because we have Jimenez, who's close enough to just be one of them drivers who gets the cat among the pigeons as such of the hashtag and satellite racing battle. And Jimenez might just be able to get that car into a position of challenging for this lead. He is 45 seconds behind Riqueros at this moment in time, and Paul Darling obviously closing. If Paul catches him, he could hook onto the back as we see the fire-breathing McLaren being lapped there. That looks lovely at night. So I've got to get my marshmallows out for that. But Jimenez could just tow along with Darling and close that gap to the leader and become a leading contender come the last hour of the race.
Could indeed, and I'd have to go back and double check on that last pit stop. It's a 33-second stop, so Jimenez did not take tires, so likely on the same tire cycle as Riqueros and the hashtag racing number 92. Paul Darling a little bit off of that, obviously, with that super long pit stop last time that we saw. Darling trying to gain back in, but he's already got that gap down to under 10 seconds. It's now hovering at about 9 seconds right now, about 3 seconds faster over Joaquin Jimenez in Obsidian Racing Future on that last lap alone. That 67 is just putting in some absolutely stonking laps, really pushing himself along.
Yeah, Quiros. So with a 3:29.8, he must have seen the time of Paul Darling last time round and really wanted to push on and stretch that gap while he could. Remembering Rui Quiros is on the older set of tyres, just fresh into the car though. So sometimes it can work for you. You scrubbed and got a heat cycle through them tyres, a bit of a stint into one, and then they come nice and good early on. But he looks like he's got a lot of traffic just ahead of a 92. There's at least 2 or 3 cars there, so he'll have to make his way through before Indianapolis nicely diving out the way. I think that was one of the BMWs there on the way here, and you could just see the speed differential.
Whoa, just whizzing by that Lamborghini. As you said, the speed differential absolutely insane during the course of running at full tilt. These LMP2s really demonstrating just how much speed they have underneath the hoods of these cars. Yeah, the 92 growing the gap here to Jimenez over the course of this past lap. He was able to be just a couple of tenths quicker than Jimenez, and he'll be happy to do that. Just needs to keep that gap as wide as possible, as fast as he can, because I've got to think here, we were talking a little bit earlier about Jimenez and how he might be able to catch in, but it seems like he's almost a little bit of a sitting duck here. If he continues to run some of the laps that he has over the last few laps, he will be very quickly overtaken by Paul Darling, and Darling's got 50 seconds to try to gain back in up onto the leader over the course of about, let's call it, an hour and a half of racing still to go.
Yeah, when we get to about an hour to go, we'll certainly know how the pit strategies are starting to work out and whether drivers will need that extra stop. Jose Correa in the GT class has just visited the pits for his pit stop while running 5th in class. But yeah, that gap is certainly coming down Paul Darling. This time round, Rui Quiros, 3 minutes 29.02, almost dipping back into the 28s, which they haven't done for a long time in this race. The conditions come into the drivers now, the cooler conditions, normally when you get the quicker lap times, but also the vision is even worse for the drivers, so you have to know exactly where your braking markers are. As we saw a little bit of dust kicked up there by Quiros, which shows how hard he is pushing, and he's got 2 more cars to contend with on the Mulsanne straight there. They might be fighting for position, so he won't want to get involved in that. There is Hernandez in the P4 GT3 car just ahead, but just trying to wait and see what lap times the other drivers can put in when it gets to 2nd and 3rd place.
Indeed, and we'll keep our eyes on that, but this is actually a battle for position for the final podium spot in the GT3 class. Frederick Sorensen only about 0.8 of a second up the road from Edison Rojas Hernandez, and so very, very close. There you can see the BMW and the Porsche as they streak on by out of Arnage. The Porsche here getting the advantage of the draft as they head down into the Porsche curves, pushing their way along there. There you can see the side-by-side. Not much separating these two. Hernandez able to pull the gap down to under about 0.5 of a second courtesy of the draft. Now he's going to probably lose a little bit of that time through the Porsche curves, as we talked about, that it gets a little bit more difficult to get the pass done through there, to be able to trail as quite as close behind, courtesy of some of the trailing elements here, the aero wake that comes off the back of these cars.
Yeah, what is amazing to see though is the last pit stop for Sorensen was on lap 55, whereas Hernandez was on lap 65. So Sorensen coming towards the end of his stint, but it definitely means for sure that he will probably have had a whole pit stop saved towards the end of this race.
That could be absolutely crucial. We anticipate that these GT3s will probably need to have at least 2 stops if they are able to finish this race. Probably a 2-stop race for them from here on out, or maybe if they're able to stretch it here, they can make it work on 1 more stop. If they're able to go an extra 30 minutes or so and make it to the top of the hour, they should be able to make it through to the end. So we'll have to see what happens Looks like that Hernandez has dropped back a little bit from the 43. The gap now expanding to about 1.4 seconds, so not nearly as much time in it as there was earlier. Very, very close still.
Yeah, very close. Looking at the timing screen, we've got Paul Walton, who has apparently had an incident out on track from 4th place in the LMP2 class, so I don't know if our directors will pick that one up at any point, but it is this close battle. As we say, there's a pit stop difference between the two of them, but Sorensen doing a great job to ease that fuel through on the BMW ahead of this Porsche and just keep the tyres in check, keep the fuel in check, but keep the pace good to be able to compete. And these two set in 3 minutes 54s, while the leaders in class doing 57s and 59s.
Yeah, they are very much the talk of the GT3 field right now. Sorensen feeling the pressure and having to respond to that Porsche behind. I do have to say, I love the disparity that you are seeing in this GT3 field. A McLaren leading from a Lamborghini, leading from a BMW, leading from a Porsche there. Ferrari's running 7th in class. A good number of cars out there. We don't really see the Mercedes represented out there, but that is an older car, and obviously the Ford as well. But I love the different makes and models that we are seeing through this field. Jumping back there, this is the Doodle Motorsports number 243 machine. Jesse Atkinson behind the wheel there. Jesse's got a nice little camera for us as he works his way around that BMW, trying to see what can happen. Atkinson continues to be behind the wheel here and just trying to hold on. That car hasn't exactly had the best run of things here today as they get going around. Atkinson running in a little bit of a field unto himself. He's currently the last driver out on track as the Penguin RC complex Simworks machine has been in pit lane for a good long while now. Lots of damage to that car. Remember, it's 16 minutes in the box as of right now.
Yeah, not ideal for Christian Oss, but the amount of incidents we've seen for that car, we're not surprised that he's going to have a bit of repairing to do. Going back to that time which I said Paul Walton had been off the track, 3 minutes 54 was his lap time, so he lost 20 seconds in that one lap. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there. And Pinto is off the track. Pinto has lost a couple of positions in the GT class. I'm not sure what's happened to him, but he has been passed by Sorensen and Hernandez. So it looks like it might have been around the Porsche curbs area.
This part of the track really catching a lot of drivers out. Oh, it just carried too much speed, and that rear end snapped like a rubber band.
That is a huge accident which Pinto would not have seen coming until he saw the concrete wall in his lights, and that could have caused huge damage to the car, and he heads to the pits. But so does Sorensen, who is the driver who owed us a pit stop. So Hernandez moves right up into 2nd in class.
That's going to be a huge break there for this Sim Racing PR Blue machine, although he still does have about 17 seconds up the road to try to work his way towards the leader in class. But both of them still being able to work it out. So this is a really surprisingly good run, I have to say, for Edison Hernandez and the rest of that Sim Racing PR machine. They are doing a fantastic job to be able to get everything done and dusted.
Yeah, that's what we're saying about endurance racing. You just keep yourself nice and cleanly out of battle. Pinto back out the pits already, so I'm presuming they had a fast repair which they can use throughout the race, which they must have had one left to go into the pits. Sorensen's still in there at the moment. Probably another 10 seconds until he leaves the pit lane. So, but according to our timing screen, Pinto's dropped back below him again, so I'm not quite sure what has happened there. Has Pinto ended up back in the pits? I'm not quite sure what's happened there, because Sorensen and Pinto are both out together on circuit. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But Hernandez running 2nd. Here is Pinto coming down, and there's Sorensen in the Dunlop curves, and Pinto is not there. He's towed to the pits, it looks like, and could be out of this race.
And I'm seeing on my screen right now that Luis Pinto has manually disconnected. So I think that was the hashtag racing, your second in class. I think their day is done. They're calling it quits.
Oh, if he's manually disconnected, has he had maybe there's been a hardware issue? We'll see if Pinto comes back in or any of his teammates come back in, because that would be part of it. But I'm not quite sure what happens here. Here's Sorensen out on circuit, so he'll be sort of half glad that Pinto hasn't come back. Ivo Costa is in the car, so I think they may have got one of his teammates into the car and had some kind of hardware issue for the number 45.
Yeah, that may be it, and that would explain that sudden snap of oversteer that we saw coming through the corner. If there was a bit of a hardware issue, sometimes that can happen. The wheel just it decides to sort of do its own thing and snap on you like that, and he was carrying a lot of speed through the Porsche curves, but I have to say, David, that was a little bit startling, just how violent of a snap that was, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we come to find out that Luis Pinto having a little bit of hardware issues.
Yeah, I agree, DJ. It was a complete shock, but we did see him leave the pits after a fast repair. So I wonder if the crash was just something that happened, and then there's a hardware issue as he left the pits. So he jumped back to the pits, and that's why we saw him quit the server. And now Ivo Costa is in the car, ready to go, while Pinto sorts out any issues he may have. But that has allowed this car of Nathan Solano up into 5th place, up 5 positions to 114, and this car has just been off the track as well beforehand, so on the previous lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened to him there, but Porsche is still looking relatively in one piece, so it can't have been a big incident, and the Sim Republic car is up into 5th place, just ahead of that Can-Am Ferrari, which we said was wandering around the back end of the top 10, and then now up into 6th place. Yes, the 222 up into 6th place.
It's a good run there for the 222, that SR Technics CMS machine. Pinheiro doing a very good job to carry the standard here for the Lamborghini as they work their way around. He's got a little bit of gap to be able to try to close in, I think, but doing a fantastic job to be able to just get that car into contention. And we talked about it earlier in the broadcast, David, about just trying to get to the end of the race. Well, we're getting to the end of the race now. Now it is time to go into full attack mode, really in the next 20 minutes or so, I think, to take the gloves off and to really just go for broke, as it is time to get a move on.
Yeah, you want, in this last sort of next half an hour or so, you want to get yourself in a position where you can attack the car in front in the next hour and have a bit of strategy around it. If you start pushing with half an hour to go, the game's up, because you've probably lost so much time keeping things together here. In terms of when to start pushing, this is good because you have a fresh driver in the car quite often. So it's not a driver who's been going, I need to fuel save, I need to tyre save, I need to get through this stint. This is a fresh driver in it who's just gone, right, now I put the hammer down, now I push to the end of the race.
Exactly, and that's why you so often see the drivers who get put in at the end of the race in the anchor leg position really being the most fierce and aggressive ones, because now it is a time to absolutely go. And one of those drivers here, Brian Blanchette for the team Brake Fade, currently running in 13th place right now in the GT3 category. They are trying to do their best here to hold off everyone around them. They're running in a little bit of an island unto themselves. Chip Witt about 56 seconds up the road for the Wild Deuce Racecraft machine of Lone Star Endurance 1, the number 78, about 21 seconds behind Brian. But still, you can tell just how much effort he is putting in down in the back of the field, a position where some drivers may be a little bit more disconsolate. Blanchette just still absolutely putting everything he can behind the wheel.
Yeah, you've always got to keep pushing. I mean, I was part of a team for the Bathurst 12 hours, and we didn't have the best a couple of hours. And by the time it was sort of a position to get me in the car, we're quite far back. But you're looking forward, going, people can still crash here. People can still have incidents. We're only a lap or two behind the leaders. We can still push on. And actually, just looking at the GT class, there is probably just under 3 laps cover the top 14 in the class. So anything can happen here. A tow to the pits or an accident could make all the difference. While you were talking though, DJ, a 3 minutes 28.61 by Rui Quiros in the lead for #Racing92. That car is absolutely flying at the moment. We thought Paul Darling was flying with 29.0, but Rui Quiros stretching at his legs while he knows Paul Darling is stuck behind Jimenez.
Yeah, he certainly does, trying to flex his muscle here a little bit, and we anticipate the LMP2s coming down the pit lane probably within the next 20 minutes or so for their penultimate stop. But Quiros just absolutely putting the hammer down, as you said, really on a fast lap there. We watch him streak across the line. Let's see what his lap time is.
28.4. 28.4 by Rui Quiros. We know there's a happy hour at Le Mans. There always is in terms of the times. But this is just ridiculous, relentless pace by Quiros.
He's been able to build up almost a full minute to Jimenez behind him, and that's not really due to anything else but his sheer tenacity out on track. This is an amazing drive from Quiros.
It is. It's an amazing drive, and you've got to remember that while he's doing this, he might have had traffic. He's probably had traffic on these laps, and he's had to just put the throttle down and get through there. I'm just waiting about a minute to go. Jimenez is now in the pits for Obdedon Racing Future, so that's going to release Paul Darling, who does a 29.0, so he's also pushing on 29.1 that time by. So he's really pushing on to try and get that second place back, but still 0.7 of a second slower than Rui.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time to try to make up here, to try to gain back in that gap. About 18 seconds, I think, as it starts to finalize here a little bit. It's a pretty sizable, it's about 1 minute entirely there between Quiros and Paul Darling. So Quiros just needs to continue to put in these fast laps, continue to pull himself away. Now remember that they are on a little bit of an alternate strategy when it comes to the tires. That Quiros is currently on the second stint on these tires, Darling on his first stint. So that could change things up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Could make all the difference come the end of the race if one of them is on fresh tyres. And just looking as well, fastest speeds in a straight line, the top speeds, Darling 10 miles an hour quicker than Quiros. So if he can get that minute closed down, he could probably breeze past. Obviously, we don't know if Quiros had traffic to contend with, or that's brake a little bit earlier before that speed trap, but that is a huge difference in cars which are relatively the same.
Yeah, a truly massive difference, and so that is really just making everything all the more impressive here as they go through that speed trap. Quiros dispatching with one of the GT3s with ease there. I believe that is the 6th place machine of the SR Technics CMS that we were following just a little bit ago. Is Quiros and the #Racing92 now heads their way down to the Porsche curbs, has a nice little bit of breathing room up ahead of him to any of the slower GT3 cars that he's going to be catching up to here in a moment.
Yeah, we have a new driver in the 13 car. Juan Segundo Valero has took over the car from Jimenez, so he'll be taking that RD Sim Sports car to the end of the race. Sorry, no, that's Paul Walton. I'm getting confused myself there. Paul Walton still in the car in RD Sim Sports, so he's doing a very long stint. I don't think we've personally seen anybody else in the car for that car.
I don't think we have either, and sometimes that is just a strategy that drivers like to employ. If you've got a driver that is in the car and comfortable, you can really and truly see them just be able to power through it. And sometimes drivers will just want to favor that, to just keep a consistent driver in the car rather than swapping in and out and having to worry about that sort of adjustment coming up to speed mode.
Exactly, and also you got the time saved in the pits. It's normally about 20 to 30 seconds for a driver change, so that is, if you do that 3 or 4 times in a race and you only do it once instead, then you're going to save yourself a minute's time. As we see Valero in the Obsidian Racing Future car, they're in 3rd place overall. The Argentinian in the number 13 car, pushing on and really wanting to try and cement that second place if he can get it off Paul Darling. But Darling's pace is just extreme at the moment. Constant 29s into the 28s with 28.2 fastest lap of the race.
All right, so the race is on once again between Hashtag Racing and Satellite Racing, as they are really starting to put down the blistering pace here, as we definitely get into a little bit of happy hour here at Le Mans. Valero, as you said, riding around in 3rd place, trying to gain in a little bit, but just a little bit far off, I think. And they're off sequence a little bit. They were able to pit as late as lap 78 by my marker. And so that is really going to help them, as they will probably be able to take a little bit less fuel as they work their way around.
Exactly, and in terms of pit stops, top endurance racing is all about keeping it consistent as the dust kicks up from Valero's car, and also the lack of time you have in the pits. Minimise that, you've got a great chance in any of the classes. As we can see, the gap between Valero and Walton is 28 seconds. 7 seconds back is Christopher Hill, who we've seen motoring on. And Paul Walton has had an incident on track, apparently, according to the timing screen. So is that another incident to Walton, who did do a 3-minute 29.96 last time by, which was his fastest lap of the race. But has he thrown all that away? He's back on circuit, so maybe it was just a running wide incident, but it does actually come up as crashed on our screen.
And that may just be a little bit of a thing on the live timing here for iRacing, provided to us by SDK. As there you can see Walton, a little bit of a wiggle there coming out of the Ford chicanes. That car not exactly seeming as planted and as calm as I think he would really have liked it to be.
No, he was 6 seconds off the pace of what he set the time before, so definitely an incident of some kind there for Walton, and I think it's just pushing it too hard and really wanting to get that podium position, but sometimes you just have to drive slower to go quicker. I know that sounds really strange, but the calmer you drive sometimes, it's something I have to drill into myself at times, that you don't have to push it to that limit all the time, and then you'll still get the quick lap time, as Hashtag Racing 92 is now in the pits. Our leader is now in the pits.
Yeah, they are in pit lane, and no, you're very right about driving slower to go faster. There's a great story about Jackie Stewart back in his Tyrrell days when he had a massive lead on the field, and he was told to slow down by his team and ended up going faster for that exact reason. But I believe we have Mr. James Foster ready to join us here for a little bit of an interview. James, changing conditions out there. You were driving a long time in VR. How's the car feeling? How are you guys feeling about performance overall?
Yeah, it's all good fun. Never had a good day, which is normal for us.
Well, you are going along here. Talk to me a little bit about the changing conditions. Obviously, we've seen this track temperature come down a little bit right before you got out of the car. Was it getting a little bit more difficult to drive, or was it seem like the lap times were coming down for you? Because we're seeing some blistering times set by our LMP2 leaders.
Yeah, the track conditions are good. I had a little bit of an incident because once the night time hit in VR, I went down to 30 frames a second. Stupid night shadows. So I managed to get out of there without feeling sick, so that's the main thing.
Well, that is good. Talk to me a little bit about what it's like doing the endurance events here in VR. I know I've heard drivers talk to me about the heat that those VR headsets can put off just during the course of a sprint race. How did you find it with the VR and endurance mode?
I don't actually find it too bad, to be fair. Once you get it comfortable on my face and it doesn't sort of dig in or anything, I don't have any issues with it at all. I think the most I've done is 3-hour stints in it.
Well, we're watching your teammate here on the screen. Obviously, a little bit of a gap up ahead to Chip Witt and the Wild Deuce Racecraft machine. Do you guys think you're going to be able to catch them by the end of the race?
I mean, we're always hopeful. My early incident put us in sort of fuel-saving mode to try not to have to make an extra stop at the end. So, kind of just plodding along, trying not to do an extra stop. So we'll see what we can do at the end. Hopefully they'll let me take the reins off and try and go a bit quicker at the end.
I hope we can see those gloves come off a little bit for you. David, do you have any questions for James?
I think it's just, obviously you said you'd done 3 hours in VR before. Is it something that you would definitely use for sort of a 24-hour race and that? Because obviously you get the darkness falling. You said you had the issue with the frames per second limit on the VR. Is there things you can change to help that out?
No, I think that was due to the update. I got a bit ahead of myself and put night shadows on. So as soon as that night time hit, it caught me out. So they won't be going back on. I mean, I did do the Daytona 24 with VR. And again, I was on it 4 o'clock in the morning UK time, and I was absolutely fine.
Maybe it's something I need to look into, I think.
Just acclimatise into it.
And just lastly, have you ever had sort of, I mean, obviously you say about acclimatising to it. Is it ever sort of a bit surreal coming back into the, shall we say, the real world when you take it off and it might have gone from day to night outside or something like that?
James, you there?
Oh yeah, sorry, phone again. No, I race in a little cupboard underneath the stairs, so.
Oh right, okay, yeah. That helps you then.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't get claustrophobic because I'm kind of like that anyway.
They'll just have to move you, as long as they don't move your bed into there as well, you'll be okay.
Don't say that, because I did actually sleep in there one night.
Well, thank you for joining us, James. Before we let you go, have you got anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, David Anderson and the CMS team do a fantastic job as always. Obviously, yourselves, Apex TV, for putting this on for us all to watch, and obviously to our sponsors, Crowd Recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James Foster, who is running in 12th place in class, 27th overall, and we've seen him earlier with the VR suit, and hopefully we will be he'll be back in the car by the sounds of it, and we can have a look at his little cupboard under the stairs.
Yeah, it is always interesting to see where the drivers get put in the sims and where everybody's is. Do you have a dedicated room? Are you lucky enough to have that, David, or are you like me and you're just kind of in an office area?
I'll be honest, it was initially downstairs on the TV, but then nobody could watch any TV, so the nursery got changed into an office for my wife's business, and she's never been allowed to use it since, because I've been in it. So, yeah, it's my business has kind of took over her business, shall we say.
I love it. I think it's a story that we're not exactly uncommon of hearing. But just to give you a quick recap of what's going on out on the track, Satellite Racing LMP2 has come down pit lane, as have Hashtag Racing 92. Both of those drivers coming in. Satellite Racing able to eke it out one more lap. So probably one more pit stop remaining for these LMP2s, although it is going to be a little bit tight, I think, potentially on fuel. We may see a massive fuel saving situation coming here at the end, or we could see a sort of splash and dash kind of situation also coming in. Both of those are real possibilities here as we get into the closing hour of this race.
Yeah, I think certainly Paul Darling might have wanted to go that little bit longer on that stint if he could have done with the fuel, just to try and negate it to 2 more stops, but it might be just that little bit longer, I think, with this. Maybe a little splash and dash at the end, that stop, take another one, and then a little splash at the end. Yeah, you might need 10 minutes of fuel, which is about 2 or 3 laps, so... But then you've got to include coming into the pit, slowing down, sticking to the limit, coming back out. So it's not something Satellite Racing will really want to do, but Hashtag might have the same issue because they pitted, let me just work it out now. They pitted earlier, just having a look on the screen. Yeah, 1 lap earlier was Hashtag's pit stop. So if they're going to have a splash and dash in the 67, 92 definitely will.
Yeah, exactly. So this is going to set up a very, very fascinating end to the race. And yeah, that 1 extra lap of pit stops could, 1 extra lap before a pit stop, could that be the difference between a race win and a P2 around here? And as you were saying, it's really just about as much time you spend in pit lane as you do actually stationary in the box. We've seen pit times be about 30 to 35 seconds is what they're really averaging here for these LMP2 machines without a tire change. And for the pit lane time, really from cone to cone, it's averaging at about 1 minute and 10 seconds. So it takes so much time to come down here. There you can see on your screen flashing that out. Go back to check out a replay here. This is Chip Witt in the Wild Deuce Racecraft machine. Oh, big hit into the wall for the number 2.
Yeah, huge hit into a wall there, and certainly not what he wanted to do in this race. I was just actually having a look at the timing screen, and RD Sim Sports have had a huge issue in the P2 class and fallen down the order. I'm just trying to work out exactly where they are now. They're running 7th when they were running 4th in class. So I'm just trying to work out who is in the car now. It is James Holman who's in the car now after taking over from, I will tell you who it is in a minute. I can remember. It was a driver who was going very quick but having a couple of incidents along the way. It'll come to me in a minute.
Well, we'll figure that out for you. By the way, the absolute blistering pace that we were seeing out of your leaders before has abated a little bit. Queros on the last lap doing a 3:30.56, which is still pretty quick as we've seen it, but not dipping down into the 3:28s that we saw drivers doing. So that is starting to abate a little bit. The gap right now between the 2 leaders, between Queros and Darling, Hashtag Racing and Satellite Racing LMP2, is about 56 seconds right now. So Darling trying to continue to weave that down in, but as we said earlier, may have a little bit of fuel strategy that plays into this. And if we see Queros putting in some slower times, I have to imagine that means that he's backing off and doing a lot of fuel saving in the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, it was the car of James Holman. So I've just got the list in front of me here. It was James Holman who's in the car now. Paul Walton was formerly in it, and Archie Convoy, who had been in it early in the day. So Paul Walton's done 52 laps, Archie has done 30, and James has just got in the car. So this is his first stint in this race. Imagine waiting almost 4.5 hours to be able to get your first stint in, coming in cold, but also not having sort of the light. He's come out, it is dark. He hasn't had to learn it in the light, so he's learning it straight off the bat in the dark.
Exactly, and that is such a hard thing to do. It's difficult enough getting into the car and going out and putting it on pace. It is equally as difficult to do it, if not more, in the darkness. As we watch here, the 67 machine working his way around. Did he have a little bit? Oh, that is the Satellite Racing LMP2 machine having a little bit of a hit into the outside wall coming into Tete Rouge.
Yeah, such an easy thing to do out of a Dunlop S is you just come over a hill, there's a little ridge, and if you've got on the power too quick, you're just going to run wide like that. Luckily, looking like no harm done to the car, and he can continue on with his push towards Rui Carreras, but his last lap time, obviously coming out of pits, a lot slower. Carreras only doing 31s at the moment, so if Darling can find the pace he had before the pit stop, he can certainly do well, but that may have just been cold tyres as he ran just out of the pits.
Yeah, it certainly may well have been, and Darling's just going to have to try to focus in. Little bit of a moment there for Michael Parker in the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Machine, as he has been held up big time, and that has really allowed for him to be able to get closed in on by James Holman and that RD Sim Sports machine. That is a battle right there on your camera. That is for position.
Yeah, it's a close battle between RD Sim Sports and Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, and James trying to recover that time which was lost in that pit stop with swapping over from Walton. I think they lost about 40 seconds in that stop, so that's why you see him down in 7th place at the moment. And we go to our nice split screen of Holman versus Parker. Not close enough to take a dive at this time by, but he will certainly be looking to try and take that position very, very soon.
Yes, he will, certainly trying to push ahead here a little bit. Now that is Josiah Jerome, the 8th place Triple R Racing Ferrari directly ahead of them. Is this going to set up a little bit of a move for Holman? He certainly thought about it. He's going to get pinned in, though, as they go through the kink before Mulsanne. He's going to have to be very, very brave if he wants to get this move done going down to the Mulsanne hairpin. I think Holman's going to lift off a little bit, maybe try to set himself up for a better run here through Mulsanne and maybe go for the move down into Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's really hard to get it right into the Mulsanne corner because you do have a little kink just beforehand, so the drivers automatically swing to the right-hand side of the track, blocking off that little road you have to try and make that move. But it's he's in the slipstream now. Holman goes to the left-hand side. That is the outside heading towards Indianapolis, but he's through, and Parker just eased out of it and just decided to fight another day, which at this stage of the race is probably the right idea.
Yeah, still just under an hour to go here at Le Mans, working on lap 84. And I think for Parker there, that heads up. This kind of puts us back in the position we were right at the beginning of our stint on this broadcast, David, where it was really and truly about trying to keep up behind the driver in front of you and maybe just hold on. As we talked about, these LMP2s are probably going to need one, maybe more pit stops. They may need a little bit of a splash and dash at the end, and being able to tuck up behind here for James Parker could be just what the doctor ordered and could get him to the end on one more stop alone.
Exactly, and he knows that the RD Sim Sport team have been up as they try and get past this back marker here, that one of the Lamborghinis it looked like, but yeah, it's certainly a position where they know that car was quicker, so maybe it can just tow them along. But as we said, a fresh driver in, we don't know the pace of James Holman yet. That lap time will not be quite correct for his pace because obviously he had the overtaking move to make, but out in front the gap is now 20 seconds between Quiros and Darling. That's stretched out Darling, not with the quickest lap after that off we saw, and he is 1 minute 43 ahead of Valero, with Jack Chrissy, who's got into the car in 4th place in the 69, doing a great job there, and only 35 seconds 13 seconds behind the podium.
Yeah, so he's certainly starting to get a little bit of a move on there, trying to see if there's any gap to be gained. Continue to watch Parker and Holman here. It looks like Parker just doesn't quite have the speed to really be able to keep it up and to keep him close behind James Holman. Although the gap is about 0.7 of a second, which will be within draft range. I just don't get the sense, though, that Michael Parker is really pushing to the full extent of that car. It seems like he's just kind of watching and waiting here for a little bit.
Yeah, he's happy to follow along with Holman at the moment, who is 20 seconds behind Will Woodman in 5th place, and Rodney Parker just trying to get dragged along from that and keep him away from John Taylor Tammy, who is in 8th place behind them. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on in terms of working together to move forward. If I was Parker and I was staying in the car for the rest of the race, I would probably give it another till the next pit stop, and when the next pit stop comes, the gloves come off.
I think that's probably the right call, and both of these drivers did pit last on lap 80, and so we've been seeing about 10 lap stints out of these drivers, and so that should mean that we should see them in within about 5 or 6 laps from this point out, as they continue to work their way now out of Mulsanne down the long run to Indianapolis. Parker keeping the gap under 0.5 of a second, keeping it within draft range, and that is going to be absolutely crucial there for him.
Yeah, it's crucial in terms of keeping that fuel mileage exactly where he wants it. Just a little bit of information for the GT class. Drozda still leads in the 68, which is the satellite racing team, ahead of Hernandez and Sorensen, who's doing a great job, as we said before, sitting in 3rd place in the class. Christian Ost finally back out of the pits. That pit stop took 24 minutes.
Oh, a lot of damage repair done on that car. That is not what you want to see at all for that. There is Ost and that Penguin RC complex SimWorks machine coming out. He has got just so much work to do to try to gain back up on the rest of the field, but I give them massive kudos to being back out on track and trying to put themselves in the best position possible. That is the spirit of racing that we all really look for.
Yeah, you can see on the timing screen as well, #Racing, who had that issue with Pinto. Costa is up in 14th in class and still pushing on. This is Ost replay again. Please don't tell me he's had another incident in the Porsche curves. Oh, he's up on the gravel and he is off again, but managed to keep it just about out the wall with the help of some gravel, and his adventures continue. Maybe we'll just redesign the Porsche curbs for him next time.
Yeah, maybe. That car just does not seem to like it whatsoever. Poor guy just can't catch a break through the Porsche curves. I think that's about the 7th or 8th time we've seen him off. Following here, Jack Chrissy, in the 4th placed LMP2 car, trying to close in onto the back of Juan Segundo Valero, the Obsidian Racing Future machine, but he's got about 1 minute and 45 seconds to be able to gain. I think Jack's going to be a little bit more worried about what's going on in his rearview mirror, as Will Woodland, the SimHQ Motorsports Orange machine, may be closing in a little bit. He was faster on the last lap.
Yeah, Will Woodland putting in a good run, and you got to remember that 69 car of Jack Chrissy we saw fighting with the number 4 of Michael Parker early in the race, and now they're about a minute apart, as we see Colin Johnson having a little adventure there in the 721. That car running 15th overall at this moment in time, but if there's any statement of the word at the front of the LMP2 class, it is #Racing, who has popped in another 28.8, a second quicker, roughly, than Paul Darlin behind, and the gap is out to 22.5 seconds now.
Yeah, a big gap there in between them, and he is certainly putting down the pace here as Rui Quiros, as you said, about a second a lap faster on that last time by. Really just dialing it in. I think what this means with the pace that we're seeing them run, and granted, we've seen them run these fast-paced laps near the end of stints as the fuel gets a little bit lighter. I have to think that they are not worried about fuel saving, and that probably means that they will be coming in here to the pits. They may be able to make this to the end on one stop, but one way or another, they think that they are going to be safe. They don't have to do any fuel saving. So you go back, checking out a replay of Zachary Coonan here. This is going down through the Dunlop S's, just catches a little bit of the grass, loops that number 11 machine around, lucky to get it stopped and to not make any contact with the wall.
Yeah, and gets out the way very quickly just before the rest of the cars come through, but he certainly got a little bit of dirt on his tyres through the Dunlop S's, and that was not the way you want to end up facing, shall we say, but he kept it out the wall and got it going very cleanly, which was a good job by Zachary. But going back to the front of the field, I'd say the gap is big enough now that Paul Darling really needs to push hard to gain that time back. And they both pitted on lap 80 and 81. This is 86, so they'll be looking for another 4 or 5 laps out of this stint to be able to get to, that would be roughly just before the half hour. So it's going to be so tight on whether they need a splash of fuel.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly close, I think. And I'm getting the sense here that with the lap times that we're seeing getting put down, I think everybody knows that they need to do a splash and dash. Everybody knows that that's what needs to happen. And so they're not necessarily worried about trying to fuel save, that nobody's going to be able to make it to the end or everybody's going to make it to the end. We all seem like we're on relatively similar strategies here at this point.
Yeah, especially in the LMP2 class, because these two have just decided we're going to push like hell. But just noticing #racing, the gap is up to 1 minute 1. I'm sure the gap wasn't 1 minute 1 not very long ago. Valero is now 22 seconds behind Paul Darling. So has Paul Darling had an incident somewhere, or is that because his lap times doesn't suggest it? So maybe it was just our timing not quite up. Oh, it was my reading of the timing screen. My apologies. So yeah, he has a minute to Valero and 22 seconds a minute to the leader and 22 seconds to Darling. Valero does. So been no man's land really for the number 13, as we see Colin Johnson going backwards there on circuit. Nice recovery at the first chicane.
Indeed, and that's not the first time we've seen an LMP2 have that sudden sort of rear-end breakaway like that. The rear brakes locking rather suddenly there on him, and that is not the way you want to be pointed, I think, as you phrased it earlier, David. Not exactly the best way to do it, but certainly, is that an element of fatigue? Is that an element of the car starting to wear down a little bit? What is causing those rear brake locks that we've seen a couple of times from the drivers?
It can just be a miss of concentration, as we said before. The darkness falls and you sort of may get slightly disorientated by it all and just brake in the wrong position, then panic and then brake that little bit harder, which snaps it round. As we now see what should be the final pit stop for the Satellite Racing GT car. The leader of GT3 is in the pits, and McLaren leading the way, and this should be his final stop.
It should indeed, as that should do it for the GT3s as they work their way around. We anticipate, as we said, in Sim Racing PR Blue also coming in as well. We anticipate the LMP2's probably going to come in within the next 10 minutes or so, if that splash and dash strategy is to be believed, as they get themselves going around. Working by some lap traffic there is Juan Segundo Valero in third place. He's been able to go just a hair faster than Darling up ahead. He's been able to get that gap down to under 22 seconds. So maybe some speed, maybe a little bit of a race still to be had there between those two.
Yeah, a great lap time there by Valero, beating both of the leaders by about half a second. So that is a great run. This is Carreras going down into Indianapolis. Do we see a mistake by the leader? Yes, we do. He's off into the gravel. Just keeps it out of the tyre wall. But that shows you how close and how much Carreras is still pushing, even though he has his huge lead at this moment in time.
Yeah, but that's not going to do him a whole lot of good, although he only lost about 3 or 4 seconds on that. The gap now down to 58 seconds between himself and Paul Darling. So Cuero wouldn't have necessarily liked to have seen that gap come down, but it has been good. There you can see just continuing to try to grow it. There's a little bit of a better indicator there between Valero and Paul Darling, as Darling definitely has the upper hand here, but there have been moments where Valero looks like he could have capitalized.
Yeah, Valero doing a very good stint by the Argentinian here, up at the front of his field in third place, keeping we fast We Too Fast Racing down in fourth, which is still doing, as I say, a great job there. Jack Chrissy at the wheel, trying to hold off the charging Will Woodman, who is setting blistering lap times, with James Holman just behind as well. Those both drivers in the low 30s, as Chrissy is in the 32s. So that 10-second gap is going to come down very quickly indeed.
Yes, it is. And as we get down into the final 45 minutes of this race, this continues to be very, very fascinating. As we said, remember, these LMP2s owe us 1, maybe 2 more pit stops. Whoa, Valero getting a little bit squirrely there off the line. Let's see what it is. Able to bring the gap down by 74 thousandths of a second. Now, he's going to need to do better than that if he wants to catch Darling by the end of the race, but he'll at least be encouraged by the fact that he was able to go faster there on this last lap.
Yeah, just that little bit of encouragement, but looking at the lap time, just that last time by, a 3:33 by Carreras, that was the time that he went off the track, I presume, so that would explain a 4-second loss in lap time. So he's going to have to really keep on it now and not lose that time, because it could be an issue in the pits. It could be, you know, a quick tow to the pits, or it could be a quick fix in the pits that could cost him the race still, even though that gap is still there. If you're at this stage of the race and you're less than a lap off the lead, you are in a position to challenge.
Exactly, and that is the beauty of endurance racing. And as we continue to run here, we've got plenty of drivers that are close enough within striking distance if something were to happen to 1 or 2 of our leaders. So very much still a lot of tension here. We could see some incidents maybe as they come down pit lane. David, you and I have talked about how tricky that pit lane is to navigate over the course of today's broadcast, and it could catch a driver or 2 out. So that could happen. Some incidents with lap traffic. It's really still all to play for, and really all still here to gamble.
Exactly, plenty to gamble. As we look also at the GT class, Drozda Sorensen up into second now for Fernandez, but owes us a pit stop. So it'd be interesting to see where that battle comes out, because Hernandez is only 8 seconds behind Sorensen, who, as I remind you, has come up 14 places in this race. And Christian Ost at the back of the field has passed Jesse Anderson, who just heads for pits. Sorry, Jesse Atkinson, who heads to the pit. So Christian Ost has finally gained 1 more position back and is on a kind of recovery drive with that Audi.
And here is one of the sadder stories of the race. Ivo Costa in the hashtag racing machine. Remember his teammate having the incident that forced him to tow back to the pits with a manual disconnection that we saw. Very, very unfortunate. Luis Pinto, that teammate there of Costa. This was a team that was challenging up for the lead of the GT3 class, and courtesy of that bad incident, now finds themselves all the way down in 12th place. Now they are the next car up the road for Christian Ost in that RC Penguin Complex machine, but Ost multiple laps down on it, and probably gonna take a miracle for him to be able to catch up to this 12th place car.
Yeah, it will take a miracle, but Costa's still got 1.5 laps to close on the next car in front of him, but he is 4 seconds a lap quicker than the cars in front of him. We can also see James Foster is back in the car in 12th place as well on the timing screen, so he is back with his VR headset trying to set the world alight with the end of the race. So this hashtag racing car, as you said, Satellite and Hashtag fighting at front of each of the classes throughout this race, but just not the day for Ivo Costa. And sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them.
And we have had our first scheduled pit stop in what we anticipate being potentially the last round of pit stops for the LMP2s. Juan Segundo Valero in the Obsidian Racing Future machine coming down pit lane right now. And so he is the first one in.
Yeah, that seems maybe about 5 minutes early for me. In terms of a pit stop, but that's only 1 lap of fuel, so maybe he can save that as the race goes on, but I think that's a little touch early, maybe 1 or 2 laps early for the Obsidian Racing Future car, and they may have to do a quick splash and dash, which could give Jack Creasy and Will Woodman a chance of that final podium position.
It could indeed. We'll have to see there for Chrissy as they now work their way around. This is not a battle out on track necessarily. That's Christopher Pies behind him for the Imperial Motorsports Shake Machine. Not a battle out on track. Check back here. This is Zachary Coonan. Ooh, is he going to have a little bit of problem coming through the last Ford chicane? I think he might. Little bit too much speed and a clump over the curb. That's certainly going to hurt his overall speed there a little bit and not improve his standing.
Yeah, not ideal for that position for Cooney, but running 11th at the moment, just trying to close on Christopher Paz for 10th and just pushing that little bit too hard in the Ford chicane. It's not really a place where you can gain a lot of time, but you can certainly lose it with incidents like that.
Yeah, exactly. It is not an area that you want to be taking a lot of extra risks, as those big sausage curbs willing to come out and grab you and bite you. And at a track like this, the suspensions can take a real lick there, and especially considering it's just past pit lane. If you get into an incident there and damage the car, you've got to limp your way all the way back around this lap. Oh my goodness, Quiros putting in another fastest lap of the race down into the 327s, David.
That is a remarkable lap by Quiros, who I don't remember taking tyres last time by. So the tyres must be getting towards the end of their life now. And a 27.9, I was just about to say Paul Darling is starting to respond with a 28.9, but a 27.9, that we haven't seen any lap times like that. Nobody has got anywhere near that.
No, most certainly not, as Will Woodland there having a little bit of a rough line through Indianapolis. But yeah, Quiros right now the talk of the town, working his way by some slower GT3 cars on the Mulsanne straight. If they are supposed to be saving fuel and relaxing in the car right now, nobody told the drivers of the Hashtag Racing 92 machine. They are absolutely on it here. Blistering time, and they've been able to build that gap back up to 58 seconds. Paul Darling trying to respond on that last lap, but only good enough really to put down a time of 3:29.25, so about 2 seconds off the pace there. Just remarkable from Marie Quiros.
Yeah, just a remarkable lap, and that might have just. Well, it certainly will have woken up Paul Darling in the satellite racing car and gone, maybe this is not the day we're going to catch the Hashtag Racing team. It's one of them. And Obsidian Racing Future has come up as out on our timing screen. I don't know what's happened to Valerio. He was in the pits recently, but has he had a bit of an issue or not? Let's have a look. No, he is out on circuit, so it was just an issue which just a little bug that has popped up. So Valero still well and truly in the race, and I think Obsidian, if they were listening to his commentary when we said that, they would have had a bit of a heart attack.
Indeed, I know. I certainly had a heart attack for him. That was just looks like a little bit of a glitch out there for them, but Obsidian Racing Future able to be back in it, focusing now on Paul Darling, that second-placed LMP2 for Satellite Racing in the 67. They looked very promising here earlier on, but opted for a little bit of an alternate strategy with the tires. We weren't sure how it was going to play out with Hashtag Racing number 92, but we still have potentially one more stop to go for both drivers. Could be 2 stops depending on how everything goes here, as Will Woodland back in 5th place, holding down to that position right now. He's got a little bit of a gap on either side of him. 44 seconds up the road to Jack Chrissy, and then about 18 seconds, it looks like, back to James Holman.
Yeah, and these guys are about to be lapped by Hashtag Racing. The Hashtag Racing car coming around towards the end of the lap just behind them, so not quite in view just yet, but these guys are going to have their battle and think about how to let the leader through, as the leader's in the pit lane, so they don't have to worry about that. And Hashtag Racing in the pits, Rui Quiros, we won't see what time he could have done on that last lap because he's come to the pit lane, but this should be the last stop for the leaders. I'm predicting the last stint could be easily 5 minutes, could be 35 minutes, so 5:24 by the time he comes out of pits, just on time.
Yeah, should be just on time. The question is going to be is if Satellite Racing is able to eke out one more lap, as we've seen them do a couple of times over the course of this race. And I think for them especially, that will definitely be nice and steady for them. Riding on board with Drew Leidecker here, the Can-Am Racing driver in the Ferrari, the number 38, as he works his way down through the curbing here of that final chicane. Darkness completely falling here now at Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans. Very, very dark. You can see the headlights doing a good job of illuminating, but it really does change your perspective of driving. And I can report, by the way, that Paul Darling has been able to stay out for an extra lap, but just barely able to nip ahead of hashtag racing number 92. But that gap now about 1 second, with Darling still owing us a pit stop.
Yeah, so close between the two, and hashtag probably would have liked to take the lead coming back out of the pits and just lay down that marker of we're still ahead of you, but being close behind isn't going to harm too much either, as we have second place in the GT class. Sorensen is in the pits for what will be his final pit stop, which because he's slightly off kilter with everybody else in the class, so he will head to pit lane and probably drop down to third place here.
Yeah, I think that's about where it's going to put it. This is currently your leader in the GT3 class, Batusa Drozda there in the Satellite Racing GT machine. He has got a very sizable margin over the rest of the entire field to the tune of about 1:17. Absolutely remarkable there for him. Stopped in on lap 78. We think that should be just enough to get him to the end. I don't really anticipate anybody else having to come down.
No, it should be all clear now in the GT class. Maybe the odd pit stop. Just looking, the 469 may need a quick splash and dash towards the end of the race, but I think the final pit stops are generally about done, apart from Paul Darling at the front of the field and the midfield of the LMP2s. But GT class should be pretty much all filled up to the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed, they should. It should be pretty smooth sailing, and most of that field relatively separated out here at this point, so it's just going to be a matter of trying to keep the cars together, not making a mistake, not having any problems, anything like that, and that will be a huge, huge factor to try to keep it. That McLaren, I always like to say, it's not a matter of if it tries to kill you at some point over the course of the race, it's a matter of when, and so I think for Drozda, he has just got to be careful and make sure to nurse that car home.
Yeah, just to let you all know, that's from the exhaust. It should happen. The car is not on fire. That McLaren loves to spit a little bit of fire out. And like you say, when it's going to kill you, it'll kill you if you're right behind it under braking, because it will flame you to death.
Indeed it will, as well as that infamous off-throttle oversteer that we often see in that, and that's really when you're just kind of off the throttle and the rear end of the car gets very, very happy and likes to break away. A couple of more drivers in the LMP2 class coming down pit lane. We Too Fast Racing, SimHQ Motorsports Orange, as well as RD Sim Sports, all coming in out of 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively. So all of them coming in, still waiting on Paul Darling to make his final stop, although we anticipate him doing that here within the next lap if everything holds out true. He's actually crossing pit lane right now, and he is going to dive on in. So your leader in from P1, that's going to give the lead right back over to hashtag racing number 92. We'll have to see what Darling does here in the pit sequence.
Yeah, there's not a lot Darling can do now apart from just put the pressure on when he comes out of pits. Obviously a slightly shorter stop for the satellite car compared to the hashtag. 1 lap of fuel not going to make a huge amount of difference in the LMP2 class. Whether they take new tyres, that will. I don't think they will. I think they'll probably try and make it as short as possible and just get to the end of the race with the fuel, as Quiros comes up behind the leader in GT class and almost runs into the back of him, as we now see Dominguez in the number 7 into the Ford chicane. comes into the pit lane and spins it into the gravel. This is what we're saying about pit lane being so tricky. And is that the was that the 9067 coming in? No, it wasn't. So I thought that may have been the leader of the class ahead, but it wasn't. So yeah, just not the ideal entry line to the pit lane.
And not necessarily, although the 67, the Satellite Racing LMP2 machine, now back in and out of the pits, did not take tires. And if my calculations are correct on that, David, that means that both they and #Racing92 will be triple stinting these tires. Now, that is to be a little bit expected. We saw that specifically in the 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing in the LMP2s when the cars lasted a little bit longer in the officials. So I'm not surprised by the triple stint, but it is going to make these cars a little bit harder to drive here on the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sort of surprised about it, especially with the cooler temperatures of the night coming down here at Le Mans and the long straights to deal with. But obviously, like you say, a little bit less grip into braking areas and traction areas. And all it's going to take is one mistake for about 54 seconds to completely disappear.
And that were my thoughts exactly, just a little bit close. I know for me it would be a little too close for comfort, but there's a reason why I'm up at the booth and not down in the cars. We continue to watch our leader, Roy Quiros, working his way around. Not able to get an accurate lap time from him this last time out, because the last time he was out, he was coming out of pit lane, and that throws off our timing a little bit. But still, the number 92 continuing to run a very, very good pace, a 54-second advantage between himself and Paul Darling. So Darling able to close the gap a little bit during the pit sequence, but not able to close it down all the way, not able to get it quite as close as he would like.
Yeah, we're only down by about 4 or 5 seconds, and we've seen that with many pit stops over the course of this race, as we see Jesse Atkinson losing it again. That snap of oversteer into a wall at the end of the lap, not ideal, and that will definitely be a tow to the pits for Jesse Atkinson.
Yeah, trying to get it back going, but not looking like it's going to be that way. Quiros out front, continuing to work his way around. Just coming up behind some lapped cars there. That is a fellow LMP2 driver. We jump back to the replay here, watching Jesse Atkinson. He actually drove the thing back into pit lane. I'm very impressed by that out of the 293, and doing it with no headlights, mind you.
Yes, not the best way of trying to get through the Porsche curves. And is that a tow afterwards because he couldn't see where he's going, I think?
Certainly seems like a good enough reason for me to take a tow. Watching here on the 11th place in class machine, this is James Foster, back in the car. We had a chance to talk with James a little bit earlier in the race. Excuse me, this is 12th place overall. This is Team Brake Fade as they work their way around. Pedro Quinones there in the TPRT Soteneros machine in 8th place overall. That Lamborghini coming through the Porsche curves right now.
Yeah, you got a quick look at James Foster in his little cupboard under the stairs, as he puts it. There we go again. And running a little bit wide there, trying to fight off. Is that the leader of the class, I think, maybe? Behind. I'm not sure if that's a McLaren or 7th place. I saw a number which looked very like a 1 or a 7 on the top of the windscreen behind. So we'll see who that is in a moment. It's, yeah, I think, is that a McLaren? It looks very much like a McLaren. But anyway, yes, it is. It's a McLaren. So that's the leader in class that he's fighting with, and not making it easy for the Satellite Racing GT car to get past. But James Foster pushing hard from his cupboard under the stairs.
Yeah, not letting it go away. You heard him talk about just the early mistakes and just trying to keep his head down a little bit, the best of his abilities, and really doing a good job of that here. As they go. I love the tenacity out of it. I love the spunk, for lack of a better word, on it. As we watch the Satellite Racing GT, Matus Drozda continuing to drive that 68 machine around, trying to see what he could do, carrying the standard here for Satellite Racing, as this is currently the highest placed car. Their sister car, obviously in second place in the LMP2s right now. We've got a driver coming down pit lane. It looks like the Tuxedo Racing 61 machine coming in to make their final stop.
Yeah, the final pit stop's pretty much there. Douglas Ritter coming in. We've seen Douglas have a bit of an adventurous race, so he'll be glad to see the checker flag towards the end of this, but the gap out in front is not closing down, and it just looks like Rui Quiros is controlling that gap towards the end of this race and not pushing the car too hard. And that's the same said for Drozda in the GT class, just keeping the gap stationary and not pushing the car too hard and causing mistakes, because it could very easily be a loss of concentration that causes them to lose this race still at these last stages.
Yeah, indeed. It's all about race management here at this point. You don't want to push the car too hard, as we focus here on the third place driver in class, Fredrik Sorensen. He's been involved in a couple of battles over the course of the day, but doing a good job to be able to keep that car pointed the right way and keep it going. Right now, he's got about 41 seconds up the road to Edison Hernandez in the Sim Racing PR Blue machine, and he has about the same gap behind him to Jose Correa in the Tupai Racing Team mid-pack. So the two of them kind of running equidistant in between Fredrik Sorensen and the VG Esport Racing Academy machine. Doing a very, very good job here, it has to be said, piloting that BMW around, currently your highest placed BMW.
Yeah, Sorensen doing a great job in the BMW. Three different cars in the top four different cars in the top four of the GT class, showing the adaptability of the cars and how equal they are on the balance of performance. But didn't expect not to see a Lamborghini in those top three. That's a bit of a surprise to me, and the top three being down in seventh.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to me as well. As we were saying earlier in the broadcast, that Lamborghini really the favored car in the last season for these GT races, particularly quick at a straight line it tends to be. And I would have thought in the long straights here down the Mulsanne and things like that, the Lambo would have been doing very, very well. But Satellite Racing GT absolutely taking the torch here for the McLaren and making that work. Jorge Pinheiro here, the Iberian driver, currently the second placed Lamborghini out on track with the SR Technics CMS machine. Doing a good job to keep that car going around. He's got a decent gap up ahead of him to Correa, to the tune of about 1:46, only about 16 seconds up the road from the Sim Republic 114 machine. So we've got to be a little bit careful and doesn't want to be making mistakes like that as he runs a little bit wide of the Ford chicanes, getting into the gravel. Jump back to check out a replay here. This is Douglas Ritter. Remember, we said he was coming down pit lane. Did he have a bit of an issue coming in? Oh, just overcooks it coming into the pit entry.
Yeah, just a little bit too quick and up over gravel. Luckily, you can get away with it there, especially if you keep car straight over gravel like he did. And just looking overall, I think that people are just starting to try and get the cars home. But Rui Quiros up front in the LMP2 class has decided, no, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue setting 3 minutes 28. So the gap out by another almost 2 seconds over that last lap. So Rui Quiros certainly not resting on his laurels just yet.
No, certainly not. Quiros doing a great job of just keeping ahead. Looks like we have an off track there for the Sim Republic machine, the number 6 in class. Yeah, that was a big off down. It looks like coming into Tete Rouge, it looks like that 6th place machine, the number 114, having a bit of a problem, a bit of an off, and that not going to lose them position, I think, but still lucky to be able to keep going. Quiros, however, having none of those issues, he is able to just keep his nose down and keep focused up ahead and keep running the lines that he needs to, threading his way through the Porsche curves now.
Yeah, he's certainly not thinking about easing off. He's going to keep his rhythm going for this last 20 minutes of the race as we get towards the little crucial time where you will have people like Quiros just trying to get the car home in a sense ball state, not trying to risk anything over curbs. And then you'll have people like Paul Darlin trying to push like mad to try and close that gap and apply the pressure. But it looks like Quiros won't be falling for that. Here is Tommy Lee Cogan in the P2. Running a little bit wide, taking some grass. Oh, well saved. Just kept it out of the gravel at Tete Rouge.
Well saved indeed. I think about an inch over to the left, and that could have been a very disastrous accident. But Kogan doing a fantastic job to keep all 4 tires pointed the right way and really just keep everything on lock. Requeros here, though, your leader, continues to just drive the race he needs to drive at this point. Not really having to back off all that much, not really having to do all that to manage. He should be good on fuel from what our estimates read us, and he should be able to just keep things going. Here is a replay again. Kogan having more problems now down into Arnage.
Yeah, he's just not the lap that Kogan would have wanted. Too much speed in up over the grass crete, but not too much harm done there for Kogan, and I think he's probably just trying to calm himself down after that off before. And Nathan Solano, will he be, is this going to be a similar kind of incident? He catches the grass on the outside and he goes round this time, and the GT car just, did he just slightly nudge the wall there? He did on the rear, maybe not on the front, but rejoins the circuit. And to be fair, I'd probably prefer that moment to the one that we saw previously, because at least you know where that one's going. It's going round, whereas the one before was just a fun ride across the grass, shall we say.
Indeed, it was. It looks like, though, that he is able to escape with damage, and as you said, probably be very, very thankful for it. Quiros here continuing to work his way around. Looked like Darling was able to take a little bit of time out of him on that last lap, with a bit of a slower lap for Quiros with a 3:30.6, but 0.4 of a second is not going to be enough to gain back on what is now 56 seconds in between first and second in this LMP2 category, with just under 20 minutes to go left in this race. So still plenty of time here for Rui Quiros to just eke this car home.
Yeah, we have a jump to toe to the pits for Pedro Quinones in just trying to work out 13th in class in the GT class. So he is now in the pits. He's towed after crashing somewhere out on the circuit. I don't know if we'll pick that up somewhere, but if we do, we'll bring it to you there. But Rui Quiros is just pulling away at the front. It's just not even a chance for Paul Darling. He's making sure there's not even a chance for him to close this gap.
Yeah, he really is, and he is just driving a pixel-perfect race at this point, completely and totally in the zone, not having any problems here, minimizing any mistakes. Jump back here as James Foster and that team brake fade machine trying to work their way up through the field after that earlier incident. Little bit of problems for them. Foster, our VR user who got to talk to a little bit earlier in the broadcast, there you can see James in the cupboard under the stairs right now as he just continues to pilot that car around and trying to push ahead, closing in on the Wild Deuce racecraft machine directly in front of him, with that gap now down to under 3 seconds. So certainly a plenty of area to be had. This is Quinones. I believe this is what caused that toe that you were alluding to earlier, David.
Yeah, heading up towards the first corner. So this might be quite an unusual place to lose it. Oh, he just pulls to the side, so I don't know if there's an issue with his own computer or his hardware there, but certainly a toe to the side for the 13th in class.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see as we jump back with Foster, and that is, you can see right up ahead, that red and yellow Porsche. That's the car they're chasing. Chip Witt in the Wild Deuce Racecraft number 2. Ooh, gets a little bit offline from the LMP2, and we've got a bit of a race on our hands.
Yeah, they're going to be side by side. Foster really pushing hard on the Wild Deuce Racecraft car. They're going to go side by side here, down the straight. Little kinks in the straight, so you just got to be careful of each other. And he's through, and Foster up into the top 10 for Team Breakfade, and it must be galling for Wild Juice to lose that top 10 this late on in the race. But I just thought, while I remember, we could have a quick shout out to the sponsors who have sponsored this event. Penguin RC Simulation, who produce wheel and button boxes along with specialised equipment such as e-stops for direct drive hardware and soon to become iFlag devices. And we also have a sponsor of Complex Simworks, who custom solution for your sim racing needs, from race deck accessories to iFlag and custom mounts. They fabricate anything that to the aspiring sim racers needs. So they look on the Etsy store or complexsimworks.com.
Many thanks to our many sponsors here on Apex Racing TV to be able to provide us with this kind of racing and fantastic stuff that we've seen all day. Continuing to watch Team Breakfade right now as they work their way around. Getting around that Wild Deuce racecraft machine is going to be a huge boon to them. They're going to be very happy about that. Unfortunately, they've got about 11 seconds to go up to David Nelson for Triple R Racing. I think here with about 15 minutes to go, that's going to be a little bit out of reach, but with the pace we've seen out of James Foster, never say never.
Yeah, never say never, but then I wonder if James has turned off all the shadows for his frames per second, because he was having issues with that earlier and got a bit confident on what it could do. So hopefully he is now got that turned down and seems to be flying along, with his last lap being a 3:59.2. David Nelson's a 3:58.0. But you have to take into account Foster's overtake on the Wild Juice racecraft car. But back at the front, Rui Quiros, Paul Darling, Valero, all just leading the way. Jack Chrissy not being able to close that gap. We've got a 29.1 actually by Valero, who's not quite given up on this second place just yet, with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, that gap holding at about 33 seconds right now between second and third. Still a whopping 56 seconds between first and second. There is Paul Darling on your screen. He's having to deal with a little bit of traffic. I believe that's Jose Correa and the 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack that he just had to get his way around, as well as a slower LMP2 car there. Paul Darling doing a great job to be able to just keep that thing pointed the right way. It's a little bit of a matter of what could have been. I think it was a combination of some a little bit of off strategy there that forced them into this bad position. Remember, they went and triple stinted the tires a little bit earlier than everybody else did. Hashtag Racing just looks like they called it perfectly on this run.
Yeah, they've called it absolutely perfectly. We did see Satellite Racing get quite close to Hashtag earlier on in the stint, about 7 seconds I think the gap got down to, and then we had this little swap over of whether they pit tyres or driver changes. But then since Paul Darling has got in the car, Darling's been going quick, but Quiros has been pushing like mad, and we apparently have a crash for the leader of the GT class, or at least an off track. So I don't know if we could pick that up in the production booth, but there is certainly an issue for Drozda, who seems to have slightly got back going again, but not very quickly. So let's see what happens there, on whether he can be closed in on by Hernandez, who's second in class.
And this was going down into Mulsanne, I believe. There you see it. Just lost the car on his own, a little bit of a self-spin, able to recover it. I don't think any real damage to the car, thankfully. He'll be very, very happy for that. But, excuse me, I believe that was coming out of Arnage.
Yeah.
But very, very lucky that he did not hit that outside wall. We've seen it gobble up cars before.
Yeah, and with the lead that he's got at the moment, you'd think he'd be trying to just cool it down and get towards the end of a race, but that shows you how hard he's pushing. That is going to catch his attention next time he tries to brake for that corner, and he will just not want to make that mistake again. Obviously, the gap is still quite big, but he lost about 4 seconds with that spin, so cannot afford to do it again, or Hernandez will be trying to close that gap very, very quickly.
Yes, he will, and he's got to be careful. You know, late into this run, The tires are going to be screaming out in agony. Only about 10 minutes left to go. Remember, these cars get lighter as they go along, and we've talked a little bit about that off-throttle oversteer for the McLaren. That rear end will get twitchier. It will get happier as you burn off fuel, and so that is very common to see as you come in through corners. It just kind of start to break away from you a little bit. He's very lucky to catch it. As I said, that outside wall at Arnage is one that likes to gobble up cars. If he had gotten caught in that, I can't even imagine what the state of this race would be.
Well, Satellite Racing would certainly be having questions with him because they're not winning in the top class and they want to come home with this victory in the GT class. But Hernandez is probably getting the message now to keep on pushing, keep trying to close that gap. He closed it by 3 seconds that time by with Drozda's mistake as well. So the gap is coming down, but just not by enough at this stage.
It's a little bit of the same story that we've seen out of Quiros and Paul Darling. Darling able to take a little bit of time out of Quiros here and there, but not enough to really put it in. Of course, as soon as I say that, looking at the timing and scoring, Quiros putting in a 28 flat on the last lap, so he is absolutely flying. There is Hernandez getting passed by one of the LMP2 runners. I believe that's Will Woodland in the SimHQ Motorsports Orange Machine, working his way on by. Hernandez has a gap of about, it looks like 53 seconds up to Mateusz Drozda, and he's going to try to close that in to the best of his abilities, but I don't know how lucky he's going to be with these very few minutes remaining.
Yeah, just under 10 minutes remaining, just over 9 actually, towards the end of this race, and drivers will be just trying to bring it home, especially if they're not in close battles. I think the closest battle we can see is probably 4th, 5th, 6th in LMP2, but yeah, 28.0 at this stage of the race and a 28.64 for Valero, who actually sets his team's fastest lap of race with 10 minutes to go. So he has certainly not given anything up for Obsidian Racing Future, wanting to try and close. It's a 32-second gap to Paul Darling, so he thinks if he can put a little bit of pressure on him the last few laps, will Paul Darling crack? But we've seen Paul on this channel before, and he's not a driver we see cracking very often.
No, we do not. He is one tough cookie and very, very rarely does anything remotely close to cracking. So Darling just going to have to keep on driving here. We jump back to a replay. This is Pinheiro as he came down into the Ford chicanes. Does this gobble up another GT3 machine? We've seen this happen several times. Just takes too much of that curbing on the last part of it. Oh, catches it, spins him around. He's able to get onto the binders, is the 222, and barely avoid running into that wall.
Yeah, just managed to stop it before the wall. Just had a look at the live chat from the YouTube channel, and RD Sim Sports earlier on got a drive-through penalty for unsafe pit exit. So it was a 40-second penalty for them, which is why we saw them fall from 4th to 6th earlier on in the hour. But they are now recovering back up to 6th. And so they fell to 7th, back up to 6th ahead of Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, and just trying to close in on SimHQ Motorsports Orange at this stage, but I feel that it may be a little too late.
Yeah, just a little bit too late to be able to really gain in here as they try to go. We focus on Will Woodland here in that SimHQ, as you said, seeing what he can do, seeing if he has got anything for the drivers around him, but I'm not sure, as it may be just closing in on 7 minutes to go. Not a lot of time left here.
Yeah, not a lot of time left, and Will Woodland is going to have to watch out because not far behind is the leader of the race, so he's going to have to watch his mirrors and maybe relinquish a lap to the leader of Hashtag Racing, who we can just see about to cross the line now to set another lap time, and he does a 30.6. That's slow, Ruri. Come on, where are you?
We're used to seeing those amazing sub-30 times here from Rui. Him actually backing down and calming it off a little bit is such a surprise to us. He has kept us on our toes for this entire race.
He has, and he is now on lap 99. So they are going to reach 100 laps here at Le Mans for this race, maybe 101 by the time he's completed this race. But it has just been a dominant position for Rui Quiros and the 92 car. ahead of the 67 car of Paul Darling. So I just can't see it changing now unless there's a huge issue, and I don't want to start putting a commentator's curse on it.
Well, those curses are the bane of our existence as commentators. They always seem to catch us out, so certainly do not want to put any of that juju on it. Continuing to watch Will Woodland here. This is one of the closer battles out on track as he tries to close in back to the back of Jack Chrissy in the We Too Fast racing machine for 4th place, working his way by 5th in class. That's Pinheiro and the SR Technic CMS machine as they get on by.
Yeah, it's just about trying to dodge around all of this traffic. He's going to have the leader, that is Hashtag Racing, right behind it. And Obstinate Racing Future is in the pit lane. The 3rd place car, Valero, does need a splash and dash. Literally 2 laps of fuel is going to do it to get him to the end of the race.
Oh my goodness, we were worried that this may happen to a driver or two having to come down pit lane with only a few laps remaining, and Obsidian Racing Future being the one that gets caught out by it. I do not love that for them.
No, it's going to be really close on whether Jack Chrissy can close in on him. I'm not sure where Chrissy is out on circuit. He's over halfway round, so Valero should probably make it out ahead. Yeah, he's heading out into the... He's realised he can pit, get the fuel and come back out. So he's just there making sure it's safe, making sure that he has enough fuel to finish this race before any gap becomes a little too close.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there for them, just recognizing we may be a little bit short. It's a bit of a safety blanket there for those drivers as they go. Now, with about 4 minutes left to go in this race, I anticipate, depending on when Quiros gets by, he's coming out of Arnage right now, he just might get the white flag this time by.
Yeah, he's got about a 1/5 of a lap to go, so we'll just see when he comes round. 3 minutes 30 for a lap, and we will have... Yes, he will get the white flag this time by, because we're coming up to 3 minutes 30 of this race to go now as he comes through Porsche curbs. There we go. So this will be the white flag lap for Hashtag Racing, for Rui Curios and the 92 crew who have dominated this race from start to finish. They have had challenges from Satellite Racing and Obstinate Future throughout the race, but they have led from the start and look like they're going to head towards victory here at Le Mans.
It certainly does. Just one more revolution of this circuit for Rui Quiros. He's got to get on by a couple of GT3 cars up ahead of him. It's 2 laps. We are hearing two laps to go. So there is just enough time for Quiros to make this work. He's got to stretch this out for 2 laps. Is this going to be a problem in terms of fuel strategy?
Yeah, it possibly could be. I mean, I'm just looking at that and I'm not quite sure how the white flag hasn't come out that time by, but it is what it is, and they have another lap on top of that as Christian Ost is off again in the Audi. And that Audi, it seems like Christian has been in that car all day long, and the Audi has just been a temperamental little thing for Christian to try and deal with.
Well, that Audi is a car that tends to not really like curbing all that much, and so it's not surprising you've got to be pretty aggressive with the curbs here around Le Mans to make it work. As we jump back on board with Rui Quiros, he's going to be able to work his way by that Lamborghini. A little bit of a scare there on this penultimate lap. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, that was the Lamborghini of James Foster, who we keep seeing in the VR in his little house under the stairs. And he certainly didn't see Quiros coming at that stage of the race. But Quiros there having another LMP sticking to him at this moment in time and nicely towing along. I think that's Will Woodman, who's trying to use leader to close in on Jack Creasy. I can't see that happening either, but we'll just see how things go, and we will see what happens as the car. Here we are on board with Will Woodland, and now this is a bit of a dangerous situation for the leader. He has Will Woodland running about the same pace as him behind, and he really does not want that car around him, just in case. So I'm not saying Will, but if he makes a mistake, and just catches a break or something, it could be curtains for the hashtag racing car. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rui just wave him through in a minute.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. It may even be here, as you can see Will just trying to lift off a little bit, keep that draft as good as possible and not try to overtake the leader. But yeah, you don't really want those headlights in your rear view mirror. They can really throw you off, make you a little bit concerned about everything that's going on around you as they work their way down through Arnage. No problem there for Rui. He's able to get it nice and easy and gets a good run into the Porsche curves. Now we know for sure he will be taking the white flag as they cross over the start-finish line. Rui Quiros in the 92. There's another one of the GTs, or actually they've been an LMP2, just getting out of the way here for your leader.
Yeah, just getting nicely out of the way into Porsche curbs, which is always the best place to get out of the way. You don't want to be trying to follow a slower car through the Porsche curves. Just looking at the GT class, no changes there at this moment in time, so it will be a win for Satellite GT if things stay as they are. But it is Quiros take a big lift into there, so I wonder if he's just saving that little bit of fuel, because that was a huge lift into the chicane, and I wonder if it...
Oh, and that is the checkered.
Yeah.
That is the checkered flag out. Rui Quiros able to take victory here at Le Mans. An incredible run for him. Here is Paul Darling, a valiant effort behind him to try to come in behind, but in the end it just wasn't enough. He's just got a couple of more corners to navigate here before he will be able to take that checkered flag as well.
Yeah, Paul Darling, Satellite Racing, started down in 7th in the class. Unlike them, not to be at the front of the field on the grid, but Paul Darling doing a great job at coming through towards the end of the lap, finishing in 2nd place. But in GT3, Satellite Racing GT have took a victory ahead of Matus Drozda, bringing the car home with Alex Gill in the car earlier on, and that has made Satellite Racing's day, as the 2nd place car in LMP2 is heading towards the end of the race. It takes 2nd place, so it's a 2-1 for Satellite Racing GT here today. And here comes Sim Racing PR Blue in the Porsche. Absolute brilliant run by the Argentinian. At the end of the race, Edison Hernandez did a great drive ahead of Frederick Sorensen, who will bring home the VG Racing Esports Academy car. This BMW has been running like clockwork throughout the race, and into the Ford chicane he comes for the final time.
Indeed, working its way through the Ford chicanes, carrying the standard for the BMWs here. Really the only one in the field today to be able to put up any mustard. Frederick Sorensen will take that final podium position. Just waiting for the last couple of stragglers to come across the line, including this man, Juan Segundo Valero, in the number 13 Obsidian Racing Future Machine. Remember, they took that precautionary pit stop right at the end, but he is going to be able to pilot that 13 machine out of the Ford chicanes for the final time to take a podium here in Le Mans. A great result for Obsidian Racing.
Yeah, great result for Obsidian, and they had brilliant pace near the end of that race as well. Just didn't quite work out at the start of the race for them to be able to close that gap to the top two, but they certainly put a little bit of pressure on them.
Yeah, they certainly did. Waiting for the last couple of drivers to come across the line here to officially finish, including Valero. There he is, your last overall. And I believe we have Way Too Fast Racing coming in, but that is going to bring us to your final finishing order here today. As we said, it was hashtag racing number 92, your winners here in the LMP2 class, followed by Satellite Racing LMP2 with Obsidian Racing Future rounding out your podium. We Too Fast Racing was 4th, followed by Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, RD Motorsport, Saudi Spin Sport behind them. Pneumatic Motorsport Blue leading off the 3-car effort of Pneumatic Motorsport Orange and Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, with Christopher Pies and Imperial Motorsports Shake rounding out your top 10. TSE DeConey Racing was 11th, followed by GITM Racing Green with Tuxedo Racing and World Community Drivers, and then Craft Dinner Racing rounding out your top 15 in class. And then we head over to the GT3s.
Yeah, in the GT3 class, we had Satellite Racing GT taking the victory on the same lap as the top three. So it was Matthias Drozda bringing the car home in the GT3 class after Alex Gill did a brilliant job earlier on to take victory. Second place went to the 24 car of Edison Hernandez, who drove impeccably near the end of the race to take a position after we saw, I think it was a 45 run into problem. The other hashtag car, Sim Racing PR Blue, in second. VG Racing Esports Academy rounded out your podium 1 minute 24 off the lead from 2Pi Racing mid-pack. SR Technic at CMS were 5th, Sim Republic 6th, Can-Am Racing 7th, Sim HQ Motorsports White in 8th, Triple R Racing in 9th, and TPRT Stuntaros in 10th. Team Breakfade took that 11th off Wild Juice Racecraft near the end of the race. Lone Star Endurance 1 was 13th. Hashtag Racing, after running second for so long in the race, had a technical issue and were down in 14th. Penguin RC Complex Simworks had a few issues throughout the race, finishing in 15th ahead of Can-Am Racing 2, Divine Wind, and Sim Racing PR Red.
Well, that is going to bring us to some podium interviews. And first and foremost, we want to bring in our victor in the LMP2 category, along with his teammate Rui Quiros. Pedro Sousa, an absolutely incredible run for you guys out there. You have got to be beyond happy.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, we're pretty happy with this result. Third win in a row.
Exactly. Very good. Talk to me a little bit about your strategy there, because it seemed like you guys went off strategy compared to your rivals of Satellite Racing in terms of tire strats, and what caused that and what went into your mentality?
We because the temperature of the track was lower than we expected from our practices, we just decided to do a triple quadruple stint because the tires would last that long. Our rivals did the triple triple, but yeah, we thought tires would be better in the end, so that's why we did an inverted strategy.
Well, talk to me about a little bit about, I would say 3/4 of the race, about your emotions, seeing Rui just absolutely pounding out those laps, getting down into the 327s. What was it like to be sitting and watching that?
Rui was, he's our quickest driver, and that's. Let me tell you a little bit about our race, our first part, because that's what changed it. I wasn't supposed to race today. It was just George and Rui. George had a great qualifying, and he managed to pull 8 tenths, and that's how we got the pole position. At the start of the race, there was someone with 2 fast racing, I think, that accelerated before us, and they got a head start. But yeah, we managed to overtake them in the first lap. I don't know if you remember, because 6 hours long race. George have about 20-second lead. I don't know who was second then, but Satellite was second then. And he had wheel issues. His gears were stuck in second. We lost that comfortable margin we had, and yeah, then we had to race against Satellite for the rest of the race. That's when Rui entered, and because George couldn't drive again, I had to do a stint so he could rest a little bit. But yeah, he drove about 4 hours, but his pace was unbelievable, and we managed to win by quite a margin. Luckily, Satellite also had a speed limit infringement in the pit, and that gave us just put us in a comfortable position to just drive until the end.
It certainly did, and as you said, 3 wins in a row here for you in the series. Anybody you want to thank for today?
Yeah, I want to thank Hashtag Racing for all the hard work and support, and also CMS and their sponsors for this championship. And I'll also, thank Apex Racing TV for the awesome broadcast.
When you guys put on a race like that, we are more than happy to do it. That was Pedro Sousa, your winner in the LMP2 category. And David, we've got a couple of people waiting. Who do you want to talk to?
Yeah, we've got the second place driver from the LMP2 class, David Williams. David, not quite your day, couldn't quite keep up with Rui in front, but still second place is a great result.
Yes, indeed, definitely. Paul had a little bit of a hang-up on qualifying today, but which he's normally amazing qualifier, so definitely uncharacteristic. But man, he drove a heck of a first stint and got us back up to second. Those Hashtag guys, they're fast, man. I don't know what we're going to do to catch them, but we got to figure out something here. I think I need more butt in the seat, more get my pace up, and we need to find a few tenths. Them guys are quick.
Yeah, we were watching some of the times, especially in that final stint of the race, where you would close a couple of seconds because they got caught in traffic, and you'd just pop in. Well, I think the fastest lap was a 27.9. I don't know whether you felt like your car could get anywhere near that, but you were still setting 29s and 28s throughout that stint. So the gap was closing at some points, but just not by enough.
Yeah, as far as the car goes, yeah, I mean, I think we had a great setup, but I mean, you gotta face the facts. Rui's a 7K iRacing driver. He's no slouch, right? So I mean, he's been doing this pretty well at a pretty high level. So Paul, I think he popped off a 28.2, if I'm not mistaken.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he's got some pace, but yeah, we're gonna have to find something to close that gap. We need to out-strategize these guys at some point, but. Yeah, I think it was a great race overall, though. Other than my catastrophic mistake on literally the last thing I had to do all race long, which was press the pit limiter button, I somehow missed it. So if I wish I could take that back, I think it would have been a lot closer. But I still think Rui would have been able to just outpace us. But I would have liked to seen us have the opportunity to push it that extra 101 lap, because we saved fuel on the first stint, thinking we might go to 101 laps. So we were trying to. Make sure we were good to do that. And then that 40-second penalty, I think, really took away the opportunity to go to 101 laps.
So your strategy didn't quite work out because of the penalty in the pits, but still second place, a great result. I can't think what the next event is on the calendar. Obviously, this was a sort of a special event as well. Do you think you can get them on the next event, or do you think maybe it might be just a bit too far with their pace that Rui shows?
Well, next event is Sebring. I'm actually really good there. That's probably my favorite track, and I think Paul's really good there as well. And it's a lot tighter, and the traffic's going to play a lot bigger key part of the race. So I believe that the pace advantage that he may have there, I would suspect he does, but you never know for sure until you show up. But I would suspect that won't be as big this time there, and I think it can be negated quite quickly by traffic, depending on how we hit traffic. So I think it'll be a lot more exciting race there overall and throughout the entire field, honestly.
Well, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on your second place. Before you go, do you want to say a shout out to anybody?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks to CMS, thanks to Apex, thanks for everybody that puts on this series. Thanks for Penguin for sponsoring and actually getting you Apex guys on board here to actually broadcast us this season. And thanks to Satellite Racing, as always. Thanks to my teammate, Paul Darling. We've been teaming up to each other for probably 4 or 5 years now in various events. Always great to get out here on track with Paul. And you guys have a good one. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. So that was David Williams, who was second for Satellite Racing with Paul Darling in the LMP2 class. And I think we may still have a few people waiting, DJ.
We do indeed, and that is going to be our winner in the GT3 category, Maciej Drozda. An absolutely incredible run for you guys, a big advantage at the end. But I have to say, was there a little bit of heartbreak there? Because it looked like it was going to be a pretty fierce battle between you guys and Hashtag, and then Hashtag obviously suffering the problem that put them down in the order.
A heartbreak? I mean, on one hand, if you enjoy a bit of a fight, then yeah, of course. Obviously, if you want the win, we want the points. It was a relief because those guys, they were blistering quick. There's no way we could actually match their pace. They were like 2 times quicker than Alex every single lap, and you could see they were inching closer and closer. And even though we had a really good setup because we gave it full wing, we tried something that no one else tried. You could see that we were really quick in the Porsche curves, and compared to everyone else. Well, we were slow on the straights, but we were extremely quick in the corners, but it just still wasn't enough. Alex tried his best, and Hashtag was extremely quick. But, I mean, we did get to chill out a bit once we saw that they obviously had the incident. I'm not exactly sure what happened. So heartbreak on one side, but a relief on the other side.
Well, I certainly get that, and we saw you have a little bit of an issue there at the end. Was the McLaren becoming a little bit of a handful, or was that just a little bit of mental fatigue at the end?
Yeah, a bit of a handful. It's a bit difficult to sometimes feel it out. Obviously, when you go a bit slower or you have different speed into the corner, it's a bit difficult to make it. There was a few corners where it was extremely on edge if you didn't take the right line. The Porsche curves was one of them, especially, although we survived, luckily. It could have been really bad if we had the fast repair used before, but we didn't actually end up using it at all.
Well, I have to ask you, is this a sign of things to come? Do you think you can continue your winning ways as the season goes along?
Well, if we continue putting in the time to practice, test out the setups, obviously we have the GT3 update. The cars are completely different, or at least very different to what we had before, and now we have to learn new things. Obviously, this race proved a lot of things that we never believed in before. Some of the setup tricks that never really made sense end up working now. Obviously, we tried something different than everyone else. We got the knowledge now, especially with the tire wear, because we did a quad stint, I believe, and it ended up working. So I hope that we can continue the winning ways. Obviously, we'll put in the practice, we'll continue pushing on with the setup, and obviously, as we gain more knowledge, hopefully we'll be able to convert it into more wins, or these good results.
Well, at least for today, is there anybody you want to thank for the win in class?
I mean, it has to be Alex. I mean, the time we spent together on the setup was a very big amount. I've never spent that much time on the setup or even practice for a race before. He deserves all the credit for that one. I just have to do the fair share and finish the race for us.
All right, well, fantastic, and congratulations again on the victory.
Thank you.
All right, well, David, I think that's about going to wrap things up for us here, as that's going to end our time in a broadcast, but a fantastic 6 hours and a fantastic 3 hours that you and I were able to put in. Any final thoughts for you?
What a great event at a great circuit, and we saw some brilliant racing, side-by-side action, and I can't wait for Sebring.
Neither can I. On behalf of David Whitehouse and myself, DJ Clark, we would like to thank our sponsors for today: Penguin RC Simulations, SimRace247.com, GoFinder.com, and Complex SimWorks. This has been a production of Apex Racing TV, and until we see you on the track, thanks for watching.
Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, You will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers, including Peter Berryman, John Robertson, Brandon Trano, and IndyCar World Champion Alex Palou. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.